Lin Fan was walking home from work. The evening rain fell hard. Hurrying across the street, he failed to notice a heavy truck rushing out from the intersection. The blinding high beam swallowed his vision instantly. The deafening roar of the engine stabbed his eardrums. He felt his body go weightless, then was slammed violently into the air. The moment weightlessness hit, the surrounding light twisted into a vortex. Windbreaking and honking all vanished. His body seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss, and in the last instant of consciousness, he cursed the driver in his heart. His last thought was, "At least let me spend my savings before you hit me." Lin Fan was an orphan. After graduating from a technical secondary school, he entered a factory and worked on an assembly line. He worked from dawn to dusk for a year or two, saving 70 or 80,000 yuan. But he never expected the greatest pain of life, dead with money unspent. He cursed the driver furiously in his heart, then looked around in confusion. This was a vast white space. Ding. Compatible soul detected. Soul strength mediocre. Willpower passable. Survival desire extremely strong. Moral level flexible. Binding. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the void. Lin Fan wanted to curse, but thought better of it. Cursing the system was no better than cursing the driver. When under someone else's roof, one must bow. He sighed. Binding successful. Host Lin Fan. ID 666. This system is the 10,000 World Survival Assistance System. Core directive: assist the host in surviving across all worlds. Loading newbie world. Detecting high-dimensional information fragments in the host's memory. Matching suitable training plane. The name of the people. Realistic political intrigue, low martial arts, low magic, social rules suppression. Plane difficulty 1 star. Main quest: survive in this plane until the natural timeline ends, the original story's ending, or achieve the safe exit condition. Reward settled based on survival evaluation and behavior points. Points can be exchanged for system functions, skills, items, etc. Failure penalty: soul annihilation. In July 1994, 3 days after the graduation ceremony of Handong University Law School, Lin Fan, holding a cardboard box of personal belongings, stood at the entrance of the courthouse, looking at the gilded plaque. The sunlight was dazzling, and the cicadas in the plane trees were deafening. Assigned here, Criminal Trial Division 1 as a clerk. Ding. The 10,000 Worlds Tricky Survival System is fully activated. Host Lin Fan, age 22. Current plane: the name of the people. Newcomer gift package issued: basic mental visualization method, enhances spiritual power and memory. Main quest: survive until the end of the story and accumulate enough survival resources. Hint: practice the mental visualization method, daily effects increase with level. It is strictly forbidden to show supernatural abilities in front of others. The system's warning was cold and clear. Lin Fan took a deep breath and walked into the building with the box. The corridor was cool and dim, the paint peeling off the walls. The smell of old paper and dust filled the air. Criminal Division 1 was on the second floor, the door open. Inside, 7 or 8 desks were crammed together, with a fan creaking overhead. New here! A man in his 40s, wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt, looked up with a cigarette in his hand. I'm Lin Fan, the clerk, reporting for duty. Oh, Xiaochen already told me. The man stood up and extended his hand. My surname is Liu, presiding judge of Division 1. Your desk is over there. He pointed to a desk by the window piled with half a foot of case files. Lin Fan put down the box and began to tidy up. On the desk were a 1992 calendar, used carbon paper, and half a bottle of blue-black ink. He arranged his own things: a pen holder, a notebook, a teacup, and a copy of criminal law. Familiarize yourself with these case files first. Director Liu stubbed out his cigarette in the metal ashtray. They're all small theft and robbery cases to be archived next month. Sort out the trial records, fill in what's missing, and copy what needs copying. Yes, Director Liu. Lin Fan sat down and opened the top case file. 1993 theft in the dormitory of Qianzhou Machinery Factory, value 800 yuan. The trial records were messy with some parts illegible. He would need to copy them over. He began to work. The pen nib scratched across the paper. The office was quiet, only the sounds of pages turning and the fan. Several judges and clerks were busy with their own work, no one speaking. Lin Fan copied the records while recalling the mental visualization method the system had given him. Basic mental visualization method: sit quietly, regulate breath, visualize a point of white light between the eyebrows spreading from point to surface, gradually expanding. Practice at least half an hour daily to slowly increase spiritual power. It was a very basic meditation method, but the system clearly indicated in this low mystery world spiritual power enhancement mainly affects memory, thinking speed, and emotional control, and does not produce supernatural abilities. That was enough. At 5 in the afternoon, the off-duty bell rang. Colleagues left one by one. Before leaving, Director Liu told him, "Zhao Lin, remember to lock the door when you go. Oh, tomorrow at 9 a.m. There's a theft case in courtroom No. 3. You'll do the recording. Okay." Everyone left, but Lin Fan didn't rush off. He locked the door, returned to his seat, closed his eyes, and tried his first visualization. Breathing slowed. A white dot between his eyebrows. Hard to concentrate. His thoughts wandered. This month's salary was 280. He had to send 100 home. The dormitory hadn't been assigned yet, so he was staying at his cousin's. The stock market was falling recently. Should he get in? He opened his eyes and shook his head. First attempt failure. But he wasn't anxious. The system had said to take it slow. He packed up and left work, riding his old bicycle through the old town of Qianzhou. Street sides were lined with state-run shops, a post office, a Xinhua bookstore, and newly opened clothing stores and video rooms. On a utility pole by the road was a poster. Last chance for stock subscription certificates. Dinner was at his cousin's home. Cousin Chen Hao was an electrician at a textile factory. His wife sold vegetables at a market. Their 2-year-old daughter was learning to walk. On the table were greens, tofu, and a little mincemeat. "How's the court work?" asked his cousin. "It's okay, just getting familiar. Work hard. The court is an iron rice bowl." His cousin's wife placed a piece of tofu in Lin Fan's bowl. "Your parents are hoping you'll do well." That night Lin Fan slept on a camp bed in the living room. When his cousin and his wife had fallen asleep, he tried the visualization again. This time it was a little better. He felt a faint warmth between his eyebrows, lasting about 3 minutes, then dissolving. But his mind seemed clearer. The case files he had read that afternoon were more distinct in his memory. Basic mental visualization method proficiency 1. The system notification appeared. As long as there was a progress bar, it was fine. For the next half-month, Lin Fan followed his routine. During the day, he sorted case files and took trial records at the court. At night, he returned to his cousin's home, and after everyone slept, he practiced visualization. His proficiency grew slowly from 3 minutes each session to 5, then to 10. The effects gradually appeared. He found he could remember things faster. A case file once read could be roughly remembered. Legal provisions after 2 readings could be recited. During trial recordings, he could note down the parties' words almost verbatim without repeated confirmation. But he concealed this well. When taking records, he would occasionally say, "I didn't hear that clearly," and ask parties to repeat. When sorting files, he would still check the law. He kept a low profile. In early August, Director Liu gave him a new task to record a collegial panel for a robbery case. The case was simple. 3 young men robbed a taxi driver at knife point and took 300 yuan. But one of the young men's father was a section chief at the District Industry and Commerce Bureau and had pulled strings. During the collegial deliberation, Director Liu and 2 judges had differing opinions. Director Liu believed all 3 were principal offenders and should be sentenced to 3 to 5 years. Another judge thought the amount was small, and they were first offenders, so leniency was possible. The third remained silent. Lin Fan kept his head down, recording, saying nothing. In the end, Director Liu made the decision: principal offender 3 years, accomplices 2 years. The case was settled. After the meeting, Director Liu kept Lin Fan behind. "Organize the records and give them to me tomorrow. By the way," he lit a cigarette, "the one who pulled strings, he's my old comrade in arms, son. When you write the record, make his defense statement more detailed." "Understood, Director Liu." Lin Fan didn't ask more. When he organized the records, he did include details like, "The family actively compensated," and "the defendant had a good attitude." But he didn't exaggerate. He had to measure his words. This incident taught him two things. First, the court was not a pure land. Second, Director Liu was someone he could get along with, but not closely. In September, the unit dormitory was allocated. A single room in a tube-shaped apartment building 12 square meters, with shared toilets and washroom. Lin Fan moved in. Although small, it gave him private space, making visualization more convenient. His visualization time had stabilized at 20 minutes. The benefits of increased spiritual power were obvious. Memory was nearly photographic, thinking speed accelerated, and emotions were more stable. More importantly, he developed a faint intuition, a vague sense of danger, and an inkling of others' emotions. In early October, Lin Fan saw an internal bulletin in the court's archive room. The Provincial High Court reported several cases of judge discipline violations, including bribery, bending the law, and leaking case details. The bulletin ended with emphasis on rectifying discipline and purifying the ranks. He memorized the characteristics, dates, and people involved in these cases. In the following work, he became more cautious. He didn't look at what he should, didn't ask what he should, didn't record what he shouldn't. But what should be remembered he kept in his mind. At the same time, he began his primitive accumulation plan. First, the stock market. In 1994, the A-share market was still at the end of a bear market. Through the system's vague information, not specific, but knowing the general trend, Lin Fan judged there would be a bull market in 1995. He had 800 yuan saved from half a year's work plus 1200 yuan from his parents, totaling 2000. He asked his cousin Qianzhou to open a stock account with his ID. Qianzhou was honest and tight-lipped, and a 20 cut of profits was enough to keep his mouth shut. After opening the account, Lin Fan chose the safest stock, Shenzhen Development Bank and Shenzhen Bank. The reason was simple: Shenzhen's special economic zone, the frontier of reform and opening up. These two companies were leaders. The buy prices were low: Shenzhen Development at 4.2, Shenzhen Bank at 3.8. He bought 200 shares of each, spending less than 1600 yuan. The rest was for living expenses. Second, martial arts. Spiritual power had increased, but the body was fundamental. Public security was mediocre in this era, so learning some self-defense was necessary. He learned that an old man at Qianzhou Park taught Tai Chi every morning at 6. He didn't charge money, a little gesture was enough. Lin Fan started getting up early at 5:40, washing up, and heading to the park. The old man's surname was Yang, over 70, his skill level unknown, but he taught seriously. There were not many students, only 5 or 6, retired workers and middle-aged people in poor health. Master Yang taught Yang-style Tai Chi with very proper form. Lin Fan studied seriously. With his strong spiritual power, he learned movements quickly, and had good control of his body. In 1 month, he finished the 24-form routine, and performed it decently. Master Yang nodded. "Young man, you have talent. But Tai Chi is like water. It must be soft and slow. Don't rush." "I understand, Master." After Tai Chi, he went to work. His life became regular: early morning practice, work during the day, visualization at night, and stock review on weekends. Plain but fulfilling. During the 1995 Spring Festival, Lin Fan returned to his hometown for the new year. His parents had aged, and they were relieved to see he had a stable job. Relatives asked about his court work. He only said, "It's fine, quite busy." After the Spring Festival, the stock market began to pick up. Shenzhen Development rose from 4 to 6 yuan, Shenzhen Bank from 3.8 to 5 yuan. Lin Fan sold at 5.8 and 5 yuan respectively, making a profit of over 800 yuan. His capital became 2800 yuan. He didn't continue investing but withdrew the money for another purpose: buying a house. In 1995, housing prices in Qianzhou were still very low. In the old city, the unit reform provided housing. A 2-bedroom apartment of 50 square meters cost 15,000 to 20,000 yuan. Lin Fan set his sights on an old neighborhood near the courthouse, 3rd floor, 55 square meters. The owner was in urgent need of money and offered 18,000 yuan. He didn't have enough money, but he had a way. Through Qianzhou, he found a distant relative who was in business, borrowed 5,000 yuan, promising to repay within a year with 10 interest. Adding his own 2,000 yuan, he was still short 100,000 yuan. He negotiated with the owner pay 8,000 yuan up front, and the remaining 100,000 yuan to be paid over 2 years with bank interest. The owner, needing money urgently, agreed. The paperwork was completed, and Lin Fan had his own house. Though in debt, he now had a fixed asset. More importantly, the location was good, and it would appreciate in value. On moving day, he cleaned the place himself. He gave up his 12-square-meter unit dormitory, and moved into this 2-bedroom apartment. Though old, it was spacious. He bought a desk and placed it in the second bedroom as a study. That evening, sitting on the chair in his new home, he entered a prolonged state of visualization for the first time. For 30 minutes the white light at his brow center steadily expanded his mind, clear as a mirror. Spiritual Visualization Method Basic Proficiency 50 Spiritual Power Level LV 1 Beginner LV 2 Awareness Unlocked Abilities. Memory Palace can construct virtual space to store memories. Emotional Perception Weak Memory Palace. Lin Fan's heart stirred. He immediately tried to build a room in his mind storing the case files, legal provisions, stock information, and interpersonal relationships he had recently reviewed, organized by category. He could retrieve whatever he needed at any time. This ability was a godsend for working in the court. Emotional perception was also very useful. He could faintly sense others' emotional states. President Liu was in a bad mood today. That lawyer was a bit nervous. The litigant was lying when speaking, but he still concealed it. At the unit, he was still the serious but not particularly smart new clerk. In the summer of 1995, the court system held an internal competition for positions. Criminal Court No. 1 was short 1 assistant judge requiring a bachelor's degree, at least 1 year of work experience, and passing a professional exam. 3 people met the conditions, including Lin Fan. The exam consisted of a written test and an interview. The written test covered legal knowledge and case analysis, which was easy for Lin Fan. The interview panel included President Liu and 2 other vice presidents. During the interview, Lin Fan answered steadily, not showing off, but with clear logic. When asked, "How do you view a judge's discretionary power?" he replied, "Within the legal framework combined with the case, facts, comprehensive consideration, but it must be able to withstand scrutiny." A very official answer, impossible to find fault. In the end, Lin Fan succeeded in the competition and was promoted to assistant judge staff level. His salary rose to 360 yuan. President Liu said to him privately, "Shall Lin work hard? You're still young with boundless prospects." "Thank you, President Liu, for your guidance." He knew President Liu helped him because he was obedient, useful, and didn't cause trouble. This was exactly the image Lin Fan wanted to create. After becoming an assistant judge, his work content changed. Besides recording, he began to participate in case trials, write trial reports, and provide preliminary opinions. Most of the cases he handled were simple criminal cases, theft, assault, affray. For each case, he studied carefully, writing solid opinions without being radical. He continued practicing boxing visualization and following the stock market. In the second half of 1995, the stock market fluctuated, and he made small trades, earning another 1,000 yuan. He had repaid 3,000 of the 5,000 borrowed. Life was on track. But Lin Fan knew this was only the beginning. Before the 1996 Spring Festival, he happened to see a notice on the court's internal bulletin. The Provincial Public Security Department planned to select a group of young cadres from the political legal system to strengthen the leadership of grassroots public security organs. Requirements: bachelor's degree or above, party member, strong professional ability, experience at the grassroots level. Lin Fan's heart stirred. The court was the judicial system, the police was the political legal system, but there were differences. In Handong, the public security system had more power and broader exposure, but also more danger. He knew the future storms would hit the public security system hard. But this was also an opportunity. A faster promotion channel, a position closer to core information. He thought it over and decided to sign up. Reason: he wanted to gain experience in multiple positions and enrich his background. Registration required a recommendation from the unit. He went to President Liu. "You want to go to the police?" President Liu was somewhat surprised. "Isn't the court work good? Stable?" "I'm still young, I want to learn more." Police work directly faces the front line, which can train a person. President Liu took a puff of his cigarette and nodded. That's fine. You have this thought, I support you. I'll write the recommendation letter for you. Thank you, President Liu. The recommendation letter was submitted. Then came the review exam and interview. Lin Fan wasn't worried. His qualifications were sufficient, and he had a clean background. Born into a workers' family, university graduate, 2 years of court work, no blemishes. In March 1996, the notice arrived. Lin Fan was accepted, assigned to Jing County Public Security Bureau, Handong Province, as Deputy Director, Deputy Section Chief. From Court Assistant Judge Staff Member to County Public Security Bureau Deputy Director, Deputy Section Chief, jumping 2 ranks. Though it was from the provincial capital to a county town, the rank had risen. Colleagues gossiped, some envious, some saying he was foolish, leaving the provincial capital court for a poor county's public security bureau. Lin Fan didn't explain. He packed up, went through formalities, and prepared to take up the post. Before leaving Qianzhou, he liquidated his stock holdings. Shenzhen Development at 12 yuan, Shenzhen Bank at 9 yuan, earning over 3,000 yuan. With his savings, he paid off all debts, leaving 5,000. He kept the house and rented it out. The tenants were 2 fresh graduates from Qianzhou University, paying 120 yuan a month, enough to cover the mortgage. April 1, 1996, April Fool's Day. Lin Fan boarded a long-distance bus heading to Jing County. On the bus, he closed his eyes and entered a visualization state. The white light at his brow was steady, his mind clear. The courtyard of Jing County Public Security Bureau was even more dilapidated than Lin Fan had imagined. 2 3-story gray brick buildings with peeling paint, a few mud-splattered jeeps, and 3-wheeled motorcycles parked in the yard. Jing County had just experienced rain in April, the air smelling of earth and coal smoke. Bureau Director Lin this way. Office Director Old Ma in his 50s smiled with a face full of wrinkles, trotting over to greet him. Hard journey. Lin Fan, carrying his simple luggage, followed Old Ma into the main building. The corridor was dim, with a slogan on the wall reading, "Strictly govern the police." The ink somewhat faded. The meeting room was on the 3rd floor. Pushing the door open, 5 or 6 people were seated inside. County Magistrate Liu. Bureau Director Lin has arrived, Old Ma introduced. The person in the main seat stood up, in his early 40s, square face, wearing a gray jacket, shaking hands firmly. "Comrade Lin Fan, welcome." The nearby Public Security Bureau Director Wang Jianjun stood up and shook hands, short but sturdy, with sharp eyes. "Bureau Director Lin, from now on we're comrades." A simple introductory meeting. Liu Chongming spoke nothing but cliches, like young cadres must take root at the grassroots, and Jing County's public security situation is complex. Lin Fan listened attentively, nodding occasionally, not interrupting. Finally, the division of responsibilities. Lin Fan would oversee criminal investigation, economic investigation, and the legal department, ranking as the 4th Deputy Director. A very substantial responsibility. After the meeting, Wang Jianjun took Lin Fan to his office. The innermost room on the 2nd floor, 15 square meters, an old desk, 2 chairs, a filing cabinet with half the paint peeled off. Through the window one could see the main street of the county town, a less than 500-meter asphalt road lined with supply cooperatives, post office, and state-owned restaurants. Wang Jianjun offered a cigarette. "I don't smoke, thank you, Director Wang." Lin Fan waved his hand. "It's already very good. The dormitory is in the next building, room 206, bedding already issued. The leadership team will welcome you tonight at Yueli Restaurant." Jing County, the northernmost mountain county of Handong, with a population of 300,000, economically at the bottom of the province. Being assigned as Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau here seemed like a promotion, but in reality, it was an exile. 200 kilometers from the provincial capital, with difficult mountain roads. But he didn't see it that way. Grassroots public security faced the most real social conflicts, the best window to understand this world. Moreover, the Deputy Director, though only Deputy Section Chief level, was already in the county leadership sequence, giving him room to act. He opened his luggage, took out the black softcover notebook, turned to a new page, and wrote, 96. 4. 3. Report to Jingshan, in charge of criminal and economic crime investigation. Liu Chongming, 40, in charge of political and legal affairs, official tone, background. Wang Jianjun, 45, Director of the Public Security Bureau, military background, direct. After writing, he closed the notebook and put it in the drawer. Then he closed his eyes and entered his visualization state. 20 minutes later his mind was clear. He began to organize his thoughts. Step 1. Get familiar with the situation. Criminal investigation and economic crime investigation were the core businesses of the public security system, and also the departments with the greatest power and risk. He needed to know who was under his command, what cases were pending, and where the hidden landmines were. Step 2. Build the right persona. Young, pragmatic, hardworking, but not rash. Respect the veteran cadres, but stick to principles. Don't take sides, yet be able to get things done. Step 3. Keep accumulating. Jingshan was poor, but the mountain area had its specialties, medicinal herbs and mountain products. In 1996, these resources had not yet drawn the attention of capital. There were opportunities. On the stock market, he kept his long-term positions untouched. The house in Qianzhou continued to collect rent. In the evening, the welcome banquet was held at Yueli restaurant. The County Public Security Bureau leadership team and several unit chiefs all attended. 3 tables were set with pheasant, wild rabbit, and mushrooms to eat, and local corn liquor to drink. Wang Jianjun took the lead in proposing a toast. Director Lin, from now on the Criminal Investigation Division will rely on you. Although Jingshan is remote, there are quite a few cases, especially theft, robbery, and the smuggling of mountain products. Lin Fan raised his glass. I'll do my best. But since I've just arrived, I'll need all the senior brothers to show me the ropes. He drank in moderation, but made sure to toast everyone he should. After making the rounds, he had a rough impression of those present. Old Zhao, head of the Criminal Investigation Unit, ex-military, plain-spoken. Qianzhou, team leader of the Economic Crime Investigation Unit, a police academy graduate, with a quick mind, and several police station chiefs, some slick, some dependable. When the banquet was breaking up, Wang Jianjun patted him on the shoulder. Director Lin, tomorrow morning we'll have a regular criminal investigation meeting. You should take over the work. Okay. The next day, at the regular meeting, the entire Criminal Investigation Unit was present. More than 20 people crowded into the meeting room. Old Zhao briefed the situation. In the first quarter of this year, 87 cases were filed and 52 were solved. Mostly livestock theft, burglaries, and truck robberies. There were no major cases, but minor ones never stopped. Lin Fan took careful notes, occasionally asking for details, times of the incidents, characteristics of the locations, and features of the suspects. He noticed that many thefts were concentrated in a few townships, and the methods were similar, possibly the same gang. Old Zhao, these cases can be investigated as a joint operation. He pointed at his notebook. Old Zhao was taken aback. Director Lin noticed it too. We've been suspecting, but the evidence is insufficient. First, combine the cases and concentrate our efforts. Investigate the channels for disposing of stolen goods. Jingshan's livestock and mountain products have to be transported out, so they need vehicles. After the meeting, Old Zhao stayed behind. Director Lin, you're impressive. You saw it at a glance. I once worked in the criminal division of the court, so I've read a lot of case files. Lin Fan smiled. Old Zhao, please put more effort into the criminal investigation work in the future. I'll mainly be in charge of the direction when it comes to specific case handling. You're more familiar with it than I am. This gave Old Zhao considerable face. Old Zhao grinned. Don't worry, Director Lin. Over on the economic crime side, the situation was more complicated. Team leader Qianzhou reported. The main issues are contract fraud, illegal fundraising, and tax evasion. It involves several factories in the county, and some have deep backgrounds. Is the evidence solid? There are leads, but every time we investigate we hit resistance. Qianzhou lowered his voice. For example, the county textile mill, when it was restructured last year, the assessed price was absurdly low. We suspect something underhanded. But the factory director, Old Kai, is County Magistrate Lu's brother-in-law. Lin Fan nodded. Collect evidence first, don't act rashly. In economic crime cases, the chain of evidence must be complete. Understood. For the next week, Lin Fan familiarized himself with his work during the day and practiced visualization and boxing at night. His spiritual power steadily improved, and his memory palace acquired the map of Jingshan County personnel files and case information. His emotional perception let him detect the true attitudes of his subordinates. Old Zhao was convinced Qianzhou was still waiting to see, and a few old hands were dismissive. He didn't care. At the grassroots level, what matters is actual results, not empty reputation. In mid-April, an opportunity arrived. In 3 townships in northern Jingshan, a wave of plow ox thefts occurred. 12 oxen were stolen within half a month. The farmers made a scene at the county government. Lu Chongming slammed the table. Director 1, this case must be solved. Spring plowing is underway. Without oxen, how can the field be plowed? Wang Jianjun, under heavy pressure, handed the task to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took old Zhao to the scenes. The thefts all occurred in remote mountain villages with difficult roads and few traces at the scenes. The farmers wailed in despair for them. An ox was the lifeline of the whole family. Director Lin, this group is professional. They steal and leave immediately, probably a mobile gang. Old Zhao frowned. Lin Fan said nothing, just walked around the village. After his spiritual power rose, his observation ability far surpassed that of ordinary people. Outside a cattle shed, he noticed tire tracks on the ground, quite fresh, with a special tread pattern that was not from an agricultural vehicle. Old Zhao, has someone make a cast of the tire tracks and check the tire model. Can that be traced? Try it. This pattern should be from a truck, and an out-of-town one. Back at the bureau, Lin Fan pulled out the traffic inspection records for the past month. Jingshan was a mountainous area, so out-of-town trucks were few. They mainly carried coal and building materials. He had old Zhao lead people to screen all passing trucks under the pretext of traffic safety inspections. 3 days later, a lead emerged. A truck with Hebei license plates had a tire pattern matching the cast from the scene. The owner was an independent trucker who had long been transporting goods in Shaanxi, Hebei, and Handong, and had a previous theft conviction. Arrest him, Lin Fan ordered. That night they lay in wait and intercepted the truck on the provincial road. When the compartment was opened, it held 3 oxen along with anesthetic and rope. The 2 suspects, both from Hebei, confessed to the theft and also implicated 2 accomplices. The case was solved. 9 of the 12 oxen were recovered. The farmers sent a banner while beating gongs and drums, and Lu Chongming praised the bureau at a conference for its rigorous work style. Wang Jianjun was very pleased. Director Lin, beautifully done. Now I'm reassured about the Criminal Investigation Division. Lin Fan just smiled. The case was not big, but it was of great significance. He had secured a firm foothold in the Jingshan public security system. In May, Lin Fan began implementing his economic plan. Jingshan was rich in medicinal herbs such as Gastrodia porea cocos and Eucamia bark, as well as mountain products like black fungus and shiitake mushrooms. But due to poor transport and blocked information, farmers had to sell at very low prices to dealers, who resold in the provincial capital at several times the price. Lin Fan contacted a medicinal herb company in the provincial capital through Qianzhou, under the banner of supporting the mountain area economy by the County Public Security Bureau. He acted as a matchmaker, allowing the herb company to purchase directly from townships at prices 30% higher than what dealers offered. The farmers gained real benefits, and the herb company eliminated the intermediate links, a win-win. Lin Fan did not directly participate in the transactions, he merely acted as a bridge. But he had Qianzhou use the 5,000 yuan in savings to register a small trading company in the provincial capital, taking some commission from the herb company. The money was small, a few hundred yuan a month, but it was a steady trickle. More importantly, through this matter he built up a reputation in the townships. Several township heads had a good impression of him, thinking that this young director Lin was pragmatic and willing to serve the farmers. In June, there was a small rally in the stock market. Lin Fan had been staying out of the market after clearing his positions. Now, with the trading company's commission plus his salary savings, he scraped together 8,000 yuan and re-entered the market. He still bought Shenzhen Development and Bank, holding them long-term. As for visualization, he persisted every night, and his spiritual power advanced to the middle stage of level 2. His memory palace could store more information, and his emotional perception became sharper. He also did not stop boxing practice. His Tai Chi was becoming quite good, and his body coordination and reaction speed had improved remarkably. In July, a major case occurred in Jingshan. The safe in the finance office of the county cement factory was pried open, and 50,000 yuan in cash plus a batch of blank checks were stolen. In 1996, 50,000 yuan was a huge sum. The cement factory was one of the county's biggest taxpayers, so the factory director reported the case directly to the county party committee. Wang Jianjun took personal command with Lin Fan responsible for the specific work. At the scene, the safe had been opened with professional tools, leaving no fingerprints. The internal management of the cement factory was chaotic. The finance office's doors and windows were old, and the security guard was a mere formality. "It's likely an inside job," old Zhao said. Lin Fan agreed. He reviewed the cement factory's financial records for the past 6 months and found several expenditures that did not add up. He also had Xiao Zhou from the Economic Crime Unit check the backgrounds of several people in the finance department. One cashier, Li Tsuehua, had recently bought a new apartment in the county town, paying 20,000 yuan in full. Her husband is a loader at the cement factory, earning 300 yuan a month. "Where did the 20,000 come from?" Xiao Zhou said. Lin Fan ordered Li Tsuehua to be summoned. In the interrogation room, Li Tsuehua was hard-mouthed at first, but Lin Fan sensed her tension and guilt through his emotional perception. He had old Zhao employ psychological tactics. After a few rounds, Li Tsuehua broke down and confessed that the finance section chief had made her do it. The chief had taken the larger share, and she had received 10,000. The finance section chief was arrested, and the vice factory director was implicated as well. The case was solved. 40,000 yuan of the 50,000 was recovered, and the blank checks were voided. The cement factory was rectified, and the factory director sent a thank you letter. This case made Lin Fan well known in the county. Even the county party secretary mentioned it at the standing committee meeting. "That young Lin, newly arrived at the Public Security Bureau, is good, young and capable." In August 1996, floods hit Jingshan. As a mountainous county, flash floods burst down the mountains, washing away roads and houses. The entire Public Security Bureau was deployed for disaster relief. Lin Fan led the Criminal Investigation Unit to Qianzhou Township, the worst-hit area, and stayed awake for 3 days and 3 nights. During the relief work, he met County Magistrate Gao Yuliang. Yes, the very man who would later become Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. But for now, Gao was merely the County Magistrate of Jingshan, 44 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He directed the relief efforts on the front line, speaking softly but methodically. "Director Lin, your Public Security Bureau has performed very well this time." Gao Yuliang patted him on the shoulder. "Especially you. A young comrade charging to the front is not easy." "Magistrate Gao, this is my duty," Lin Fan replied plainly. The two walked together through the temporary resettlement site and chatted briefly. Gao Yuliang asked some questions about the bureau's work, and Lin Fan answered concisely and accurately. Gao nodded without saying more, but his look at Lin Fan had changed slightly. Lin Fan knew Gao Yuliang was a big fish. But he did not rush to get close. He kept his distance and focused on his own work. After the flood, rewards were given according to merit. Lin Fan was named an advanced individual in flood relief and received commendation from the city. More importantly, he was now on the radar of the county party committee leaders. In September, Wang Jianjun talked to Lin Fan. "Director Lin, the Municipal Bureau wants to second a number of professional backbones to participate in a major economic crime case. I recommended you. It will probably be 3 months." "What case?" "It was assigned by the province and involves illegal fundraising across several cities. You have good ideas on economic crime investigation. Go and get some training." Lin Fan understood that this was an opportunity. Going to the Municipal Bureau to take part in a major case would expose him to information at a higher level and help him build connections. "Thank you, Director Wang. I'll go." "Good. Old Zhao will temporarily take over your work here. Make your preparations and report next week." Lin Fan returned to his office, opened his notebook, and wrote 96. 9. 12 seconded to Municipal Bureau Major Economic Crime Case. Opportunity, but caution is needed. Gao Yuliang has noticed. After writing, he closed his eyes for visualization. The white light at his brow was steady, and his mind was clear. In 8 months at Jingshan, He had gained a firm foothold, solved several cases, accumulated grassroots experience, and come into contact with Gao Yuliang. More importantly, his visualization method, martial arts, and financial accumulation were all advancing steadily. The secondment to the municipal bureau was a new stepping stone. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. The mountains of Jingshan stretched in waves under the setting sun. The road was still long. Keep your head down. Move forward step by step. The small meeting room of the Economic Crime Investigation Division Handong Provincial Public Security Department was thick with smoke. Lin Fan sat at the end of the oval table, notebook open. 10 days ago, he had been seconded here from the Jingshan County Public Security Bureau to join the Special Task Force on the 912 illegal fundraising case. The case involved 20 million yuan and stretched across 3 provinces. Everyone's here. Let's begin. Zhao Dong, director of the provincial division, rapped the table, his thick brows framing piercing eyes. Shaanxi's Hongfa Investment Company illegally absorbed deposits in Handong, and over 1,000 residents have been swindled. The ringleader has fled. The provincial party committee has set a deadline, crack the case, and recover the funds. Lin Fan lowered his head, taking notes, while his mind raced. His memory palace called forth the relevant laws and precedents, and his emotional perception captured the room's subtle currents. Tension, indifference, a restless readiness to strike. Lin Fan! Zhao Dong called out his name. Here! You came over from Jingshan County. Over there, residents were defrauded of more than 300,000 yuan. Tell us what you think. Lin Fan raised his head and answered in an even tone. The victims craved high interest, knew nothing of the law, and were taken in by the smoke screen of official backing. Hongfa forged red-header documents insinuating that provincial leaders were behind it all. Aside from tracing the funds, I suggest we dig deeper into the protective umbrella and build an evidence chain around false advertising. Zhao Dong fixed on him for 2 seconds, then nodded. Clear thinking. You'll join the fund tracing group and work under Old Chen. Yes, sir. When the meeting adjourned, Chen Jiangwo, an old detective past 50, clapped him on the shoulder. I'm Old Chen. Come on, let's go get acquainted. The fund tracing group had 5 members, and their assignment was to examine bank flows and corporate accounts. Tedious work, yet vital. Lin Fan's formidable mental power made short work of ledgers. His memory was like a steel trap. In a matter of days, he had sorted out Hongfa's capital pool across Handong. Brother Lin, you've got a sharp eye. Sister Li, a policewoman who had once worked as an accountant, praised him. The books were deliberately convoluted, but you spotted the linked accounts at a glance. I spent time in the criminal tribunal of the courts. Reading case files honed the skill, Lin Fan said modestly. In the evening, he returned to the provincial department's temporary dormitory, a lower bunk in a 4-bedroom. Once snores filled the room, he crossed his legs and entered deep visualization. 30 minutes later, his spirit clear, he reviewed the day's work. Most of Hongfa's funds had flowed to coal mines in Shaanxi and steel mills in Hebei. But about 3 million yuan had streamed into several Handong accounts, one of which was opened in Qianzhou under the name Changming Trading Co. Ltd. Changming. A shadow lingered in the system's hazy intelligence. He noted it down and resolved to investigate tomorrow. A week later, news came from Shaanxi. Wang Hongfa, the principal culprit, had been seized at the Yunnan border. Zhao Dong flew there personally to escort him back. Before setting out, Zhao Dong summoned Lin Fan. You have an attentive mind. Stay in the provincial capital and keep digging into the accounts within the province. Follow only the flow of funds. Don't get near the people. Report anything directly to me. Understood. It was a mark of trust and a test. Those accounts might run deep. He led sisterly onward with the investigation. The legal representative of Changming Trading was Lu Jian, a man in his early 30s. The address registered to the Qianzhou development zone. The company's business was sprawling, and the books looked perfectly ordinary. But Lin Fan's meditation sharpened intellect unearthed anomalies. The cash flow did not match the scale of operations. Movements of money with provincial state-owned enterprises were unusually frequent, and among the nominal directors was the name Zhao Ruilong. Zhao Ruilong. Lin Fan's heart gave a subtle stir. In the system's background intelligence, This man was one of the pivotal figures of the coming Handong storm, the son of Zhao Lichun. But in 1997 Zhao Ruilong would still be at university, or perhaps just graduated. Lin Fan kept his expression smooth, committing the name to memory, while excluding it from the written report. He continued to trace Changming's funds. The greater share had drifted to offshore accounts in Hong Kong. The trail ran cold. Hong Kong was no jurisdiction for mainland police to investigate. Lin Fan composed a concise report, only facts, and no speculation, and sent it to Zhao Dong in Yunnan through confidential channels. 3 days later Zhao Dong arrived back escorting Wang Hongfa. The interrogation went smoothly. Wang confessed to most of his crimes, but when it came to the Handong accounts, bit down hard on one story. Legitimate business dealings. This one held something back. Was that 3 million a toll payment or a stake in the business? Zhao Dong said at the case analysis meeting. He didn't tell the truth. But the case is closable. The principal culprit is caught, part of the stolen money has been recovered. We can answer to both superiors and the public. Lin Fan understood. This was standard procedure. For an illegal fundraising case, capturing the ringleader and recovering part of the funds was already close to perfect. Digging deeper could ensnare other matters. Lin Fan! Zhao Dong called him aside after the meeting. You did well this time. Your secondment has run its course. What are your thoughts? I'll submit to the organization's arrangement. Zhao Dong lit a cigarette. Thinking of staying at the provincial department. Economic crime is short of hands. It was an opportunity. The provincial platform was far higher, and advancement would be swift. Yet Lin Fan weighed the matter, and shook his head. Chief Zhao, my grassroots experience is still shallow. I'd rather return to Jingshan and temper myself for another 2 years. True words, but only half the truth. The provincial department's waters were deep, and his foundation, there was not yet solid. Better to go back to Jingshan, accumulate real accomplishments, and move forward steadily. Zhao Dong studied him, and smiled. No coveting of merit, no reckless advance. Good. Go back then. I have high expectations of you. Thank you, Chief Zhao. In October 1997 the secondment ended and Lin Fan returned to Jingshan. He had left as a run-of-the-mill deputy director. He came back crowned with glory. Played a distinguished role in a major provincial case. Bureau Chief Wang Jianjin praised him at the leadership group meeting, and the county party committee's organization department filed a record. Work settled back into its regular groove. But Lin Fan knew some things had changed. In November the county leadership was reshuffled. County Magistrate Gao Yuliang was transferred to Lüzhou as a member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee and Deputy Mayor, a promotion to Vice Department rank. Before his departure, he summoned department heads for farewell talks. Lin Fan was included. Xiao Lin, you did fine work at the provincial department. I saw it all. Gao Yuliang sat in his office, his manner genial. A young cadre should go through more experience and learning. You've been in Jingshan for quite a few years, and your performance is plain for all to see. What do you plan to do next? I'll follow the organization's arrangement and continue in the public security system. Public security is good, but you shouldn't be confined by it. Gao Yuliang pushed up his glasses. This time I'm heading to Lüzhou to take charge of political and legal affairs. The situation there is rather complicated, and I'm short of a capable helper. If you're willing, I could consider moving you there. This was an olive branch. Lüzhou was a prefecture-level city, a platform far larger than Jingshan. But Lin Fan hesitated. Gao Yuliang's boat would eventually sink. To board it now was both a shortcut and a reckless gamble. Mayor Gao, I'm grateful for your trust, but there are still a few cases in Jingshan that have not been closed, and I want to see them through. Moreover, my qualifications are still limited. I fear I might not do well in Lüzhou, and would bring shame to you. Gao Yuliang's smile betrayed nothing. Very well then. Steady and sure. Stay on in Jingshan for now. We'll speak again when a chance appears. The talk was over. Lin Fan quietly exhaled. A refusal demanded skill. One must neither give offense nor cut off the way back. He had done it. He had achieved just that. Back at the Public Security Bureau, he resumed his ordinary routine. But in his heart, He knew his days in Jingshan County were numbered. Promotion or transfer, one way or another. In the spring of 1998 the moment arrived. The party secretary of Longshan Town, Jingshan County, suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and retired on medical grounds, leaving his seat vacant. Longshan was Jingshan's foremost town, 50,000 people, coal mines and forests. The town party secretary's post was principal section rank, commonly reserved as a reserve for vice department level promotion. The standing committee of the county party committee debated over a successor. The organization department presented several names. Disagreement ran fierce. At last the county party secretary himself named the man. What about Lin Fan from the Public Security Bureau? Young, energetic, with grassroots service and provincial department forging. Longshan's public order is complicated, we can assign him. There was opposition. Too young, 26, and no township work experience. Lack of experience can be remedied through learning. He has handled emergencies in public security. He has mettle. I think it'll work. The county party secretary brought down the gavel. Lin Fan had never expected to be transferred by such a route. From deputy director of the Public Security Bureau to town party secretary. Ostensibly a lateral move both at deputy section level, but in truth an elevation, the leading hand of a township, a post of real power, and the indispensable path to future advancement. From deputy director of the Public Security Bureau to town party secretary. Ostensibly a lateral move both at deputy section level, but in truth an elevation, the leading hand of a township, a post of real power, and the indispensable path to future advancement. Wang Jianjun spoke with him. Director Lin, no, now I should say Secretary Lin. I support the county party committee's decision. You're going to Longshan. Once there, seize hold of public order and drive up the economy. The Public Security Bureau here, you can come back anytime. Director Wang, thank you for your cultivation over the years. Don't mention it. Longshan is a land of fierce folk and endless mine disputes. Mind yourself. Understood. In April 1998 Lin Fan assumed his post in Longshan Town. The town government stood at the end of the old street, a 3-story building. The leadership group had 7 members. The town mayor, Old Ma, was 50 years old with a jolly, honest-looking face. His eyes, however, glittered with cunning. Secretary Lin, welcome. Longshan has been wanting a young leader of your kind. Mayor Ma clasped his hand with fervor. Mayor Ma, you are my senior. I should be the one learning from you. Lin Fan kept his posture very low. In his first month, he did not stir up the proverbial 3 new fires. Instead, he went straight down to the villages on research trips. Longshan had 20 villages, and he had already run through 18. By day he investigated, by night he organized. The visualization method kept his energy abundant, and in his memory palace he stored Longshan's terrain, resources, population, and conflicts. Longshan's agenda was twofold. First, the coal mines. The town had 3 small coal mines, all contracted to private owners, with poor safety awareness and severe pollution. Conflict between the mine bosses and the villagers was unceasing. Second, the mountain forests. The collective forest rights reform had left boundaries blurred and disputes were many. In early May trouble erupted. In Wangjiagu village east of town, villagers blocked the coal mine road, claiming the mining had drained the groundwater dry and brought several houses down in collapse. The mine owner summoned dozens of hired toughs. The 2 sides squared off on the point of exchanging blows. Lin Fan rushed over at once. More than 100 people ringed the mine entrance, gripping hose, shovels, and clubs in a fury of agitation. Secretary Lin, you must do justice for us. Village chief Old Wang pulled at him, tears spilling from his eyes. Everyone quiet. Lin Fan stood on a great boulder. His tone was low, but he secretly employed the visualization method, and his voice reached every corner of the gathering. I am Lin Fan, the town party secretary. Bring up your affairs, argue your reasons. Blocking the road will solve nothing. The crowd gradually settled. Lin Fan had the villagers select representatives. The mine owner also came out, and they proceeded to the town government for talks. They spoke from afternoon into the night. The villagers demanded compensation and a solution for their drinking water. The mine owner accused the villagers of extortion. Having heard both sides, Lin Fan set forth a proposal. First, the town would invite experts from the County Water Conservancy Bureau to survey the area. If the mining was indeed responsible for the water shortage, the mine owner must bear the cost of drilling wells. Second, county construction authorities would assess the damaged houses. Those owed compensation would be paid. Third, the mine must undergo safety rectification until it reached compliance under the town's supervision. And what about my losses from the villagers blocking my road? The mine owner wouldn't have it. Your mining broke the law from the beginning. Lin Fan pinned him with his gaze. Either handle it my way, or I'll bring in the county joint enforcement unit to audit your safety, environment, and taxes. Your pick. The mine owner wilted. He knew this young secretary had served in the provincial department and was no man to fool. All right, Secretary Lin. I accept my defeat. The incident subsided for now. But Lin Fan knew the matter was unresolved. The small mines of Longshan would need to be reined in sooner or later. He sent a report to the county party committee recommending a policy. Close down, suspend, merge, and convert the small mines, consolidate resources, bring in legitimate operations. The report went up and vanished without a ripple. He understood he had touched the interests of powerful people. He did what could be done first, tidying the town's appearance, renovating the road to the county and its highway, and promoting the cultivation of wood ear mushrooms. For the economy, he had Qianzhou's trading firm come to Longshan to buy mountain produce at fair prices, and the farmers' incomes grew. Nor did he cease his visualization practice and fist training. His mental power had reached the late stage of LV. His memory palace grown more complete, and his emotional perception could now capture multiple feelings at once. He trained Tai Chi until he could sense the flow of Qi inside his body, faint but unmistakable. By August 1998, Lin Fan had labored in Longshan for 4 months. Town governance was settling into order, but he knew this was only a springboard. Sure enough, in September, notification came from the county party committee's organization department. Lin Fan was to attend the Excellent Young Cadre training class, organized by the provincial party committee's organization department, a 3-month session held at the provincial party school. This was a signal of promotion. All the trainees were seedlings recommended by prefecture-level cities, and completing the program was of paramount importance. Lin Fan packed and set off for the provincial capital. As he departed, Longshan Mayor Ma led the leadership team to see him off. Secretary Lin, once your training is done, I'm afraid you won't be coming back. You'll likely be elevated. Don't forget Longshan town. I won't. Longshan was my first posting. The provincial party school sat by Crescent Moon Lake, a place of great beauty. The class had 50 members, median age around 30. At 26, Lin Fan was among the youngest. The students came from across the province: town party secretaries, deputy county magistrates, division heads of municipal bureaus, every last one of them looking astute as a blade. Lin Fan kept a low profile. He listened attentively in class, engaged actively in discussion, never stole the spotlight. He used the visualization method to boost his learning power, and the lessons were his the moment they were delivered. Before long, he acquired a name among his classmates for being steadfast and original in thought. During the training program, he encountered a few old acquaintances, strangers in person, yet their names had left imprints in his system's data. Yi Shueshi, deputy director of the Lüzhou Municipal Development and Reform Commission. Sun Lianqing, deputy district chief of one of Jingzhou's districts. He did not take the initiative to forge friendships, but he could talk with them naturally. In late October, the class organized an investigation trip to Guangdong. In Shenzhen, Lin Fan witnessed reform and opening up with his own eyes: high-rises, factories, streams of traffic, and within the exchange screens flushing red and green. He found time to glance at his stock accounts. Shenzhen Development Bank had climbed to 18 yuan, and Shenzhen Bank to 14. He sold nothing, held positions as before, and dipped into his savings to add a little more. The examinations ended, and they came back to Handong. The training class was nearing its close. Before graduation, leaders from the provincial organization department held a discussion forum, asking each attendee their intentions. Asked in turn, Lin Fan answered, "I will obey the organization's arrangement. If I have a preference, it is to train on a county or district economic post, to do real work for the local population." The reply was low-key, but the attitude was unassailable. In December 1998, the training class concluded. Its plan of assignment was as follows: Lin Fan would be transferred to Hushan County under Lüzhou Municipality to serve as Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee and Acting County Magistrate. From Town Party Secretary Deputy Section to Deputy Party Secretary and Acting County Magistrate of a County Principal Division, a leap of 2 grades. Hushan was a poor county, but the magistrate sits at the head of the county government, a post of genuine authority. Note well, this was the hand of Gao Yuliang. Gao now served as standing committee member of the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee and Deputy Mayor in charge of Agriculture, Forestry, and Water Resources, precisely the portfolios overseeing an agricultural county like Hushan. His stellar performance in the training class combined with Gao Yuliang's recommendation had brought this about. Leaving the provincial party school, he paused for a time at Crescent Moon Lake. The lake's waters were a deep blue reflecting the winter sky. He graduated from university in 1994. In 1998, he became a county magistrate. For years, from court clerk to the chief of a county. Fast, yet every step had been steady. Visualization, martial arts, investments, connections. Accumulate. Bide one's time. Next stop, Hushan. On January 4, 1999, the first day after the New Year holiday, Lin Fan walked into the compound of the Hushan County Party Committee and county government. It was a 4-story Soviet-style building from the 1950s and 1960s, with gray brick walls and wooden window frames, its facade peeling in patches. In the courtyard, the 2 old locust trees had shed every leaf, their bare branches stabbing at the leaden sky. Hushan County, a mountainous county in northern Handong, population 420,000, ranked second to last economically among Lüzhou's 7 counties, ahead of only the impoverished county next door. County Magistrate Lin, welcome, welcome. County Party Secretary Zhou Haiming greeted him at the entrance of the office building. He was in his mid-50s, with graying hair, his smile warm yet guarded. The journey was rough. That stretch from Jingshan to Hushan isn't easy. Secretary Zhou, I look forward to working under your leadership and learning from you. Lin Fan shook his hand, keeping his posture humble. We learn from each other, learn from each other. Come, let's hold an introductory meeting first. In the county committee's small meeting room, all standing committee members and key leaders of the 4 major groups were present. Lin Fan sat at Zhou Haiming's left. Across from him was the vacant county magistrate seat. He was the acting magistrate, as the People's Congress had not yet held elections. Zhou Haiming introduced him briefly. Comrade Lin Fan, 26, graduated from the law department of Han University. He's worked in the courts, public security, and township governments. This time the provincial party committee selected him for Hushan, injecting fresh blood into our leadership team. Let's welcome him. The applause was tepid. Lin Fan could feel the gazes upon him, scrutinizing, doubtful, even somewhat contemptuous. A 26-year-old county magistrate was far too young in 1999. Most of those present were over 40. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Thank you, everyone. Lin Fan rose and spoke briefly. I've just arrived in Hushan, and am not yet familiar with the situation. My general approach is simple. Under the leadership of the county committee, do the governments work well and deliver practical results for the people of Hushan. As for specific matters, I'll conduct research first, then share my views. It was a steady, measured statement, neither rash nor showy. After the meeting, Executive Deputy County Magistrate Li Guofu led Lin Fan to his office. Li Guofu was in his early 40s, round face, slightly stout, and spoke unhurriedly. County Magistrate Lin, your office is at the east end of the 3rd floor. Formerly Magistrate Lu's office, tidied up a bit. If you need anything, just tell me. Thank you, Magistrate Li. The office was 20 square meters, furnished with an old desk, 2 filing cabinets, and a sofa set. A half-dead pothose plant sat on the windowsill. Beyond the window stretched the county seat's main street, an asphalt road less than 500 meters long, flanked by a supply and marketing cooperative, a post office, and a state-run restaurant. It looked much the same as Jingshan. Lin Fan set down his briefcase. Rather than rushing to read the documents, he walked over to the map. The Hushan County map hung on the wall, each township's location marked with red and blue pencils. Hushan's terrain was 7 parts mountain, 2 parts water, 1 part field. Sparse arable land, vast mountainous areas with forestry, and scattered mineral deposits as its main resources. He closed his eyes, entered his memory palace, and stored the map's information. Then he began his visualization meditation. 10 minutes, and his mind was clear. A knock at the door. "Come in." Old Zhang, the director of the government office, came in carrying a thermos and a stack of documents. "County Magistrate Lin, these are the county's basic situation materials you requested along with recent documents. I've filled the thermos with hot water for you." "Much appreciated, Director Zhang. Please sit." Old Zhang was in his 50s with thinning hair. He sat down looking somewhat ill at ease. "How many years have you worked in Hushan, Director Zhang?" 20 years. Started as a commune clerk. Then you're Hushan's living map and living archive." Lin Fan poured him a glass of water. "I've just arrived and know nothing. Tell me what's the most pressing matter in Hushan right now." Old Zhang hesitated. "Well, Secretary Zhou and Magistrate Li, this is just a private chat between us, nothing will be repeated." Old Zhang glanced at the closed door and lowered his voice. "County Magistrate Lin, to be honest, Hushan has 3 most pressing matters. First, paying wages. The county treasury is stretched thin, and this month's wages still haven't been raised. Second, road repair. There's only one provincial road leading out of the county. It's badly worn, and it washes out every rainy season. Third, SOE reform. Several county factories are half dead, and the workers have raised a ruckus more than once." "How big is the county's fiscal gap?" "Monthly wages plus basic operations need over 2 million. Right now the account has less than 500,000 yuan." Lin Fan nodded and didn't press further. He knew this was a test, whether a 26-year-old county magistrate could actually solve these real problems. For the next week, Lin Fan didn't stay in his office. He went down to the townships. No entourage, just old Zhang and a driver traveling light. He visited 8 townships, inspecting reservoirs, forests, farms, tea factories, and mining sites, and calling on impoverished households, veteran teachers, and village doctors. By day he visited, by night he organized his notes. His visualization practice left him energized and gave him a prodigious memory. The characteristics, problems, and potential of every township were etched into his mind. His emotional perception let him hear what was genuine and what was hollow in grassroots cadres' words, and discern what the people truly demanded. He identified several problems. First, rich forestry resources, but logging in complete disorder with nearly zero deep processing. All raw log sales, razor-thin margins. Second, several small mining sites with chaotic management, poor safety, and heavy pollution. Third, aging irrigation infrastructure, leaving farming at the mercy of the weather. Fourth, a cadre force weighed down by inertia, riddled with a wait-rely-demand mentality. But there were bright spots too. The mountain climate suited tea cultivation, and Hushan cloud mist tea was excellent in quality, but had no brand. Several townships had traditional bamboo and rattan weaving crafts, but no market labor was cheap yet. All of it had gone off to work elsewhere. A week later, Lin Fan had a clear picture in his mind. On January 15th, the county committee's standing committee met. One agenda item was studying the county's economic work. Zhou Haiming asked Lin Fan to share his thoughts first. Lin Fan didn't touch a script. "I visited 8 townships over the past few days, and have some preliminary ideas. Hushan's advantage lies in its mountains, and its disadvantage lies in its mountains too. My thinking is live off the mountains, but change the way we do it." The standing committee members watched him. "First, forestry. We can't just cut trees and sell timber. We need deep processing, make furniture, flooring, handicrafts. I checked the provincial capital, and the coastal cities have huge demand for solid wood furniture, but right now, all we know how to do is sell raw logs. I suggest bringing in 1 or 2 furniture companies, or supporting capable local people to set up factories. Second, tea. Hushan cloud mist tea is good quality, but without a brand it can't fetch a good price. We need to register a geographical indication and unify standards, packaging, and sales. We can start by opening specialty stores in Lüzhou and the provincial capital. Third, labor export. It's a good thing that young people are going out to work, but it needs to be organized. We can connect with coastal employers, set up order-based training, export labor in an organized way, and protect people from being cheated. Fourth, road repair. This is the hardest, but it must be done. I've calculated that repairing the provincial road leading out of the county will take about 8 million. The Provincial Transportation Department has special funds. The city can contribute matching funds, the county can scrape together some, and we can find a way to borrow the rest. That should be enough to get it started. Fifth, fiscal management. Cutting expenditures is one thing, but the key is increasing revenue. I suggest establishing a county state-owned assets management company to revitalize the county's idle properties, land and factories, rent what can be rented, sell what can be sold, and boost cash flow. He spoke unhurriedly, but with clear logic and concrete figures. The standing committee members were a little taken aback. This young magistrate hadn't come to gild his resume, he'd actually done his homework. Zhou Lichun nodded. Comrade Lin Fan's ideas are very pragmatic. But where does the money come from? Attracting enterprises, repairing roads, revitalizing assets. All of it needs money. Everyone knows the county's fiscal situation in here. Secretary Zhou, I'll find a way on the money front. Lin Fan said. Give me 3 months. I'll solve the wage problem first, then talk about development. All right, we'll see what you can do. Zhou Lichun made the call. On the government side, Comrade Lin Fan will take the lead. Produce a concrete plan as soon as possible. After the meeting, Li Guofu came up to Lin Fan. County Magistrate Lin, 8 million for road repair is no small sum. What about the Provincial Transportation Department? Magistrate Li, I have contacts at the Transportation Department. I'll go after it myself. You help me hold the county together, especially the SOE reform front. Don't let anything blow up. Will do. Lin Fan knew that words alone wouldn't cut it. He had to deliver tangible results. The first task: solve the wage problem. The county treasury had 500,000 yuan. The gap was 1.5 million. He had the Finance Bureau report all the administrative units' little coffers. This was standard practice. Every unit had some extra budgetary income hidden off the books. When the reports came in, they totaled more than 800,000 yuan. Lin Fan called a meeting. These funds will be consolidated into the county treasury to pay this month's wages. From now on, every unit's extra budgetary income goes into the main accounts. Anyone caught keeping a little coffer will have their leadership held accountable. There was resentment, but the magistrate had spoken. Zhou Lichun backed him, and no one dared to openly object. He was still short 700,000. Lin Fan thought of the stock market. His holdings were worth nearly 200,000 yuan, but he couldn't touch them. He came up with a solution: have Qianzhou's trading company lend the Hushan County government 700,000 yuan under the guise of a prepayment at 8 annual interest secured by a disused county warehouse. The county treasury would repay it in 3 months. Qianzhou's side had no problem. The money arrived and wages were paid. The cadres breathed a little easier, and their regard for the young magistrate rose a notch. The second task: chase down projects. Lin Fan went to the provincial capital to see his classmate at the Provincial Transportation Department, a former Han University roommate now working in the planning division of the department. The old classmate helped get Hushan's outbound highway listed under the Poverty Alleviation Highway Project, winning the county a 3 million yuan provincial subsidy. He then went to the Provincial Forestry Department and discussed the furniture factory project. A Fujian company wanted to set up a branch factory in northern Handong. Lin Fan invited them to Hushan, showed them the forest farms, and discussed policies. The other side was very keen. In March, the Fujian furniture companies signed the deal and set up shop. 5 million yuan in investment, creating 300 jobs. The county contributed land and partial forest resources for a 30% stake. At the same time, Lin Fan had Qianzhou's trading company open a Hushan Cloud Mist tea specialty store in the provincial capital and arranged counters at department stores in Lüzhou and Qianzhou. With unified packaging and a unified brand, the price rose 30%, and sales were strong. In April, the road project got underway. The province contributed 3 million, the city 1 million in matching funds, the county raised 1 million, and 3 million came as a loan. Construction on the roadbed began first. Life grew busy. Lin Fan handled government affairs by day and practiced visualization and boxing at night. His spiritual power advanced to the early stage of LV3. His memory palace could now process multiple threads of information at once and his emotional perception read his subordinates' minds with precision. His Tai Chi practice began to generate Qi sensation, not yet enough for actual combat but plenty for building strength and health. He kept trading stocks. In 1999 the May 19th market rally ignited and stocks soared. Lin Fan had taken a heavy position before the rally began. Shenzhen development climbed to 28, Shenzhen Bank rose to 22. He didn't get greedy. When they hit 25 and 20, he cashed out half, locking in his profits. His account balance broke past 500,000 yuan. He bought 2 more apartments in Qianzhou, still old town unit buildings at over 1,000 yuan per square meter. 2 100 square meter units came to just over 200,000 in total. Half was financed with a mortgage, rent covered the monthly payments. In Hushan work fell into stride. The furniture factory went into production, the tea factory expanded, and the road was half built. The fiscal situation improved and wages were no longer delayed. The locals began to speak well of their young magistrate. But trouble was also coming. In June the county textile factory's restructuring hit a snag. The textile factory was Hushan's largest state-owned enterprise, with over 800 workers, and it was insolvent. The restructuring plan was a management buyout. Factory director Qianzhou, joining forces with several deputy directors, wanted to buy assets appraised at 8 million yuan for just 2 million. The workers balked and surrounded the county government building. Lin Fan went to the scene and was blocked at the gate. County Magistrate Lin, we've worked our whole lives in that factory. Why sell it to them for a pittance? How much has Qianzhou embezzled? Have you investigated? The crowd seethed with anger. Lin Fan stepped onto a flower bed and raised his voice. Fellow workers, I'm Lin Fan. The county government has not approved the restructuring plan. I'll state my position here. First, the restructuring must be open and transparent. Second, the asset appraisal must be fair. Third, the placement of workers must be properly handled. If these 3 conditions aren't met, then no one's word counts. Easy for you to say. Qianzhou has connections. I don't care about connections. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the crowd. Give me 1 week. I'll investigate this myself. If Qianzhou is guilty, he'll be arrested. If the plan is unreasonable, it will be rejected. But if anyone tries to stir up trouble in the chaos, the Public Security Bureau is right next door. The workers, half-trusting, dispersed. Back in his office, Lin Fan had the Audit Bureau and the Discipline Inspection Commission step in. Once investigated problems indeed surfaced. Qianzhou had inflated debts, undervalued assets, and transferred 500,000 yuan into his personal company. The evidence was conclusive. Qianzhou was taken into custody. Lin Fan redrew the restructuring plan. Open bidding. A provincial textile group won the bid, investing 6 million yuan, absorbing all workers and paying back social insurance arrears. The workers were satisfied, and the storm subsided. This affair established Lin Fan's authority in Hushan, young but not weak, principled, and willing to take on hard targets. Zhou Haiming said to him in private, Lin Fan, you handled the textile factory business well. But Qianzhou has people above him. Be careful. Thank you for the warning, Secretary Zhou. I'll act according to law. By August 1999, Lin Fan had been in Hushan for 8 months. The county's economic indicators had turned around. GDP was up 12, fiscal revenue up 20, ranking 3rd across the city. The provincial party committee's organization department sent inspectors, and they evaluated him favorably. In September, Zhou Haiming was transferred to serve as vice chairman of the Lüzhou Municipal CPPCC, securing deputy bureau level before retirement. Hushan's party secretary post fell vacant. Opinions in the city were divided. Some argued for dispatching a replacement from the city, some favored promoting Li Guofu on the spot, some recommended Lin Fan. In the end, the municipal party standing committee decided Lin Fan would become Hushan County Party Secretary, and Li Guofu would become County Magistrate. On October 1, 1999, the 50th anniversary of the National Day, Lin Fan officially assumed office as Hushan County Party Secretary, becoming the youngest county party secretary in Handong Province, at 27. The burden on his shoulders grew heavier. A county party secretary is the top leader. He must grasp the big picture, manage cadres, and set the direction. He continued his pragmatic style, driving industrial upgrading on the economic front, building a strong team on the political front, and improving basic conditions on the livelihood front. Roads were repaired, water systems improved, schools built, one solid task after another. Visualization, boxing, stock trading, and property investment didn't stop either. His spiritual power reached mid-LV. 3. His memory palace could now run simple simulations. His Tai Chi could handle a real exchange or two. His stock account held nearly 1 million yuan, and he owned 4 properties in Qianzhou. December 31, 1999, the turn of the century. Lin Fan was working late in his office. Beyond the window, sporadic fireworks bloomed over Hushan County town. He finished the last document, then walked to the window. 4.5 years. From university graduation in 1994 to county party secretary at the end of 1999. Every step had been steady and solid. He knew Hushan was only a way station. His goal was to reach a higher platform, command more resources, prepare for the coming storms, and build capital for his next crossing into another world. Stay low when the time calls for it, but fight when he should fight, stand firm when he should stand firm. The millennium was approaching. The storms of Handong were about to brew. He closed his eyes and began to visualize. White light glowed at the center of his brow, like a moon illuminating every corner of his spiritual altar. The chimes of the century's turn rang out, and the spring breeze of 2000 drifted into Hushan County, dispelling winter's bleakness. Yet it could not disperse the hidden undercurrents simmering within officialdom. Lin Fan sat in the county party secretary's office, lightly tapping the desktop with his fingertips. Spread before him were the division of responsibilities documents for Hushan County's new leadership team, the annual assessment reports from all townships, and a notice from the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee regarding county-level economic development and rectification of cadre work style. At 27, he was unique among Handong province's county-level principal officials for his youth. Behind this glory lay countless scrutinizing eyes, veiled wariness, and schemes stirring restlessly in the shadows. Since taking office as county party secretary last October, he had appeared to sail with the wind, advancing industry, rectifying work style, addressing livelihood issues, and stabilizing Hushan's overall situation. But he alone knew that the county's foundation had not yet been firmly anchored. The old team left behind by former county party secretary Zhou Haiming, though outwardly submissive, still contained watchers waiting in the wings. County Magistrate Li Guofu, deeply entrenched through long years in the government system, seemed to cooperate harmoniously, yet every move carried unspoken reservation. Not to mention the county's tangled family factions and business bosses, all watching every move of this young secretary. One slip, and he would be seized upon and thrown into a passive position. System notification: the host has been promoted to county party secretary, and survival privileges have been upgraded. Current spiritual power level LV 3 mid-stage. The memory palace can now activate a simplified situation deduction function, and the emotional perception range has expanded to 50 meters, enabling precise detection of multiple people's emotional fluctuations and hostility. Lin Fan closed his eyes and concentrated, circulating the spiritual visualization method. A soft white light slowly swirled at the center of his brow, and the restless agitation around him calmed in an instant. The enhancement of the system ability was his greatest support in officialdom. A photographic memory, precise emotional perception, and clear situation deduction enabled him to remain clear-headed amid complex interpersonal networks and administrative disputes, avoiding traps, never rash, and firmly holding to the survival bottom line of lying low and staying hidden as a cunning operator. Secretary Lin, County Magistrate Li, and the government team are waiting for you in the small meeting room to discuss this year's key project progress. Old John, director of the government office, tapped lightly on the door, his tone respectful. After last year's events, the restructuring of the textile factory, wage payments, and several other matters, Old Zhang had completely aligned himself with Lin Fan, becoming his most capable grassroots assistant in the county party compound. I understand. I'll be right over. Lin Fan rose and straightened his crisp shirt. His face was utterly emotionless, still wearing that calm, reserved look of quiet majesty. In the small meeting room, Li Guofu had already taken his seat with several deputy county magistrates and the heads of core departments, the Finance Bureau, Transportation Bureau, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau, and others. Seeing Lin Fan enter, everyone rose to greet him, their eyes filled with even more awe than before. Lin Fan's decisive handling of the textile factory restructuring last year, his securing of investment from a Fujian furniture factory, and his completion of the provincial road out of the county had long made clear to these senior cadres that this young secretary, seemingly mild, was actually tough in means and resolute in action, by no means a gilded showpiece. Please all sit. Lin Fan walked to the head of the table and sat down. His gaze swept the gathering as his emotional perception spread out, instantly clearly detecting Li Guofu's calm, the executive deputy magistrate's deference, the finance bureau director's slight unease, and the careful caution of the two township party secretaries. He already had his bearings. I've gathered everyone today mainly to finalize Hushan's core work for 2000. Following last year's approach, stabilize industry, shore up shortcomings, benefit people's livelihood, and tighten discipline. I'll speak in three parts. Lin Fan did away with pleasantries and got straight to the point, his voice steady and forceful. First, industrial upgrading. The Phase 2 expansion of the Fujian furniture factory must be carried out. Meanwhile, using our forestry resources, we should bring in another bamboo and wood handicraft processing plant to build a forest product processing chain. The Hushan Cloud Mist Tea brand must continue to grow, apply for National Geographical Indication status, and expand into coastal markets beyond Qianzhou and Lüzhou rather than remaining confined to Handong province. He paused and looked at the director of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau. Second, shortcomings in people's livelihood. Drinking water projects in mountain townships and hardening of village roads must achieve full coverage. Last year we built the trunk road out of the county. This year we need to open up the capillaries to solve the people's difficulties with travel and water. Meanwhile, we will advance the renovation of rural primary and secondary schools and the upgrading of township health centers. Education and healthcare are the public's greatest concerns. There must be no ambiguity. Third, cadre work style and financial discipline. Lin Fan's tone suddenly turned heavier, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. Last year we cleaned up off-book accounts, yet some units still paid lip service. Starting this year, once discovered, the top official will be held directly accountable. Township cadres are strictly forbidden from inaction or slow-action. Research trips to the countryside must not be mere formalities. I will make unannounced inspections. A first finding will get a notice of criticism, a second will lead to immediate job adjustment. Every cent in the county's coffers must be spent on the blade's edge. If anyone dares to harbor crooked ideas, don't blame me for showing no mercy. With that, the meeting room fell dead silent. Everyone sat upright, and no one dared raise any objection. Lin Fan's arrangements fit Hushan's actual conditions and struck every pain point. They set out a direction for development and drew a clear disciplinary red line. Nothing about them could be faulted. Li Guofu spoke first, his tone sincere. Secretary Lin's plan is very comprehensive. The government team fully endorses it. We'll refine the measures and implement them one by one, never holding the county back. With Li Guofu's declaration, the other cadres chimed in one after another, and the meeting smoothly settled all matters. After it ended, Lin Fan kept Li Guofu behind. The two sat in the meeting room with a cup of hot tea, a somewhat subdued atmosphere between them. Magistrate Li, you've worked in Hushan for nearly 20 years, and know the situation better than I do. I'll need you to hold the line on the government side going forward. Lin Fan spoke first, his posture relaxed and unassuming without putting on the airs of a party secretary. He understood that Li Guofu had deep roots in Hushan. Forcing him down would only create antagonism. Delegating power appropriately and maintaining mutual respect was the only way to ensure the leadership's stability. This was his core strategy for lurking low, developing quietly, and avoiding internal friction. Li Guofu's heart stirred, and a genuine smile spread across his face. Secretary Lin, you're too modest. I've worked in Hushan all my life. I just want to see the county develop. You are young, resourceful, and bold. I will fully cooperate with you and get Hushan's affairs done together with you. After their exchange, the two reached complete understanding. Lin Fan delegated authority to Li Guofu to handle routine government operations, while he himself firmly grasped the three core powers: personnel, finance, and major project decisions. This ensured work efficiency and avoided infighting within the leadership, bringing unprecedented unity to Hushan's party and government team. In the months that followed, Lin Fan devoted himself wholly to county governance, setting foot in every township and village of Hushan. He continued to maintain a low-key pragmatic style, no vanity projects, no superficial gestures, and every project advanced with real substance. The furniture factory's phase 2 went into smooth production, and the bamboo and wood handicraft factory was completed and operational, creating nearly 500 jobs. Village road hardening was mostly finished, and the mountain drinking water project benefited more than 10 poor villages. The Cloud Mist tea brand moved beyond Handong and sold far into Jiangsu and Zhejiang, doubling tea farmers' incomes. Hushan's economic indicators soared. In the first half of 2000, GDP grew at 15%, and fiscal revenue rose 25% year-on-year. From a poverty-stricken county at the bottom of Lüzhou's rankings, it leapt into an advanced county for county-level economic development, repeatedly cited with praise by the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee and government. Even the Handong Provincial Party Committee and provincial government noticed this young and capable county party secretary. Lin Fan, however, remained calm and never claimed credit or grew arrogant. He attributed all accomplishments to the unity of the leadership, the efforts of the cadres, and the support of the people, while he hid behind the scenes, quietly accumulating capital and strength. Outside work, he never neglected spiritual visualization and Tai Chi practice. A rock-solid half-hour of visualization every day steadily raised his spiritual power, smoothly breaking through to LV3 late stage. The memory palace's situation deduction function grew increasingly sophisticated, even allowing him to anticipate personnel changes in officialdom and potential risks in project implementation. His Tai Chi became more exquisite, and the energy within his body flowed smoothly, not only strengthening his body, but also keeping him vigorous and composed amid the complexities of administration. In financial accumulation, Lin Fan was equally methodical, advancing step by step. Riding the bull market of 2000, he repositioned the stocks he had previously liquidated with precision, selecting several promising blue-chip shares, buying at lows and selling at highs. In just half a year, his stock account exceeded 2 million yuan. His properties in Qianzhou continued to appreciate, and the 4 Old Town residences earned steady rent. He then took part of the profits to buy 2 commercial units in the Qianzhou development zone, holding them long-term and waiting for appreciation, thereby completing the accumulation of initial capital. Even if he were to leave the system one day, he would be financially carefree. Meanwhile, he was quietly cultivating a network of connections and laying out plans for the future. Taking advantage of the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee's meeting on county-level economic work, he visited the municipal party secretary, the mayor, and vice mayor Gao Yuliang, in charge of political and legal affairs. He remained neither fawning nor distant, steady, practical, and composed, and left Gao Yuliang with an excellent impression of being young and capable, calm and reliable. Gao Yuliang repeatedly mentioned Lin Fan at meetings of the Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee, praising him as one of the best among Handong's young cadres. This allowed Lin Fan to firmly secure his place in the Lüzhou municipal leadership. By August 2000, Hushan's development had settled onto the right track, with all work advancing in orderly fashion. Lin Fan was also meeting new opportunities and challenges. The organization department of the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee issued a notice to assign Lin Fan to the Handong Province Young Cadre Research Work Group, which would travel to cities across the province to study county-level economic development for 2 months. This was a research task at the provincial party committee level. Taking part meant not only meeting outstanding young cadres from all over the province, but also entering the field of vision of provincial committee leaders, an important signal of promotion. When the notice arrived, Lin Fan was inspecting a drinking water project in a township. He showed no sign of elation. He calmly arranged affairs in Hushan, entrusted the county committee's daily work to Li Guofu, and instructed the leadership team to each perform their duties, and not slacken because he was away. Then, with a light traveling party, he headed for the provincial capital to report for duty. The research work group gathered outstanding young cadres from across the province, many of them heads of municipal departments or leading party and government officials of key districts and counties, all spirited and sharp-edged. Only Lin Fan stayed low-key and inward. He spoke little, and listened more, did more, and said less, and never grabbed the spotlight. During research sessions, he took serious notes, and thought deeply. When reporting, he was logical and substantive, showcasing Hushan's developmental achievements without exaggeration. This made the workgroup leader, a deputy director of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department, hold him in especially high regard. During the research period, Lin Fan happened to meet Li Dukong, then deputy director of the Qianzhou Municipal Party Committee General Office. They met only briefly and exchanged a few thoughts on county-level economic development, but Lin Fan keenly perceived Li Dukong's assertiveness and reformist boldness, and remembered this key figure in Handong officialdom for the future. He still kept his distance, and made no deliberate effort to forge a friendship, simply filing the connection in his memory palace for future use. When the 2-month research task ended, Lin Fan returned to Hushan with even greater prestige. The research stint with the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department made his resume more impressive and placed his advancement onto the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee's agenda. In November 2000, the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee studied and decided to transfer Lin Fan to member of the party group of the Lüzhou Municipal People's Government and assistant to the mayor, assisting the mayor in overseeing industry and the economic development zone. His rank was elevated to deputy department level. From county party secretary principal division level to assistant to the mayor deputy department level, it was another steady promotion. No abrupt leap, but logical progression built entirely on concrete achievements. When the news came, Hushan's cadres and people were all reluctant to let him go, and appealed for him to stay. During his 2 years in Hushan, Lin Fan had truly done practical things and brought benefits to the people, so he had long since won public support. Lin Fan remained calm as ever. After completing the handover of Hushan's work and bidding farewell to the leadership team members he had served with, he drove alone to Lüzhou to take up his new post. The car traveled along the provincial road to Lüzhou, a wide flat road he had led in building during his 2 years in Hushan. Green mountains and blue waters flashed by outside the window. Lin Fan closed his eyes and circulated the spiritual visualization method. White light glowed brilliantly at his brow. In his mind, the memory palace clearly displayed the structure of Handong officialdom, the foreshadowed turns of future events, and his own strength and capital. In 4 years, from a court clerk who had graduated from Handong University to deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau, then town party secretary and county party secretary, and now assistant to the mayor of Lüzhou at deputy department level, he had advanced with measured, steady steps. He had never exposed the system's abilities. Always keeping a cold, lurking posture, he stayed low and built himself up, accumulating ample political achievements and connections, while completing a dual elevation of both capital and personal strength. He knew that Lüzhou was a key prefecture-level city in Handong province, and one of the core stages of the main storyline of In the Name of the People. Gao Yuliang, Li Dukong, Zhao Ruilong, and other key figures would appear there one after another, and the political storms would be far more ferocious than those of a county. But he was not afraid. The empowerment of the spiritual visualization method let him see into people's hearts and foresee risks. Solid political achievements and resume let him stand firm. Abundant capital reserves freed him from dependence on others. A cold and forbearing way of operating let him avoid conflicts and keep himself safe. The car entered the urban area of Lüzhou, where tall buildings stood in rows and traffic never ceased. Far more bustling than the county town, yet also concealing more opportunities and dangers. Lin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze calm and determined. He pressed the accelerator and drove into the compound of the Municipal Party Committee and government. A new battlefield had already begun. He would continue to hold fast to his original aspiration, coldly lying dormant, lying low and developing, steadily rising step by step through the winds and storms of Handong officialdom, until he reached the core of power, safely surviving the storm of the storyline and accumulating enough capital and strength to transmigrate into the next world of the myriad heavens. In 2000, the winds and clouds were just beginning to gather over Lüzhou, and Lin Fan's path of survival through the myriad heavens had only just entered a new stage. In early winter, Lüzhou's wind was bitingly cold. Camphor leaves lay scattered across the municipal government compound. Compared with the quiet of the Hushan County Party Committee compound, the mood here was noticeably heavier. Officials hurried past with a faint tension hidden in their eyes. Every exchanged glance and every courteous word concealed the hierarchies and undercurrents of officialdom. Lin Fan parked the car, and did not let the municipal government office staff come forward to greet him. Carrying a plain briefcase, he walked into the office building alone. His dark suit was immaculate, his bearing upright, and his face still wore that calm, indifferent expression. There was none of the ostentatious air of a newly promoted deputy department-level cadre. He looked more like an ordinary office clerk, so low profile as to be almost unnoticeable. He knew the rules of Lüzhou officialdom well. This was the political and economic heart of Handong province. The municipal party committee and government leadership were full of hidden talents. In terms of seniority, background, and roots, he, a young cadre promoted from a county, amounted to little before those with long years of service. Rash flamboyance would only invite exclusion and wariness. The best strategy was to sheathe his edge, enter the game quietly, and first map out the networks of every faction, before lying low and building up strength. Following the arrangements made in advance, Lin Fan first went to the mayor's office to meet his immediate superior, Lüzhou Mayor Liu Jiangwo. Liu Jiangwo was nearly 50, and had worked deeply in Lüzhou for years. His style was steady, the typical pragmatic official. Unlike Gao Yuliang's scholarly profundity, Liu Jiangwo spoke directly, valued tangible results, and neither deliberately suppressed young cadres nor promoted them without cause. Stepping into the spacious, tidy mayor's office, Lin Fan moved half a step forward with respect but not flattery. He handed over his resume and Hushan work summary, saying in a calm voice, "Mayor Liu, I am Lin Fan reporting to you." Liu Jiangwo put down the documents in his hand, looked up, and sized up Lin Fan with a scrutinizing gaze. The young man before him was too young. A 28-year-old deputy department-level mayor's assistant was extremely rare across the entire Handong province. It was said he was a cadre valued jointly by the municipal party secretary and Gao Yuliang. Liu Jiangwo had initially doubted it, worrying the man was merely a gilded youth who could talk grandly. But seeing Lin Fan's steady demeanor and neither humble nor pushy bearing, he instead gained a measure of approval. System notification: the host has been detected entering Lüzhou's municipal officialdom. Environmental complexity has increased. Spiritual perception range has expanded to 80 meters. New function unlocked: officialdom power map, which can automatically analyze the factional relationships of nearby personnel. Current spiritual power level LV3 peak, nearing the breakthrough bottleneck. Lin Fan's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Activating the power map function through his spiritual visualization technique, he faintly saw Liu Jiangwo's profile tag before him: Lüzhou local faction, pragmatic and result-oriented, politically aligned with the municipal party secretary, no obvious factional alignment, and values executive ability in cadres. At the same time, the emotional fluctuations of several cadres in the corridor outside the office flowed clearly into his mind. Curiosity, scrutiny, detachment, but no malice. He instantly felt grounded. Comrade Lin Fan, no need to be nervous. The work in Hushan was done very well. GDP growth, improvement of people's livelihoods, and industrial projects are all solid achievements. The municipal party committee selecting you to come to the city is recognition of your ability. Liu Jiangwo pointed to the sofa opposite and got straight to business. You will assist me in overseeing industry and the economic development zone. The city's core tasks right now are revitalizing the idle parks in the zone, attracting large industrial projects, and rectifying traditional high-energy consuming enterprises. These tasks are difficult and stressful. You have grassroots experience, so take your time to get familiar. If there are problems, report directly to me. Lin Fan stood and bowed slightly, speaking firmly. Mayor Liu, please rest assured. I will familiarize myself with the work as soon as possible. I will not fail the trust of the municipal party committee and you. I will push forward every task with solid, down-to-earth steps, nothing empty or false. There were no bold declarations, no chest-pounding promises, only a plain and steady commitment, which made Liu Jiangwo even more satisfied. He had seen too many young cadres eager to claim credit and hungry for glory. Lin Fan's composure was truly rare among his peers. After briefly assigning the work, Lin Fan did not linger. He took his leave politely and headed to his own office. His office was on the 5th floor of the municipal government building. It was not large and simply furnished. Compared with a county party secretary's office, it carried less of the majesty of one governing a region and more of the orderly neatness of an administrative department. Shortly after he sat down, municipal government office staff delivered relevant work documents, an overview of the economic development zone, and a directory of the city's industrial enterprises. A thick stack of materials piled up on the desk covering every aspect of Lüzhou's industrial development, and also exposing many pain points. Lin Fan did not rush to read. Instead, he sat quietly with his eyes closed, again activating the system's ability to sort out the power map of Lüzhou officialdom in his mind. The municipal party secretary was under the direct management of the provincial party committee, moderate in style, and sought stability. Gao Yuliang oversaw political and legal affairs, while also deeply cultivating the cadre force with extensive connections, a leader of great potential in Handong province. Mayor Liu Jiangwo focused on government affairs and held real economic power. In addition, several deputy mayors each managed their own domains representing different factions. The economic development zone was a focal point of attention for all sides, entangled with many local enterprises and hidden interest relationships. Especially the economic development zone, none of the previous directors had produced results. Idle land sat unused, investment promotion failed to land, enterprise services were inadequate, and rumors of improper benefit transfers had even circulated. It was a genuine hot potato for the Lüzhou government. Now this task had been placed in his hands. It looked like an important appointment, but in truth, it was also a test. Succeed, and it was solid; achievement; fail, and he could easily be seized upon and sent straight back to square one. Lin Fan's fingertips tapped lightly on the desk, his eyes cold and sharp. He understood that this was his first battle after entering Lüzhou officialdom. He had to win, and win beautifully, yet quietly. He could not steal the leader's spotlight, nor could he provoke the sensitive scales of vested interest groups. That afternoon, the municipal government held a party leadership group meeting to formally announce Lin Fan's appointment and division of responsibilities. All members of the municipal government leadership team attended. The meeting room was full. Most of the deputy mayors were veteran cadres with deep seniority, and their looks at Lin Fan varied. Liu Jiangwo's style approval, the executive deputy mayor's indifference, two deputy mayors overseeing other areas with scrutiny and distance, and several department heads with eyes that hid a hunger for drama. After Liu Jiangwo introduced him, Lin Fan stood and gave a brief statement lasting less than 3 minutes. He said only 3 things: obey the organization's arrangements, familiarize himself with the work as soon as possible, fully coordinate with the leadership team, and do well in the work under his purview. There was no superfluous courtesy, and no self-promotion, so low-key that many found it surprising. After the meeting, Gao Yuliang deliberately waited at the meeting room door. When Lin Fan came out, he smiled warmly, and spoke first. Comrade, Lin Fan working in the city is a different rhythm from the county. If there is anything unfamiliar or needing coordination, you can come to me at any time. In Lüzhou, do your work boldly. As long as it is for development, the organization will support you. Gao Yuliang's words were gentle, but every word carried care. On the surface, it was encouragement, yet it was also a public statement of support, a way of backing Lin Fan up. Lin Fan understood. He stepped forward half a step and replied respectfully, "Thank you for your concern, Secretary Gao. I will do my work steadily, and won't cause trouble for the leadership." That brief reply was measured to perfection. He neither clung to Gao Yuliang nor rejected his goodwill. He accepted the gesture while maintaining the proper boundary of a subordinate, deepening the appreciation in Gao Yuliang's eyes. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and then went their separate ways. Throughout the encounter there was no excessive intimacy, avoiding any gossip about Lin Fan clinging to powerful coattails. Over the following week, Lin Fan thoroughly calmed his mind. He did not rush to hold meetings or rush down to grassroots units. Instead, he spent his days in the office going through enormous volumes of work materials one by one. Thanks to the system's photographic memory, it took him only 3 days to memorize the current state of Lüzhou's industrial development, all enterprise ledgers in the economic development zone, idle land information, and years of investment attraction policies. Combined with the system's situation simulation function, he repeatedly combed through difficulties and breakthrough points, precisely locating the core of the problems. he discovered that the core problem of Lüzhou's economic development zone was not a lack of resources, but unclear rights and responsibilities, lagging services, and policies lacking specificity. Add to that the inaction of some cadres, and the result was that high-quality enterprises could not be attracted, local enterprises could not be retained, idle land kept accumulating, and fiscal investment went down the drain. The traditional high-energy consuming enterprises, meanwhile, were mostly long-established local companies behind complex relationship networks. Rectifying them would be extremely difficult, and acting rashly would only bring disaster upon oneself. After identifying the crux, Lin Fan did not rush to act. Instead, he adopted a step-by-step strategy. First, under the guise of research, he went alone to the economic development zone. He did not notify the zone's management committee, and arranged no formal receptions. He walked through every idle park and key enterprise, by himself inspected the actual situation, privately communicated with grassroots employees and ordinary park staff, and gathered first-hand information. The entire process was low-key and covert, drawing no attention from any faction. During the research, the system's emotion sensing and power map functions proved invaluable. He easily detected the perfunctory slackness of the zone management committee director, the fragmented independence of several deputy directors, and the dissatisfaction and concerns of some enterprise leaders. He even identified several land parcels in the park tied to hidden interests. He recorded all the information in his memory palace, making no noise and raising no accusations on the spot. He remained silent and dormant. At the same time, Lin Fan did not neglect his own strength improvement and capital deployment. His unshakable morning and evening spiritual visualization practice kept his spiritual power at the peak of LV3, only a step away from breaking through to LV4. His situation analysis and heart perception abilities grew increasingly precise, even allowing him to predict difficulties and obstacles in his work in advance. In the stock market, he used the year-end market adjustment to operate precisely again, steadily increasing his positions. Meanwhile, he managed his shops and properties in Qianzhou with stable rental income and an ever-deepening capital foundation. On the weekend, Lin Fan took the initiative to call on Gao Yuliang again. This time, he did not talk about work. He simply gave a brief report on his recent work status and studies, still maintaining a modest low-key attitude. Gao Yuliang was increasingly satisfied with his composure. He subtly reminded Lin Fan of the complex situation in the economic development zone and urged him to be steady and not rush for quick success. This advice allowed Lin Fan to fully understand Gao Yuliang's bottom line and way of thinking. As he was leaving Gao Yuliang's residence, Lin Fan happened to encounter Li Dakong, who had come to visit. By this time, Li Dakong had been transferred to serve as County Party Secretary of Lincheng County under Lüzhou. His style remained strong and forceful. He walked with a vigorous stride, his eyes full of reformist edge. When the two met again, Li Dakong extended his hand first and said heartily, "Assistant Lin, long time no see. I've heard about your achievements in Hushan. Young and promising indeed." Lin Fan shook his hand, feeling the sharpness radiating from Li Dakong, and smiled faintly. "Secretary Li, you flatter me. Lincheng is a strong economic county in Lüzhou. I still have much to learn from you." The two briefly exchanged views on the economic development zone and county economic development. Li Dakong said bluntly that the zone needed bold reform and could not be timid. Lin Fan simply listened quietly, neither agreeing nor refuting. He knew that Li Dakong's reform path suited someone bold and daring, but it did not suit his own strategy of lying low and developing. In this new Lüzhou battlefield with its seething undercurrents, what he needed to be was not a high-profile reform pioneer, but a behind-the-scenes plotter, advancing step by step, not rash, not making enemies, not exposing the system, quietly accumulating solid achievements, and waiting for the best moment. After a week of lying low and taking stock, Lin Fan had thoroughly mapped out all the conditions in his areas of responsibility and drafted a detailed work plan. The plan contained no radical reform measures. Instead, it was steady and methodical, starting with optimizing enterprise services and revitalizing small idle land parcels, then advancing gradually. It neither offended vested interest groups nor delayed visible achievements, perfectly matching Lu Jiangluo's pragmatism and Gao Yuliang's preference for stability. Early Monday morning, Lin Fan took his carefully prepared work plan, walked directly into the mayor's office, and placed the plan before Liu Jiangwo. Without any unnecessary preamble, he explained the work approach, implementation steps, and expected results. It was clear, data-rich, and practical. Every point struck the pain points of the economic development zone, while still radiating prudence. After flipping through the plan, Liu Jiangwo's eyes were full of surprise. He had initially expected Lin Fan to need some adjustment time, but in just 1 week he had produced such a mature and feasible plan. He immediately gave the green light. Proceed with this approach. Go all out. The municipal government has your back. With the mayor's approval, Lin Fan finally took the first step after assuming his post in Lüzhou. He did not grandly convene a mobilization meeting. Instead, he first gathered the core staff of the zone's management committee for a brief work deployment meeting. There was no criticism or accountability, only clear division of labor, firm assignment of responsibilities and deadlines. His tone was calm, but carried an unquestionable force. System notification: the host has begun laying out the Lüzhou work portfolio. Achievement accumulation progress unlocked. Spiritual power breakthrough progress 15. Continue lying low and developing, while avoiding officialdom risks to level up more quickly. Lin Fan sat at the conference table calmly gazing at the people before him, his heart cold and sharp. The chess game of Lüzhou officialdom had just begun, and undercurrents were stirring in the shadows. He would not actively provoke conflict, but if anyone dared to block his way or trip him up, he would show no mercy. Bury the blade in the bone, lie dormant in the heart, establish a foothold through solid achievements, and read people's hearts with the system. This was his way of survival in Lüzhou. In the days ahead, he would revitalize the economic development zone step by step, achieve brilliant results, and avoid every trap, carving out his own steady path of advancement in the heart of Handong officialdom. In the depths of winter, the chill in Lüzhou grew ever more biting. Inside the economic development zone, the vegetation still lay withered, and yellow rows upon rows of idle factory buildings standing forlornly on the empty lots. Dust-streaked windows, rusted iron gates, a stark contrast to the bustling downtown. For the municipal government, it was a long festering burden that weighed heavily on their minds. The mess left by the previous management was not just dilapidated infrastructure, it was also the disintegration of morale. From top to bottom, the management committee had grown accustomed to going through the motions, dodging responsibilities at every turn and dawdling over tasks. Such conduct had long become the norm. After Lin Fan's first work deployment meeting ended, he issued no harsh directives and held no one publicly accountable. Instead, he handed each person in charge a detailed work list specifying the tasks, deadlines, and acceptance criteria down to the exact coordination procedures and precautions for every item, leaving no room for excuses or buck passing. He knew all too well how the city-level bureaucracy operated, especially in a department like the EDZ where problems had been festering for years. Imposing sudden high-pressure measures would only trigger collective resistance, or worse, covert collusion and marginalization from within. Better to lay the rules out in the open, and act strictly by them, reward meritorious service generously, and hold mistakes accountable without exception. Managing people through systems was far more reliable than managing by personal authority, and it left far less room for others to seize leverage. At first, the veteran staff of the management committee remained watchful and non-committal. In particular, Director Qianzhou, a long-serving hand in the EDZ with substantial seniority and an intricate network of connections backed by a retired leader in the city, refused to take the 28-year-old mayor's assistant seriously. He readily agreed to everything on the surface, then promptly dismissed the work, returning to his usual routine of sipping tea and reading newspapers. In private, he even muttered to his confidants that Lin Fan was merely there to polish his resume, that he would be transferred within 3 months, and there was no need to take him seriously. Lin Fan took in all of it without missing a beat. The system's emotion-sensing function was fully extended, capturing within a 50-meter radius everything from Qian Liang's perfunctory neglect and the subordinates' drift into inertia to the silent indignation of a few hard-working employees. He could even read the private calculations behind each person's mind with perfect clarity. He remained unmoved and made no immediate move. Every day he arrived at the EDZ on time, refusing the office arranged by the management committee. Instead, He carried a chair to the Park Service Hall, sat there watching the entire proceedings, observing Enterprise staff running back and forth for approvals, hitting walls at every turn. He silently noted every bottleneck and act of administrative laziness. System notification detected negative slack-off behavior and dereliction of duty within your jurisdiction, with hostile resistance emotion values exceeding the threshold. It is recommended that you establish authority appropriately and rectify the work atmosphere to avoid stalling practical progress. Current mental power level LV 3 peak. Breakthrough progress 22. Upon completing your first workplace achievement, breakthrough LV 4 privileges will be unlocked. Lin Fan's fingertips lightly traced the desk surface, his gaze indifferent and unruffled. He had not wished to make enemies right out of the gate, but there were always those who would run straight into the muzzle of the gun. Since they wanted to throw a scare into the newly appointed assistant, he didn't mind making an example of them along the way. It would both warn the mighty and avoid the reputation of being overbearing and arbitrary, perfectly in line with his principle of lying low and staying out of trouble. On the afternoon of the third day, the head of a light industry enterprise from outside the city, who had come to inspect the area, found his project filing procedures deliberately obstructed by Qianzhou. After 3 futile trips, the man was drenched in sweat and declared outright that he would abandon his investment in Lüzhou and take it instead to the development zone in the neighboring city. When the news reached Lin Fan, he was flipping through the property records of the park's idle plots. He merely raised his eyes and said in a calm, level tone, "Notify Director Qian and the Deputy Director in charge of approval to come to the lobby for a meeting in 10 minutes. There was no anger in his voice, yet the quiet pressure moved everyone nearby to tighten their nerves, and they dared not waste a single second. When Qianzhou received the notice, he was still sipping tea at a leisurely pace, unconcerned, thinking that Lin Fan would only offer a few routine remarks at most. But when he arrived at the service hall and saw the thick stack of records spread out before Lin Fan along with the enterprise head's ashen face, his heart skipped a beat, and a vague flutter of panic rose unbidden. Without looking at Qianzhou, Lin Fan first rose and walked over to the enterprise head, speaking with a humble yet sincere tone. He arranged on the spot for dedicated personnel to handle all procedures on their behalf, promising to complete everything within 2 hours. He also apologized on behalf of the management committee and proactively offered to waive 3 months of park management fees. In just a few short sentences, he stabilized the investor, who was about to slip away, and showed the enterprise staff present the decisiveness of this young assistant. With the investor settled, Lin Fan turned around, his gaze falling on Qianzhou. The system instantly picked up the panic and guilt beneath the man's calm facade. His tone remained steady, not raised, yet every word was crisp and carried undeniable force. Director Qian, the EDZ's responsibility is to serve enterprises and drive development, not to set up obstacles, make things difficult, or go through the motions. Since you took office, the revitalization rate of idle plots in the park has been below 10%. Enterprise complaints remain persistently high. There have been as many as 37 cases of delayed or overdue approval processes. For these situations, you need to provide a reasonable explanation to the management committee and the municipal government. He raised a hand and pushed the record book in front of him toward Qianzhou. On its pages were clearly documented every incident of slacking, every delay, and even the exact words Qianzhou had used when privately shirking his duties. Every entry was verifiable, without a single word of slander or exaggeration. Qianzhou stared at the records, his face turning pallid in an instant. He had never imagined that this seemingly low-key young assistant had quietly gathered so much evidence, leaving him no room to deny or quibble. Every staff member of the management committee present fell into deathly silence, not daring to make a sound. The sloppy demeanor of past days vanished completely, and their earlier curiosity about the spectacle instantly transmuted into awe. Only then did they realize that Assistant Lin, though seemingly mild-mannered, was actually shrewd and steady-handed. He rarely spoke, but when he did, he struck precisely at the vital point. He was certainly no soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Lin Fan did not dismiss Qianzhou on the spot. He was well aware of the connections behind Qianzhou, and abrupt removal would provoke backlash from the forces behind him, and only delay progress, a loss outweighing any gain. Instead, in accordance with administrative regulations, he announced a decision on the spot. Qianzhou was to be suspended for 1 week to reflect on his actions, and his performance bonus for the month would be deducted. Approvals under his purview were temporarily handed over to the deputy director. All approval procedures were to be simplified and optimized, adopting a one-stop service, so that enterprises would need to make at most one visit. Should any further delay or obstruction occur, the responsible leader would be directly held accountable. In serious cases, the matter would be reported to the municipal government for severe handling. This move was nothing short of exquisite. It warned the chief slacker, established the rules of work, yet did not completely burn bridges. It left the other party an ounce of face, and avoided escalating factional tensions. It was a perfect grasp of bureaucratic propriety. Qianzhou felt aggrieved but had nothing to say. He could only bow his head, admit his mistake, and obediently accept the punishment. After this incident, the work atmosphere in the EDZ was completely transformed in an instant. No one dared to be perfunctory or negligent again. Everyone mustered their full energy and pushed forward the tasks according to the work list Lin Fan had laid down. The clearing of idle plots, the repair of factory buildings, the optimization of enterprise services, all work proceeded in an orderly manner, with efficiency several times higher than before. In just half a month, 3 small idle plots were successfully leased, and 2 small processing enterprises signed contracts to move in. Though the projects were modest in scale, they were among the few tangible achievements the EDZ had seen in the past year, breaking the deadlock that had paralyzed the park. Lin Fan did not claim credit for these small successes. When reporting to Mayor Lüzhou, he attributed them all to the cooperation of the management committee staff, objectively presenting the progress made and future plans without seeking praise or showing off. This composure raised Lüzhou's appreciation for him yet again. The mayor remarked that he worked methodically, understood boundaries, and was a cadre who could shoulder responsibility. Meanwhile, Lin Fan did not relax his efforts to rectify traditional high-energy consuming enterprises. Rather than adopting a sweeping one-size-fits-all shutdown approach, he visited the enterprises one by one, investigating each firm's production status, pollutant discharge, and difficulties in transformation. Combined with Lüzhou's industrial policies, he formulated a plan of rectification plus transformation. For enterprises capable of upgrading their discharge standards, he provided technical guidance and financial subsidies, urging them to complete rectification within a set deadline. For enterprises with outdated capacity that could not be rectified, he guided them toward gradual transition or connected them with industrial upgrade projects. By avoiding direct clashes with the networks behind these businesses, he steadily advanced the rectification work without triggering any resistance or complaints along the way. While his work advanced steadily, Lin Fan's own abilities also reached a breakthrough. His unshakable daily practice of mental visualization early morning and evening, combined with the smooth breakthrough in his first area of responsibility and the steady accumulation of concrete achievements, suddenly triggered a system notification sound in his mind. System notification host has completed the first workplace breakthrough in Lüzhou. Achievement accumulation has reached the threshold. Mental power has broken through its bottleneck and successfully advanced to LV. 4. Emotion sensing range expands to 150 meters. The Memory Palace situation simulation function has been upgraded, enabling prediction of short-term personnel changes and potential project crises. Newly enhanced depth of insight into human hearts allows precise identification of others' true intentions and hidden stances. Survival permissions have been comprehensively upgraded. Lin Fan closed his eyes and focused, feeling the increasingly vivid perception in his mind. The aura around him grew ever more composed, and his previous fatigue was swept away. His grasp of the people and situations around him ascended to a higher level. He could clearly discern which passing cadres outside his office genuinely recognized him, and which were merely respectful on the surface but inwardly detached. He could even vaguely foresee that the city would soon issue special support policies for the EDZ, another excellent opportunity for him to accumulate concrete achievements. On the night of the breakthrough, Lin Fan received a phone call from Gao Yuliang. Speaking in a gentle tone, Gao Yuliang mentioned the progress in the EDZ with great approval. He subtly informed him that at the Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee meeting, Lüzhou had specifically praised the EDZ's work, and several Standing Committee members had recognized the young cadre's abilities. In the future, the city would increase investment in the EDZ. He advised Lin Fan to maintain his steady pace and keep working diligently. This phone call was both encouragement and a signal. It meant that Lin Fan had firmly established a foothold in the Lüzhou municipal leadership. He was no longer a grassroots cadre dependent on others' favor. He had earned recognition from the core leadership through his own concrete achievements. Lin Fan expressed his thanks in a respectful tone, remaining humble without a hint of complacency. As the year drew to a close, Lüzhou convened a citywide economic work conference. All top officials from every county, district, and municipal department attended. Li Fan also participated in his capacity as party secretary of Linsheng County. During a break in the conference, Li Fan took the initiative to approach Lin Fan and brought up the work in the EDZ. He told him bluntly that his approach was too conservative, that he should vigorously attract investment and introduce major projects and large enterprises in order to achieve quick results. Lin Fan listened quietly, still without rebuttal. He merely said mildly, "Secretary Li, your reform ideas are full of boldness. On my side, I'll first lay a solid foundation and ensure good services. When the foundation is stable, major projects will naturally be able to stay." He knew with certainty that Li Fan's radical reforms were bound to attract considerable resistance. What he needed to do was to advance steadily, not rush ahead, not step into traps, and quietly accumulate capital and connections remaining unconquered amid the storms of Handong's officialdom. After the conference ended, Lin Fan returned to the EDZ. Looking at the factory buildings that were gradually becoming livelier, and at the busy figures of enterprise staff, there was not the slightest smile on his lips. His eyes remained cold and calm. The battlefield of Lüzhou was merely one small stop along his journey across the myriad realms. Such achievements were far from enough. What he needed to do was to remain throughout this chess game of officialdom the hand that moved the pieces from behind the scenes, controlling the board, unruffled and methodical, seizing each step, awaiting the next opportunity, advancing steadily toward a higher position. Meanwhile, he would guard the secret of the system with absolute tightness, and be the coldest of those who bide their time. The year-end wind remained bitter and biting, but the vitality of the EDZ had already begun to quietly revive. Lin Fan's official career in Lüzhou had formally entered a track of steady ascent, while deeper undercurrents of officialdom and unknown challenges still awaited him silently ahead. As December arrived, the tempo of officialdom in Lüzhou suddenly quickened. All year-end work entered its final sprint. Annual assessments, achievement appraisals, and personnel deliberations piled one upon another, enveloping the entire municipal party committee and government compound in an atmosphere both tense and delicate. For Lin Fan, this was his first annual examination since being transferred to Lüzhou. His performance would directly determine his footing in the municipal leadership and shape his future career trajectory. From the shadows, far more eyes were fixed on him than ever before. He maintained his usual rhythm. No rushing, no last-minute bursts, no superficial gestures. Together, with the leadership team of the Economic Development Zone, he steadily completed the year-end work, compiling detailed data on revitalized land parcels, settled enterprises, and fiscal revenue growth throughout the year, organizing ledgers on enterprise service rectification and process optimization, and verifying the rectification progress of traditional high-energy consuming enterprises. Every figure was verifiable, every achievement was solid, with not the slightest exaggeration. With his systems LV for heart insight and situation projection functions operating at full capacity, Lin Fan had already keenly sensed that hidden reefs were silently forming against him. After returning to his post from suspension, Qianzhou no longer showed his slackness on the surface. Instead, he began rallying forces behind the scenes. Using the annual assessment of the Economic Development Zone as a pretext, he secretly submitted materials to relevant municipal departments, deliberately slandering the zone's achievements and exaggerating its problems. He even hinted obscurely that Lin Fan was dictatorial and overly eager for quick results, hoping to undermine him during the assessment and teach the young assistant mayor a lesson. Behind Qianzhou stood the forces of a number of long-established local enterprises in Lüzhou. These enterprises had long been entrenched around the Economic Development Zone and were accustomed to the previous loose management model. Lin Fan's standardized services, strict park management, and rectification measures against high-energy consuming enterprises had touched their hidden interests, breeding deep discontent. Now, by using Qianliang to stir up trouble, they wanted to suppress Lin Fan's momentum and force him back to the old lax management style. System notification detected hidden hostile forces nearby scheming against the host's annual assessment. Situation projection predicts that some members of the municipal assessment team swayed by personal connections will deliberately lower the economic development zone's assessment score and disparage the host's actual work performance. Current mental perception range 150 meters. The host can precisely identify the saboteurs and the chain of evidence. Recommendation: deploy and advance counter steadily, avoid career risks. The progress of achievement accumulation will not be affected. Lin Fan sat in his office gazing at the full year's work ledgers of the economic development zone on his desk. His fingertips tapped lightly on the surface, his eyes indifferent and calm without a trace of panic. From the moment he stepped into Lüzhou's officialdom, he had anticipated this day. During his time governing Hushan, he had become deeply versed in the open arrows and hidden daggers of bureaucratic politics. Rather than head-on confrontation, he excelled at letting solid achievements speak and using evidence to break deadlocks. He neither took the initiative to make enemies nor allowed himself to be manipulated. He held firmly to the bottom line of lying low, never putting himself at the forefront of the storm. He did not rush to Mayor Liu Jiangwo to complain nor seek protection from Gao Yuliang nor directly confront Qianliang. Instead, with no outward sign, he instructed his staff to compile complete records of all the zone's work over the past 3 months, contracts signed by settled enterprises, timeliness, receipts for administrative procedures, satisfaction evaluations from enterprise heads, full evidence of Qianliang's work shirking and harassment of business visitors, and comparative image data of the zone before and after rectification. All materials were sorted by category and neatly bound, enough to shatter every slanderous claim. Meanwhile, he deliberately moderated his public statements about his work. In various administrative meetings, whenever the year's work was discussed, he attributed all achievements to the correct leadership of the municipal government and the close cooperation of the leadership team, never mentioning his own contributions. He even proactively mentioned shortcomings in the work, keeping an extremely low profile. This completely dispelled some leaders' concerns that he was young, impetuous, and prone to self-importance, and left those who sought to seize on his fault with no opening. A few days later, the municipal annual assessment team officially entered the economic development zone. Led by a deputy director of the Municipal Development and Reform Commission, a man with long-standing ties to the local enterprise forces behind Qianliang, the team began nitpicking the moment it arrived. It made a great fuss over land parcels that had not been fully revitalized and the few enterprises that had not completed rectification. Every word was pointed, scores were deliberately suppressed, and the attitude was unyielding. Qianliang stood to one side, appearing cooperative with the assessment, but in truth, he repeatedly made insinuations and echoed the team's remarks, implying that Lin Fan had promoted work incompetently and managed improperly. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. The zone management committee staff were all breaking into nervous sweat, afraid that the young assistant Lin would flare up on the spot. Yet Lin Fan remained calm throughout. He cooperated fully with the assessment. When the other side raised questions, he did not argue or refute. He simply took out in orderly fashion all the materials prepared in advance and laid them before the assessment team one by one, letting detailed data, complete evidence, and genuine enterprise feedback speak for themselves. From the zone's abandoned condition half a year ago to its transformed results today, from constant enterprise complaints in the past to zero valid complaints now, from zero revitalization of idle land to 8 small parcels successfully leased and 4 enterprises established and operational. Every change was clearly visible, every figure irrefutable. He even dialed the heads of 2 settled enterprises on speakerphone in front of the assessment team. The executives praised the zone's service efficiency without reservation, admitting that it was precisely the one-stop service led by Lin Fan that made them determined to stay and invest in Lüzhou. These real down-to-earth comments left the nitpicking deputy assessment team leader speechless. Qianliang's face turned white and red by turns, and he dared not say another word. From beginning to end, Lin Fan did not accuse the assessment team or expose Qianliang's petty maneuvers. He merely proved his work achievements with evidence. In doing so, he safeguarded the zone's accomplishments while giving the assessment team a graceful way down. He did not escalate the conflict and his sense of discretion was impeccable. The deputy leader of the assessment team, facing such watertight materials, could no longer deliberately suppress scores. He could only give an objective and fair evaluation based on actual work. The Economic Development Zone's annual assessment ranking placed it in the upper middle tier among municipal departments. For a zone that had long been plagued by accumulated problems, and had only just gotten on track, this result was already remarkable. After the assessment concluded, the team's report was presented to Mayor Lüzhou. After reading the detailed report, Liu specifically asked about what had happened on site, and immediately praised Lin Fan at a meeting. He said Lin Fan worked in a solid and steady manner, remained unruffled in the face of criticism, let results speak for themselves, and was an example for young cadres to learn from. Gao Yuliang, standing beside him, nodded in approval, and hinted that cadre assessments should emphasize real achievements and heed public opinion, and must not be disturbed by one-sided remarks. These words undoubtedly backed Lin Fan, and also served as a warning to the forces playing tricks behind the scenes. After this battle, Qianzhou was thoroughly deflated, and no longer dared to scheme behind the scenes. The entire zone management committee was now sincerely convinced by Lin Fan, and their execution ability rose another level. The internal cohesion of the economic development zone was fully formed. Yet Lin Fan felt not the slightest complacency. He knew this was merely a small reef broken through. The deep-seated interest structure of Lüzhou's officialdom was far more complex. To gain a firm foothold, he would need even more substantial achievements. Just as the annual assessment ended, Lin Fan encountered an excellent opportunity. The province organized an investment promotion fair for industrial enterprises in the coastal region, focusing on light manufacturing and green processing enterprises. Lüzhou was allocated a quota to attend. After deliberation, the municipal government leadership decided to have Lin Fan lead the delegation. This was his first time representing Lüzhou in external investment promotion. If he could bring in large, high-quality projects, it would undoubtedly elevate his political achievements to a new level. If he failed, he would inevitably draw criticism. Others assumed Lin Fan would seize the chance to make a big splash and compete for marquee projects. He did the opposite. Having carefully sorted out the industrial positioning, preferential policies, and carrying capacity of Lüzhou's economic development zone, he abandoned any unrealistic ambitions. He specifically targeted quality enterprises that suited Lüzhou's industrial layout, had moderate scale, and showed stable development. Instead of blindly chasing project size, he focused on the feasibility of landing and long-term development. At the promotion fair, officials from various cities made flamboyant presentations and fought over top-tier enterprise resources. The scene was bustling. Only Lin Fan moved through the venue in a low-key manner, speaking less and listening more. He precisely connected with target enterprises, patiently explaining the zone service advantages, policy support, and location conditions, without exaggeration, empty promises, or deliberate flattery. With his pragmatic attitude and detailed plan, he successfully attracted the attention of two light manufacturing enterprises from the Jiangsu region, both of which expressed clear intentions to visit for on-site inspection. One of them had the strength to pay more than 5 million in taxes annually. Once it landed, it would become a landmark project in the zone. System notification: the host's precise alignment with high-quality investment projects has greatly increased the progress of achievement accumulation. Spiritual power level LV. For consolidation period. Heart insight function enhanced, enabling the host to clearly identify the true cooperative intentions of merchants, avoid traps of sham investment promotion and vanity projects, and continue to improve survival authority. Lin Fan was not carried away by the temporary gains. After the fair, he proactively maintained appropriate contact with the enterprise heads, neither fawning nor aloof. He kept proper boundaries in political business interactions, eliminating any hidden risks of interest exchanges, and firmly held his bottom line. He knew deep down that political achievements must be solid, and above all clean. This was the foundation of his long-term survival in officialdom, and the core principle of his quiet development. After returning to Lüzhou from the investment fair, Lin Fan immediately reported to the municipal government. He did not exaggerate the achievements, he only objectively described the connections made, and the follow-up inspection plan. This composure once again earned admiration from Lüzhou and Gao Yuliang. Immediately afterward he began preparing the reception work for the enterprise's on-site inspections. He streamlined every step of the process and avoided ostentation. Arrangements were limited to touring the zone, explaining policies, and handling procedures, all centered on the enterprise's needs, completely discarding the empty formalities of officialdom. Soon the year came to an end, and the first snow fell over Lüzhou, cloaking the entire city in silver white. In the municipal government compound the flavor of the new year grew stronger, yet the stirrings of personnel changes in officialdom became ever more subtle. In only a few months, since his transfer to Lüzhou, Lin Fan had revived the messy economic development zone, passed the annual examination smoothly, and brought back high-quality investment projects. His achievements were plain for all to see, and he had already become a benchmark among Lüzhou's young cadres. Many speculated that he would soon receive a new round of promotion. Lin Fan, however, paid no attention to this. Every day he still went to work and left on time, handling the affairs under his charge. In his spare time, he persisted in mental visualization and practicing Tai Chi, while also managing his own capital allocations. Taking advantage of the year-end adjustment window in the property and stock markets, he steadily optimized his asset allocation, making his capital foundation increasingly deep. He refused all unnecessary social engagements and kept away from the pulls of factional alignment in officialdom. He neither moved toward Gao Yuliang's faction nor deliberately grew close to other leaders. Maintaining a neutral and pragmatic stance, he moved alone, lying low in cold, calculated patience. Shortly before the Chinese New Year's Eve, he made a special trip to the Economic Development Zone to visit the staff on duty and call on the enterprises in the zone, offering New Year greetings. Throughout the trip he traveled light and simple, without notifying any media, as low-key as an ordinary staff member. Looking at the increasingly lively production scene in the zone, Lin Fan's eyes were calm, yet his mind was utterly clear. In the new year, the storms of Lüzhou's officialdom would intensify. The games among key figures such as Gao Yuliang and Li Dakong would gradually surface. Greater opportunities and risks were waiting for him. He would not actively provoke conflict, nor would he fear any challenge. He would continue to hold to his philosophy of survival: conceal one's edge and keep one's ability hidden, stand on real achievements, rely on the system for protection, advance step by step, do not rush, do not step into traps, do not expose secrets. In the powerful current of Handong's officialdom, he would steadily take every step, moving firmly toward higher ranks and accumulating more abundant capital and strength for the road to the heavens ahead. The bell of the new year was about to ring. Lüzhou's political landscape was also set to face new changes in the coming year, and Lin Fan had long made full preparations, quietly awaiting the next upheaval of wind and clouds. The spring breeze of 2001 swept across the land of Lüzhou, melting ice and snow and awakening all things. Yet the tense atmosphere within the municipal government compound did not dissipate with the passing winter. Instead, it grew more turbulent with the New Year's work arrangements and personnel deliberations. Shortly after the Spring Festival holiday, Lin Fan cut his break short and returned to his post. He did not indulge in the leisure of the new year, nor did he partake in the customary New Year greetings among his colleagues. Instead, he immersed himself entirely in the economic development zone, dedicating all his energy to the settlement of 2 light industrial enterprises he had been in contact with before the new year. For him, the new year was not a time to rest, but a critical window to solidify his political achievements and secure his standing. The intended projects sealed at the year-end investment conference were the first medium to large projects expected to take root in Lüzhou since his transfer there. Once they went into smooth production, they would not only completely reverse the decline of the economic development zone, but also drastically amplify his influence within the municipal leadership. Yet this tempting prize also drew the covetous eyes of various forces, and the hidden obstructions were far more numerous than he had anticipated. According to the original plan, the delegation from the 2 Jiangsu and Zhejiang enterprises would arrive in Lüzhou after the Lantern Festival to inspect the supporting facilities, policy implementation, and approval procedures of the economic development zone before finalizing the signing of the agreements. A week ahead of schedule, Lin Fan began making comprehensive preparations. He organized a complete set of materials covering the zone's idle standardized workshops, water and electricity infrastructure, tax reduction policies, and employment guarantees, while urging the administrative committee to finish environmental improvements, road repairs, and service window optimizations. He handled every detail personally, leaving his opponents no opening to exploit. System notification detected that the host's core project has entered a critical implementation phase, with increasing hidden obstructive forces nearby. Spiritual power level LV. 4 stable phase. Heart perception function deeply activated. Perception range maintained at 150 meters, able to precisely identify deliberate obstruction and interest collusion intentions within the project. Situation projection. The project will face dual sabotage and land approval, and supporting fund disbursement instigated by factions affiliated with local enterprises intending to force out external investors and monopolize the local market. Lin Fan sat in the temporary office of the Economic Development Zone, his fingertip lightly tracing the project approval form on the desk. His gaze was calm and indifferent, showing no trace of surprise. He had long anticipated that Lüzhou's established local enterprises would not idly watch outside companies move in and carve away market share and policy resources. Although Qianzhou no longer dared to oppose him openly, the interest group behind him was certain to manipulate procedures using the most concealed and compliant methods to delay and obstruct, leaving no leverage behind while draining the investors' patience. He did not immediately seek help from Mayor Lüzhou, nor did he approach Gao Yuliang to smooth things over. He clung to his principle of lying low, combining courtesy with force, countering process with process, and breaking tricky obstruction with rules. First, he proactively liaised with the Municipal Bureau of Land and Resources and the Municipal Finance Bureau, submitting complete project land use and funding application materials, strictly advancing every step in accordance with administrative procedures. He kept written records and signature evidence at every stage, leaving no room for false accusations. At the same time, he assigned dedicated personnel to maintain close communication with the investor team, informing them of the project process in advance and providing progress updates to dispel their concerns. As expected, 3 days after the materials were submitted, the Land Bureau suspended the land approval process on the pretext that certain plot ownerships in the zone required re-verification. Meanwhile, the Finance Bureau delayed the disbursement of supporting funds under the excuse that the annual special funds had not yet been issued. With both core links stuck, the project immediately ground to a halt. The staff assigned to the project were frantic, and murmurs spread through the administrative committee. Many believed the project was doomed, for local forces were deeply rooted, and an outsider serving as a young assistant to the mayor could hardly stand against them. Behind the scenes, Qianzhou watched coldly, and even fanned the flame, saying that Lin Fan had some achievements to his name, but by touching the local faction's interests, he was doomed to fail at anything major. Qianzhou simply waited to watch him fall. Lin Fan took note of all the gossip and underhanded interference. The system's heart perception function captured with complete clarity the perfunctoriness, malice, and scheming of those involved, yet he remained unruffled, neither flying into a public rage nor confronting anyone directly. He understood all too well the logic by which municipal departments operated. These obstructions were all carried out under the banner of regulation. Resorting to force would only give others a pretext to label him impetuous and arbitrary, handing them ammunition in return. Instead, Lin Fan adjusted his strategy. On one hand, he directed his staff to expedite the supplementary materials for the land ownership verification, proactively cooperating with the Land Bureau's review and keeping records throughout to prove that no neglect existed on their side. On the other hand, he compiled a report on the project's projected economic benefits, employment drive, fiscal revenue growth, and the policy basis for fund disbursement, submitting it directly to Mayor Lüzhou, while sending a copy to Gao Yuliang. Without embellishment, accusations, or complaints, he objectively explained the reasons for the project's stagnation and its potential consequences. Lüzhou had always valued the development of the Economic Development Zone and held Lin Fan's pragmatic style in high regard. Upon reading the report, he immediately understood that local forces were obstructing the project behind the scenes. On the spot, he instructed the Land and Finance Bureaus to complete the procedures within a set deadline, strictly forbidding any groundless delays in major projects. Later, at a municipal party committee meeting, Gao Yuliang subtly remarked on optimizing the business environment and eliminating bureaucratic buck passing, indirectly backing Lin Fan. With both top leaders taking a clear stance, the obstructive forces immediately lost their confidence. Within 2 days, all approval procedures were completed, the land and funding issues were fully resolved, and the project was back on track. After the incident, Lin Fan did not hold anyone personally accountable. He neither offended the relevant staff in the land and finance bureaus, nor made further trouble for Qianzhou. He stopped where appropriate, resolving the problem without fully intensifying factional conflict, displaying perfect measure and restraint. His forbearance and composure, however, made the watching cadres even more wary. No one dared to underestimate this 28-year-old assistant to the mayor any longer, and no one dared to casually place obstacles in his path. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, the delegation from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang enterprises arrived in Lüzhou as scheduled. Lin Fan hosted them throughout with understated simplicity. No lavish banquets, no grand welcome ceremonies. He took the delegation directly to inspect the factories and supporting facilities of the Economic Development Zone, explaining policies and answering questions on site, immediately coordinating solutions to the investors' concerns regarding labor, logistics, and environmental protection. His highly efficient and pragmatic approach greatly impressed the investor team. The inspection took only 2 days before both sides formally signed the investment agreement. The two enterprises were settled in the Economic Development Zone simultaneously, with a total investment exceeding 80 million yuan, projected annual tax contributions surpassing 7 million yuan, and more than 300 local jobs created, the largest quality project since the zone's establishment. On the day of the signing ceremony, Lin Fan did not seek credit for himself. Instead, he proactively invited Mayor Liu Jiangwo to attend, and attributed all the success to the municipal government's policy support and the cooperation of the leadership team. He stood quietly in a corner, completing the signing process with a low profile. When the news spread, the entire political circle of Lüzhou was shaken. No one had expected that in just half a year Lin Fan would revitalize the nearly abandoned Economic Development Zone and bring in such a high-quality project. His achievements were solid and beyond criticism. System notification: the host successfully secured a key investment project, achieving a breakthrough in political performance. Spiritual power accumulation has reached the required threshold. Promotion to LV4 late phase. Situation projection function upgraded, now capable of predicting medium to long-term personnel changes and the trends of political factional contests. A new risk warning module has been added to issue advance alerts on career hazards and political business interaction risks. Survival permissions further upgraded. Lin Fan closed his eyes and circulated his visualization technique, sensing the formidable capabilities unlocked by the system upgrade. His grasp of the political landscape in Lüzhou grew ever clearer. He could now clearly perceive that Gao Yuliang's appreciation of him was deepening, with the intention of bringing him into his fold. Mayor Liu Jiangwo trusted him more and planned to entrust him with greater authority over industrial matters. Meanwhile, Li Dukong's reforms in Linsheng County grew ever more aggressive, and his conflict with Lüzhou's local factions was becoming increasingly prominent, the core political contest of Handong's future already looming on the horizon. Not long after the project was settled, Lin Fan was invited to attend the Lüzhou Entrepreneur Symposium. It was his first formal participation in an occasion bridging the business and political circles of Lüzhou, where local veteran entrepreneurs, outside investors, and heads of municipal departments converged. Under the veneer of pleasantries, every exchange was laden with probing. Many local business owners attempted to curry favor with Lin Fan, seeking to probe policy bottom lines or request special treatment, some even vaguely suggesting under-the-table deals. Lin Fan declined them all without batting an eye, maintaining a safe distance in political business interactions and never crossing the line. During a break in the symposium, Li Dukong sought Lin Fan out. By now, Li Dukong had already made dazzling reform achievements in Linsheng, and was even more assertive. He clapped Lin Fan on the shoulder, and urged him to press on from the Economic Development Zone's victory, intensify investment attraction, and even proposed introducing large-scale, asset-heavy enterprises to build an industrial benchmark park for Lüzhou. Lin Fan simply listened, quietly nodding in acknowledgement of the idea, yet without committing to follow through. He knew all too well that aggressive expansion could easily breed inflated performance figures and touch deeper interests beneath the surface, neither of which fit his strategy of lying low and advancing steadily. As the two were conversing, Gao Yuliang slowly walked over. Looking at the two men, With their markedly different styles, a profound glint flickered in his eyes. Smiling, he offered them both a reminder. In governing a region, one must be both bold and steady. Lüzhou's development cannot do without the efforts of young cadres like you. Remember to keep your bottom line and do things down to earth. That single remark affirmed Li Dukong's boldness, as well as Lin Fan's steadiness, while carrying a subtle hint of caution. Lin Fan grasped it instantly, bowed slightly in acknowledgement, and said nothing more. After the symposium ended, Lin Fan declined all dinner invitations from the enterprises, and returned alone to his office, where he continued mapping out the follow-up development plan for the economic development zone. His focus was on building a full industrial chain for supplier recruitment. No reckless expansion, no vanity projects, only a steady consolidation of the zone's foundation. At the same time, he maintained his daily routine of spiritual visualization and Tai Chi practice, managing his personal capital portfolio. Seizing the window of a heating housing market, he once again optimized his real estate assets in Qianzhou. His financial foundation grew ever more formidable, freeing him completely from any need to attach himself to any faction merely for survival. In the spring of Lüzhou, the roar of machinery in the economic development zone grew louder by the day. External enterprises began production one after another, while local enterprises gradually transformed under standardized management. Industrial economy growth climbed steadily. Lin Fan's name had already become synonymous with pragmatic, capable, and composed among Lüzhou's young cadres, and the path of his political ascent was now wide open. Yet he maintained that same cool detachment and low profile, neither arrogant nor impatient, neither humble nor overbearing. Always standing behind the scenes, never seizing the spotlight, never embroiled in disputes, he employed the system to read hearts and avoid risks, and relied on solid achievements to fortify his foundation, quietly awaiting the next opportunity for promotion, while silently bracing himself for the more turbulent storms of the Handong political scene to come. He knew perfectly well that the achievements in the economic development zone were only the beginning. The political chess game of Lüzhou, and of Handong province, as a whole, had only entered the middle game. To retreat unscathed from this chessboard and rise step by step, he had to remain forever the calmest player of the pieces, concealing his edge, guarding his secrets, and treading steadily with every move. In the mid-spring of 2001, the temperature in Lüzhou gradually warmed. In the standardized factory buildings of the economic development zone, machines rumbled day and night as two newly settled light industry enterprises entered trial production. Raw material trucks streamed in and out, and the once derelict park was thoroughly revitalized. The output value and employment figures reported each day climbed steadily, making it the most dazzling flagship on Lüzhou's industrial front. Lin Fan's reputation had been thoroughly established by the rise of the economic development zone. From revitalizing small plots and turning around workplace culture in early spring, to staging an against-the-wind breakthrough in the year-end assessment, then to attracting major projects in the early spring and bringing them smoothly into operation, he had turned a hot potato everyone avoided into a citywide benchmark in just over half a year. The results were plain for all to see, leaving no one with the slightest fault to find. At every municipal government meeting, whether large or small, Lu Jiangwo singled out the economic development zone for praise. Gao Yulian also repeatedly cited Lin Fan as a model young cadre at cadre symposiums, praising him for being able to keep his heart steady, hold his ground firm, and deliver solid results. Surrounded by praise, Lin Fan only became more low-key. He outright declined every unnecessary commendation ceremony and experience-sharing session, and refused all interview requests from the city television station and newspapers. He still shuttled between the municipal government and the economic development zone every day, attended no social dinners with colleagues, accepted no gifts from enterprises, and even returned seasonal local specialties sent by subordinates untouched. He maintained an almost unapproachable aloofness, carving the doctrine of cold-blooded concealment into his very bones. System notification detection of the host's reputation continuing to climb, and career attention exceeding safe limits. Deep warning from the situation deduction function. Current renown has already stirred envy among some colleagues, and covert scrutiny from senior leadership. It is recommended to further reduce your presence, downplay personal achievements, and avoid the negative labels of outshining one's superiors and young and arrogant. Current spiritual power level LV. For late stage. Accumulation Progress 78. Completing the closed-loop industrial chain within your jurisdiction will allow a breakthrough to LV. 5. And unlock the core privileges of the global faction map and long-term crisis prediction. Lin Fan sat in his office fingertips, lightly brushing the cold edge of his desk. There was not the slightest complacency in his eyes, only a deeper chill. No one knew better than he did that in officialdom, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be broken by the wind. A deputy bureau-level cadre at merely 28, who had delivered such results in half a year, was naturally bound to invite jealous eyes. If he showed even a hint more ostentation, he would become a target for every arrow. At best, he would be obstructed at every turn. At worst, he would be branded arrogant in talent and burning with ambition, and his path forward would be thoroughly cut off. He immediately adjusted his strategy. He delegated production support, industrial chain matching, and day-to-day management of the zone to the deputy director of the management committee, keeping for himself only the core responsibilities of major decisions, policy coordination, and reports to higher-ups. Whenever senior leaders came for inspections, he deliberately let the committee leadership stand in front, while he stayed in the back. When reporting work, he repeated at every turn the correct leadership of the municipal government and the joint efforts of the committee members, never mentioning his own planning or contributions. He kept his posture extremely low and thoroughly hid himself behind the scenes. This deliberate self-effacement initially puzzled the management committee staff. Even Liu Jiangwo, who had always thought highly of him, privately asked whether he was being overly cautious. Lin Fan merely replied, "I am only doing my duty within my purview. If the economic development zone has achieved results, the credit belongs to the system, and the team individual strength is negligible." That one sentence both dispelled his superior's misgivings and deflected the spotlight, leaving those who secretly envied him and wanted to find a handle against him with no opening whatsoever. At the same time, the personnel winds in Lüzhou's officialdom quietly shifted. As the mid-year window for cadre adjustments approached, vacancies in the municipal party committee and government leadership began to take shape. The executive deputy mayor was about to retire upon reaching age, and the vacant deputy bureau-level substantive post became the focus of intense competition among various forces. Given Lin Fan's track record and the leadership's recognition, he was one of the most competitive candidates. Many people privately speculated that he would likely take the post and fully enter the core governing circle of Lüzhou. When the news reached Lin Fan, he was reviewing the environmental rectification ledgers of the zone's enterprises. He only lifted his eyes briefly, then lowered his head, and continued working completely unruffled. The system's hard-reading insight and situation deduction functions had already helped him foresee the undercurrents of this personnel struggle. The executive deputy mayor post was entangled with the interests of local factions outside cadres and multiple forces at both provincial and municipal levels, by no means something that could be decided by performance alone. Rushing to compete would only drag him into a factional vortex and violate his bottom line of lying low and avoiding trouble. Moreover, he keenly sensed that although Gao Yulian appreciated him, Gao did not want him to rise too quickly at present. What Gao needed was a steady, reliable subordinate who could get things done, not a sharp-edged rival eager to climb. Liu Jiangwo also hoped Lin Fan would settle for a while longer, accumulate deeper grassroots achievements, and avoid being drawn into high-level political maneuvering too early. The promotion that seemed within easy reach was in truth a trial hiding hidden risks. After reaching this understanding, Lin Fan made his decision on the spot, voluntarily step aside and give up the race for executive deputy mayor. He first sought out Liu Jiangwo privately and candidly stated that he had been in Lüzhou too short a time, had not fully mastered his assigned duties, and lacked the seniority to shoulder the heavy responsibility of executive deputy mayor. He earnestly requested that the organization assign a more experienced comrade to the post, while he himself was willing to remain rooted in the economic development zone, deep in the industrial economy, and consolidate his working foundation. He then paid a visit to Gao Yulian, speaking with the same humility. He admitted frankly that young cadres needed more tempering, and that he did not want to be distracted by a position change. He only wanted to build the zone's industries solidly, and live up to the leadership's trust. Gao Yulian looked at the young man who coveted no power, and made no rash moves, and his appreciation deepened. He had originally worried that Lin Fan, young and spirited, would fight for the post. Now, he was completely reassured. He hinted that this withdrawal was a wise move, and that better arrangements would come later. Lin Fan's voluntary ceding of the position took everyone completely by surprise. Those colleagues who had been waiting to watch him fight for promotion and stumble into strife all put aside their expectation of drama. The cadres who had once envied his achievements could find no fault in him. Lu Jiangwo and Gao Yuliang in particular praised his breadth of vision and steadiness, fully convinced that he was a promising talent. In the end, the executive deputy mayor post went to a deputy mayor with deep local credentials. Every faction was satisfied, and the storm in officialdom quietly subsided. Far from being left out in the cold by his withdrawal, Lin Fan won even greater trust. The municipal government quietly placed more real authority over citywide industrial economic coordination and park upgrading in his hands. Although his title did not change, his de facto scope of authority expanded, and his latent power was greater than ever. Gao Yuliang also began to include him in his core circle of contacts, occasionally discussing the development of the city's cadre ranks and the coordination of political and legal affairs with him, granting him access to more central levels of governance. After this episode, Lin Fan's position in Lüzhou's officialdom became safer than ever. He took no side, formed no clique, claimed no credit, and made no rash advances. He simply focused on doing real work, ultimately becoming a pragmatic doer whom all sides recognized and none wished to offend. Qianzhou and the others who had once opposed him were now completely subdued, cooperating conscientiously in all work and no longer daring to harbor a trace of dissent. Inside the economic development zone, all were united as one, and the work advanced ever more smoothly. As early summer arrived, the closed-loop industrial chain that Lin Fan had spearheaded in the economic development zone was fully completed. Building on the light manufacturing enterprises already settled there, supporting packaging, logistics, and raw material processing firms were successively introduced, forming a complete chain from production to sales. The zone's occupancy rate exceeded 70%, the revitalization rate of idle land reached 85%, fiscal revenue in the first half of the year grew 200% year-on-year, and nearly 500 local jobs were created. The zone became the core engine of Lüzhou's economic growth, raising Lin Fan's record to yet another level. On the very day the closed-loop industrial chain was completed, the system notification in Lin Fan's mind suddenly rang out, its voice clearer and deeper than ever before. His spiritual power surged in an instant. The dazzling white light of inner visualization swirled brilliantly between his brows. His aura grew more profound and composed, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment and could no longer be seen through. System notification: the host has completed the closed-loop industrial chain in the economic development zone, reached the required threshold of practical achievements, and successfully avoided major perils in his political career. Spiritual power has broken through its bottleneck and advanced to LV 5. The global faction map has been unlocked, enabling the mapping of core faction networks and key figure stances at the provincial and municipal levels in Handong. Crisis prediction privilege upgraded. Career crisis and plot turning points can be foreseen 6 months in advance. Emotion sensing range expanded to 300 meters. Hard reading insight can now directly identify hidden interest, collusion, and conspiracies being hatched behind one's back. Survival privileges have been comprehensively elevated, further consolidating the foundation for lying low across the myriad heavens. Lin Fan closed his eyes, sat in stillness, and activated his new system abilities. The core official networks of Handong Province and Lüzhou City surfaced clearly in his mind. Gao Yuliang's web of connections, Li Dakong's reform camp, the interest chains of the local factions, and the power struggles between province and city, all visible at a glance. He could even clearly foresee that in the second half of the year, Li Dakong's reforms in Linsheng would encounter major resistance, and his conflict with the local factions would fully erupt. Lüzhou too would face a greater political upheaval, and behind-the-scenes figures such as Zhao Ruilong would gradually come to light. When he opened his eyes, Lin Fan's expression remained indifferent. There was no ecstatic joy over the breakthrough and level up, only heightened sobriety. The stronger the system became, the more clearly he understood the surging undercurrents of Handong officialdom, and the more firmly he had to hold the line of lying low. He would not deliberately wade into the struggle between Li Dakong and the local factions, would not lean toward any side, and would not touch the core vortex of the plot early. He would continue to advance steadily, work deeply in his assigned domain, accumulate clean achievements, build his own capital, and quietly wait for the right moment. At the end of June, the citywide mid-year economic work coordination meeting was held. Li Ducong attended, as Lin Fan's party secretary, his expression heavy. His reforms in Lin Fan were being fiercely obstructed by local forces. Project implementation was delayed, and his political achievements fell short of expectations. Seeing Lin Fan's brilliant record in the economic development zone, he felt approval, but could not help lamenting that Lin Fan was too conservative. During a break, Li Ducong approached Lin Fan again. His tone carried some urgency, as he urged Lin Fan to seize the opportunity, actively strive for a higher post, and not spend all his time lying low. Lin Fan again listened quietly, nodding slightly. He neither agreed nor argued, only saying calmly, "Secretary Li, everyone walks a different path. For me, it is enough to make steady progress, make no mistakes, and get real things done." He knew perfectly well that Li Ducong's road was one of roaring flames and radical reform, while his own was one of still deep currents and cold endurance. Their paths were destined to diverge. Keeping distance and non-interference was the most prudent way to coexist. After the meeting ended, Lin Fan declined every dinner invitation from his colleagues and drove back to the economic development zone alone. Watching the busy, vibrant production scenes in the park, he did not pause. He walked straight into his office and opened the work plan for the second half of the year. It remained a low-key, practical route. No large-scale demolition or construction, no vanity projects. The priorities were promoting technological upgrading among enterprises, improving environmental quality, and further optimizing the business environment, steadily strengthening the core competitiveness of the zone. Sunlight streamed through the glass window and fell across Lin Fan's indifferent profile. There was no trace of high-position arrogance about him, only the steadiness and cold clarity honed by political contestation. He knew that as the system's level rose and his achievements accumulated, he was drawing closer to the core of Handong officialdom, and the risks were growing greater. The road ahead would only become harder. But he was not afraid. Conceal the edge, guard the secret, stand on solid achievements, and protect himself with the system. Seek no power, make no rash advance, and make no enemies. In the treacherous, ever-shifting officialdom of Handong, he would be the coolest observer, the most pragmatic doer, and the coldest one lying in wait. This was Lin Fan's way of survival, and the sole principle that allowed him to walk through the myriad heavens and stand secure. The storm over Lüzhou's officialdom had only just begun. Bigger contests, more dangerous shoals, and better opportunities all awaited ahead. Lin Fan fully prepared advanced step by step, waiting in stillness for the wind to rise. In the height of summer 2001, temperatures in Lüzhou climbed to their peak. The sultry air was thick with restlessness, mirroring the atmosphere within the municipal government compound. The economic development zone shifted into high gear. Light industry enterprises in trial production were swamped with orders, production lines ran around the clock, and supporting packaging and logistics firms moved in one after another for fit-out. The once empty park became a hive of traffic, with daily fiscal and tax reports climbing steadily, making it the brightest growth pole on Lüzhou's economic map. Lin Fan's name had also taken firm root among city and prefecture-level cadre circles across Handong province. Yet the more dazzling his achievements, the more Lin Fan kept his edge sheathed. The system's Level 5 omnidomain power map ran around the clock, capturing every shift in people's hearts, every entanglement of interests, and every covert probe within a 300-meter radius. The crisis prediction function sent repeated warnings that forces in Handong's core inner circle had noticed the fat prize of Lüzhou's economic development zone, and that an undercurrent targeting political achievements, power, and even industrial interests was quietly surging toward him. He allowed himself not the slightest wishful thinking, and continued to honor his bottom line of lying low. All routine management, enterprise services, and production coordination were delegated entirely to the management committee's leadership team. He reserved for himself only 3 core matters: major decision-making, liaison with superiors, and risk screening. Whenever superiors came for inspections or media made visits, he invariably pushed the committee members to the front for briefings, while he stood at the rear, with an indifferent expression, rarely speaking. He hid himself completely behind real accomplishments and grabbed not an ounce of limelight. His extreme low profile did not cause him to be overlooked. Instead, it made Liu Jiangwo and Gao Yuliang value him even more. Liu Jiangwo valued his refusal to take credit and his down-to-earth work ethic gradually handing over to him the overall coordination of upgrading the city's industrial parks and transforming traditional industries. Gao Yuliang for his part appreciated his sense of proportion and his ability to know when to advance and when to retreat. Occasionally he brought Lin Fan to small provincial cadre symposiums, helping him build connections at the provincial level, yet he never over-promoted him, deliberately tempering his character. Meanwhile, Li Dakong's situation in Linsheng grew increasingly difficult. His aggressive reforms cut into the core interests of local factions and long-established enterprises. Land acquisition for projects met obstruction at every turn, and enterprise restructuring stalled. Cadres paid lip service while dragging their feet. Petition letters and complaints streamed in while performance data remained stubbornly stagnant. Assessments of him in Lüzhou, and even at the provincial level, increasingly split into two extremes. The crisis the system had predicted half a year in advance had now come to pass with precision. Seated in his office, Lin Fan closed his eyes and activated the omnidomain power map. He could see clearly that the conflict between Li Dakong and the local factions had fully intensified. The two sides were locked in a standoff, and a large-scale clash could erupt at any moment. System notification detected intensifying contradictions in Linsheng's reforms. Handong's local elite forces have begun interfering with affairs under Lüzhou's jurisdiction, targeting the high-quality industrial resources of the economic development zone. Crisis prediction capital linked to Zhao Lichun will, under the guise of investment cooperation, probe for entry into the zone, intending to meddle in park management, seize policy dividends, and encroach on the host's political performance foundation. Recommendation: hold fast to the bottom line, decline to be bound to them, avoid being drawn into the vortex of the core plot, and maintain a neutral pragmatic stance. Lin Fan's fingertips tapped lightly against the cold desktop, his gaze icy and unruffled. The name Zhao Lichun had long since been committed to memory through the system's mind palace. He knew all too well that behind it lay the highest elite interests in Handong, the most dangerous hidden reef in the entire narrative. To touch it even lightly could mean the ruin of his career. At worst it meant imprisonment. It was a fatal trap he had to avoid after years of lying low. He did not panic, still less did he strike preemptively. Instead, he laid out a defensive formation in advance. On one hand, he worked through the night to sort out the zone's industrial admission standards and investment cooperation norms, detailing the entry procedures for state-owned enterprises, private companies, and outside capital. He drew an explicit red line: no interference in management, no special favors, no transfer of interests. All policies would be applied equally, leaving no room for backroom deals. On the other hand, he compiled complete ledgers of project approvals, bidding and tendering, and fiscal and tax subsidies across the zone, leaving a documentary trail at every step. Every sum of money and every project could be verified, completely eliminating any chance of giving others a handle. Sure enough, a week later, a deputy mayor in charge of external liaison personally put in a good word recommending a capital company called Huilong Group. He said the group intended to invest in and build a supporting industrial park in the zone, claimed it was large and powerful, and hoped the zone would give it preferential policies and open a green channel. Lin Fan looked at the words Huilong Group on the document and understood at once. This was precisely the front company capital linked to Zhao Lichun. The probing intent needed no elaboration. The deputy mayor called in person, a note of pressure in his voice hinting that Lin Fan should be flexible and seize this major investment opportunity. It would both add a heavyweight political achievement and help him form connections in the upper echelons. His words brimmed with an attempt to win Lin Fan over. Inside the management committee, many people also urged Lin Fan to agree. After all, with a city leader endorsing it and major capital being introduced, it seemed all benefit and no harm for the zone's development. Only Qianzhou stood firmly on Lin Fan's side this time, privately warning him that the company's background was complicated and it needed to be treated with caution. Lin Fan remained composed throughout. He neither turned it down on the spot and embarrassed the deputy mayor nor loosened his position and agreed. He stalled with justifications: act according to regulations, collective study conform to industrial planning. At the same time, through the system's insight into people function, he clearly detected the perfunctoriness and pressure in the deputy mayor's words, as well as the arrogance and calculation in the Huilong Group representative's heart. The other side was not investing sincerely. They wanted to use the zone's quality platform to extract policy dividends, interfere in park management, and split a piece of the political achievement cake. Several days later, a representative of Huilong Group personally visited the zone. The man was fastidiously dressed and behaved arrogantly. The moment they met, he brandished his connections with the upper echelons to exert pressure, saying plainly that if Lin Fan cooperated and granted special policies on land and taxes, he could later help open doors at the provincial level and accelerate his promotion. His words implied a clear exchange of interests. Lin Fan sat in the host's seat in the reception room, posture erect, gaze indifferent, not the least bit shaken by temptation. Throughout he answered according to established rules, his tone polite but firm. All enterprises admitted to the economic development zone uniformly follow the city's industrial policies. Land and taxes are implemented according to public standards, with no special channels and no additional tilt. If your company meets the entry conditions, we will fully cooperate in completing the procedures. If you have other demands, the economic development zone truly cannot satisfy them. He did not call out the other party's background, nor did he escalate the conflict. He simply let rules and regulations stand in front of him, neither servile nor overbearing, leaving no room for negotiation. The Huilong Group representative had not expected the young assistant to the mayor to be so unyielding. His face instantly darkened. He dropped a few perfunctory remarks and left in a fury, clearly planning to go back and stir up trouble by using influential superiors to apply pressure. The management committee staff, seeing this, grew worried that Lin Fan had offended powerful figures above and would invite retaliation. Only Lin Fan remained perfectly calm. He had long since used the system's situational deduction to anticipate the other side's follow-up moves and made preparations in advance. He would neither take the initiative to offend nor ever compromise or retreat. With compliance procedures as a firewall, no matter how the other side schemed, they could not find the slightest handle on him. Sure enough, the next day the deputy mayor in charge of external relations sought out Lin Fan again, sharply criticizing his inflexibility and missed development opportunity, and demanding that he re-examine the matter of Huilong Group's entry and relax policy restrictions. Lin Fan neither defended himself nor complied. Instead, he presented the pre-prepared industrial plan for the zone policy documents and the due diligence report on Huilong Group's qualifications, objectively explaining that the group's investment direction did not match the zone's positioning, and that it had multiple qualification deficiencies, so under the regulations no special policy could be granted. All the materials were well documented and fully in line with government regulations. The deputy mayor stared at the flawless file before him. Though he wanted to exert pressure, he found no opening. He could only give up in frustration. At the same time, Lin Fan proactively submitted a written report on the matter to Mayor Liu Jiangwo and Municipal Party Committee Secretary Gao Yuliang. He neither embellished the facts nor complained, but merely stated the situation and the basis for his handling, demonstrating his attitude of acting by the rules and holding the bottom line. Liu Jiangwo was pragmatic by nature and abhorred the interference of elite capital in government affairs. He immediately expressed support for Lin Fan's approach, stressing that the zone's development must abide by rules and emphasize solid achievements and must not be hijacked by capital. Gao Yuliang, even more aware of the deep forces involved, strongly approved of Lin Fan's bottom-line stance, his refusal to curry favor with the powerful, and his determination not to be drawn into the vortex. He hinted discreetly that holding the bottom line was the best self-protection, and that if any problem arose later, the organization would back him. Backed by the two major leaders, the pressure from Huilong Group completely lost its effect. In the end, it could only withdraw from the Lüzhou market in chagrin, daring not to touch the economic development zone again. Through this affair, Lin Fan not only avoided the lethal hidden reef of Zhao Ruilong, but also established in the leaders' minds a positive image of one who obeys rules, has a bottom line, and does not follow blindly. He completely threw off the risk of being co-opted and bound by factions and elite powers, and his neutral position in Lüzhou officialdom became ever more solid. Li.com, after all, could not escape the crisis in Lincheng. In mid-July, a large-scale petition incident broke out in Lincheng because of enterprise restructuring. Public opinion festered, and the province sent an investigation team. Li.com was summoned for talks. All reform work was suspended, and he fell into a low point in his political career. At the citywide economic work conference, Li Fan looked gaunt, all his sharpness hidden. When he saw Lin Fan, his eyes carried a new complexity, part resentment, part belated realization. Perhaps Lin Fan's cautious, low-profile approach was the safest survival path in Handong officialdom. During a break in the conference, Li Fan took the initiative to approach Lin Fan. He did not bring up radical reform again, only saying calmly, "Lin Fan, you have more patience than I do." Lin Fan nodded slightly, and answered calmly, "Secretary Li, it's simply that our paths differ. You dare to break through, and act boldly with a clear conscience. I only seek stability, and freedom from mistakes." There was no redundant consolation nor any deliberate distance. Both knew in their hearts that the road of Handong officialdom had never had a standard answer, only different choices, and different fates. As high summer drew to an end, this undercurrent in Lüzhou officialdom quietly subsided. Lin Fan sat tight, and the economic development zone continued its steady progress. The closed loop of its industrial chain kept improving, new employment and fiscal tax revenues kept rising, and his tangible achievements grew increasingly solid. He still lived a two-point life, home and office, declining all social engagements, and taking no part in factional discussions. In his spare time, he persisted in spiritual visualization and Tai Chi while steadily managing his personal capital. Seizing the window of opportunity in the stock and property markets, he further optimized his asset allocation. His wealth foundation grew ever stronger, leaving him utterly dependent on no one and no faction. System notification: the host has successfully avoided the core plot crisis, rejected binding to elite capital, and held the bottom line of officialdom. Mental strength is stable at LV. 5. Proficiency in the omnidomain power map and the crisis prediction function has increased, enabling precise identification of the stances of key figures at the provincial level in Handong. The survival index for lying low across all heavens has risen substantially, and achievement accumulation has met the standard. Subsequent hidden career opportunities can be unlocked. Lin Fan closed his eyes and gathered his mind, sensing the continuous reinforcement of the system's power. In his mind's eye, the entire fabric of Handong officialdom appeared with clarity: Gao Yueyong's steady layout, Li Fan's trough of retreat, Zhao Ruilong's forces hiding in the shadows, and the power struggle at the province's core, all laid out before him. His gaze remained indifferent, with no trace of relief and no self-satisfaction. There was only one thought in his mind: continue to sheath the blade, continue to advance steadily. Do not rush, do not fall into traps, do not expose secrets. The autumn wind gradually rose, blowing away the summer heat and scattering Lüzhou's brief undercurrents. But Lin Fan knew this was only a temporary calm. The core storm in Handong officialdom was still brewing. A greater trial and a more critical opportunity were about to arrive. He would continue to be the coldest kind of lurker, using real achievements as his shield and the system as his blade. In the treacherous chess game of shifting powers, he would take every step well, quietly await the moment that belonged to him, steadily ascend to a higher level, and lay the most solid foundation for the road to all heavens. The autumn wind of 2001 swept across Lüzhou city, blowing down the withered leaves of plane trees by the roadside and dispersing the undercurrents that had swirled around the Huilong group in the height of summer. Yet it failed to smooth over the increasingly delicate atmosphere within the municipal government compound. Lin Fan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, watching the cadres hurrying to and fro downstairs. His fingertips unconsciously traced the rim of his cup. The warm tea gave off a faint veil of steam that blurred his indifferent features, yet failed to obscure the clear operation of the system's all-domain power map in his mind. Within a radius of 300 meters, every footstep passing the door, every hushed remark, and every glance cast toward this deputy mayor's office was accurately captured and dissected. There was the reverence and admiration of ordinary cadres, the steadiness and reassurance of the management committee's subordinates, the envy and secret resentment of certain local faction officials, and deeper still, a few gazes laced with venom and calculation that vaguely fixated on his every move. These were the eyes and ears left in Lüzhou by the Zhao family's peripheral forces after Huilong group had hit a wall, and the hidden pieces in this game that refused to give up easily. Lin Fan knew this perfectly well, yet remained as steady as a mountain. After repelling Huilong group's probing, he did not relax in the slightest. Instead, he carried the art of biding his time to the extreme. The economic development zone's booming progress was an indisputable fact. The light industry enterprise from Jiangsu and Zhejiang had formally entered full production. Orders spread from the Jiangsu-Zhejiang-Shanghai region to the whole country, and it had even received overseas export orders. Production lines ran around the clock, and the profits and taxes it paid each month accounted for nearly 20% of Lüzhou's industrial tax revenue. Supporting enterprises in packaging, logistics, and parts processing swarmed into the zone. The once deserted EDZ had now become the most dynamic industrial highland in Lüzhou. Even the provincial economy and information technology department had issued multiple circulars listing Lüzhou's EDZ as a typical case of county-level park transformation in the province. Such dazzling political achievements would have made any young cadre brim with confidence and show off publicly, but Lin Fan did the exact opposite. He completely retreated from the front stage to behind the scenes, delegating all public-facing work in the EDZ, daily operations, corporate services, project promotion, fully to the two deputy directors of the management committee and Qianzhou. Whenever there were inspections by superiors, study visits from sister cities, or media interviews, he would always use the excuse of being busy coordinating the city's industrial transformation, and arrange for other members of the leadership team to lead the receptions, while he rarely appeared in person. Even at provincial and municipal meetings, he had no choice but to attend. He always sat in an inconspicuous position. In his speeches, he only discussed data problems and measures, never publicizing his personal achievements, still less using the opportunity to flaunt his abilities, as if all the EDZ's accomplishments had nothing to do with him. This extraordinary low-profile restraint gradually shifted the tone of discussions within the municipal government compound. At first some said he was feigning aloofness, and others said he was afraid of offending the powerful, and dared not take the lead. But as time passed, everyone came to understand that this young deputy mayor Lin truly possessed composure, and held fast to his original aspirations. He did not covet credit, rush ahead, recklessly show off, or take sides. He focused solely on getting things done. With such a cadre, even those who wanted to find fault or frame him could find no point of entry. Mayor Liu Jiangwo appreciated Lin Fan's composure more and more. Originally, he had only placed Lin Fan in charge of the EDZ and industrial technological transformation, but now he handed over the three core tasks of the city's traditional high-energy consuming enterprise transformation, overall planning of industrial parks, and investment attraction for key industrial projects entirely to him. Half of Lüzhou's industrial economy had now come under Lin Fan's control. More than once Liu Jiangwo praised him at the standing committee of the municipal party committee. Comrade Lin Fan is capable, measured, and principled, neither arrogant nor rash. He is the good cadre who can shoulder major responsibilities and achieve long-term success. Gao Yuliang's recognition of Lin Fan was more subtle, yet carried even greater weight. He no longer merely brought Lin Fan along to provincial-level cadre symposiums. Occasionally in private, he would discuss with him the situation of the Handong political scene, the proper measure of cadre conduct, and long-term planning of an official career. His words were restrained, and to the point, yet every sentence came from the heart. Gao Yuliang was well aware that Lin Fan's refusal of Huilong Group appeared to be a matter of upholding administrative integrity, but in reality, it had steered him clear of the most perilous vortex of power in Handong. This clarity and decisiveness far surpassed that of most cadres of his generation, and was even more penetrating than that of many old hands who had been mired in officialdom for years. Once during a private conversation, he looked at Lin Fan and said lightly, "In the official arena, walking fast is not a skill, walking steadily, and walking far is the true path. Knowing how to sheathe your blade, you have already won more than half." Lin Fan bowed slightly, his tone respectful yet calm. "Secretary Gao, your teachings I will keep firmly in mind. I am merely doing my job well. I do not seek a smooth official career, I only seek a clear conscience, and not to betray the organization's trust." He had never actively attached himself to Gao Yuliang, nor had he ever sought any special protection from Gao Yuliang. He always maintained a purely superior-subordinate relationship, never involving himself in Gao's factional designs, or being tainted by any factional interests. This neutrality made Gao Yuliang increasingly reassured about him, and also solidified his position in Lüzhou's officialdom. Lin Fan also understood that Gao Yuliang's appreciation and Liu Jianguo's trust were important guarantees of a stable official career, but they were not a long-term solution. In officialdom, what is most reliable is never connections, but one's own strength, impeccable political achievements, a spotless record, and the ability to predict crisis and see into people's hearts conferred by the system. In his spare time, Lin Fan never relaxed in the slightest. Every morning before dawn, he would get up to practice the spiritual contemplation method. The white light at his brow was drawn inward, and his mental power continued to condense at the peak of LV. 5. The coverage of the all-domain power map quietly expanded to 350 meters, and the crisis prediction window extended from half a year to 8 months, allowing him to more precisely capture the deep power shifts and hidden risks in Handong's officialdom. After work in the evening, he declined all banquets, social engagements, and dinner parties, whether they were expressions of gratitude from business owners or attempts at courtship by colleagues, politely refusing with the excuse of being tired from work and going home to rest. Once home, he practiced Tai Chi with steady breathing and a balanced rhythm of movement and stillness. It strengthened his body and also honed his mind, keeping him calm and clear-headed, uncorrupted by the restlessness and temptations of officialdom. In terms of capital accumulation, Lin Fan advanced steadily. Relying on the system's precise predictions of economic trends, he successfully cleared his positions at the peak of the stock market bull run, cashing out a large amount of capital. He then sold off properties in non-core areas of Qianzhou and invested everything in shops and premium office buildings in Qianzhou's core business district. By now his personal assets had long surpassed 10 million, and all of it was legitimate investment income, clean and flawless. This substantial capital foundation meant he never had to bow to money, attach himself to any force, or accept any transfer of benefits. Even if his official career encountered upheaval in the future, he would still have food and clothing without worry. This was his greatest confidence in upholding his bottom line. Meanwhile, Li Dakong and Lin Sheng was in an increasingly difficult position. After the petition incidents of high summer subsided, Li Dakong's reform measures were comprehensively halted. The local faction seized the opportunity to counterattack, and the cadre team underwent major reshuffles. He, as the county party secretary, was completely sidelined with little power left in his hands. His performance metrics plummeted, and he fell from a once glorious reform pioneer to a marginal figure in Lüzhou's officialdom. Through the system's power map, Lin Fan could clearly see that Li Dakong was dejected every day, yet still refused to bow his head. The stubbornness and tenacity in his bones had not changed, only a hint of exhaustion and confusion had crept into his eyes. Lin Fan once ran into Li Dakong at a citywide cadre conference. They brushed past each other, then Li Dakong stopped, looked at Lin Fan, and said in a low voice, "Lin Fan, in the end I lost. Lost because I was too hasty, too sharp." Lin Fan paused slightly in his steps, but did not turn around. In a calm tone he said, "Secretary Li, it is merely a difference of choice. There is no winning or losing. Your path is to be the first to dare. Mine is to advance steadily, while seeking progress. Each of us simply stays true to our own heart." With that, Lin Fan walked away directly. No extra comfort, no deliberate distance. He and Li Dakong had never been on the same path. Li Dakong yearned to make contributions, leave his name in history, and was willing to fight for a future amid the storm. Lin Fan, on the other hand, sought only to bide his time and protect himself, advancing steadily, preserving his integrity within the vortex of officialdom, while accumulating strength to climb to a higher level and lay a solid foundation for his road of traveling across myriad worlds. The two were destined to take different paths. There was no need for deep friendship, and each going their own way was the best outcome. The peaceful days did not last long. In late autumn, a new wave of undercurrents quietly swept toward Lin Fan again. After hitting a wall with Lin Fan, the Zhao family's forces did not completely give up on the fat piece of meat that was Lüzhou's EDZ. Instead, they changed their approach. No longer directly intervening with capital, they started from the grassroots level, secretly instigating and creating trouble in an attempt to disrupt the EDZ's normal operations and smear Lin Fan's achievements. First, several local small enterprises in the park suddenly gathered to make trouble, citing unfair policies and unpaid subsidies, blocking the park gates and obstructing the passage of transport vehicles. Then the Municipal Environmental Protection and Safety Supervision departments received anonymous reports claiming that the light industry enterprises in the ETZ had excessive pollutant discharge and safety hazards, prompting repeated on-site inspections deliberately designed to make things difficult. What was worse, some people spread rumors on Lüzhou local forums and around town alleging that Lin Fan had engaged in benefit transfers and backroom deals in the ETZ's project investment attraction, accepting bribes from companies. For a time, rumors ran rampant, and the ETZ fell into chaos. Many cadres were panicked. Even Liu Jiangwo and Gao Yuliang received related reports, and were quite worried about Lin Fan's situation. Qian Liang and the others from the management committee were so anxious they circled around, coming to Lin Fan one after another, pleading with him to immediately step forward to clarify, severely investigate the troublemakers, and curb the spread of rumors. Yet Lin Fan remained indifferent, with not a trace of panic. System Alert detected that the host has encountered a threefold crisis: malicious framing, grassroots harassment, and departmental obstruction. Traceability locked. All are secretly manipulated by Zhao Ruilong's peripheral forces intending to disrupt the ETZ's order, smear the host's achievements, force the host to panic, and seize a handle in the process. Crisis prediction: if forcibly suppressed with heavy-handed measures, public opinion could easily ferment. If one compromises and retreats, one will fall completely into passivity. It is recommended to handle according to regulations, prove one's innocence with evidence, and steadily and systematically defuse the crisis. Lin Fan sat at his desk, looked at the anxious subordinates before him, and spoke slowly with a steady and forceful tone. "What are you panicking about? A straight body fears no crooked shadow. All our work has left traces throughout, and all policies have been implemented in accordance with regulations. We have done nothing wrong. Why should we fear rumors and harassment?" He immediately deployed countermeasures, methodically and step by step. First, he arranged for management committee staff to patiently receive the enterprises causing trouble, retrieve policy documents, subsidy payment records, and settlement agreements, and explain each clause face-to-face, clearly telling them that their demands did not conform to policy provisions. At the same time, he arranged for the Safety Supervision and Environmental Protection departments to conduct on-site verification with the entire process recorded on video to prevent unreasonable disputes. Second, he fully cooperated with the inspections by the Municipal Environmental Protection and Safety Supervision departments, proactively providing the enterprises pollutant discharge testing reports and safety production ledgers. All data met national standards, leaving the inspectors unable to find any problems and thoroughly shattering the reporting rumors. Finally, he arranged dedicated personnel to compile complete ledgers of all project approvals, bidding, and subsidy disbursements. The entire set of countermeasures was unhurried, neither servile nor overbearing. It followed regulations throughout, and let evidence speak. There was no conflict with the troublemakers, no confrontation with the inspection departments, and certainly no anger over rumors. In just 3 days, all the crises were resolved. The small enterprises that had made trouble were left speechless, and dispersed obediently, with the ringleaders handled according to law. The Environmental Protection and Safety Supervision departments completed their inspections, issued qualified reports, and publicly vindicated the ETZ. After the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspections verification, it issued a notice stating that Lin Fan had been upright and clean during his tenure, acted in accordance with regulations, and had no violations of discipline or law. The rumors in the town collapsed on their own. After this battle, Lin Fan's prestige was not damaged. Instead, it reached a new height. All the cadres in the city saw it. This young deputy mayor, faced with malicious framing and multifaceted harassment, remained calm and composed, breaking the deadlock with ease. He had both principles and methods. Even when suppressed by top-tier elite forces, he was able to retreat unscathed and leave no opening. Those scheming peripheral forces of the Zhao family were completely at their wits' end, and had to lie low, never daring to easily stir up trouble in Lüzhou or the ETZ again. System Alert: the host has successfully resolved multiple malicious crises, proving innocence with concrete achievements and evidence. Mental power broke through the peak of LV5 and stepped into the threshold of LV6. The all-domain power maps coverage expanded to 400 meters, and crisis prediction time extended to 1 year. A new passive ability, Career Risk Barrier, was acquired, greatly reducing the probability of targeted suppression by powerful forces and factional struggles. The survival index for lurking across myriad worlds reached a new high, and opportunities for career promotion quietly approached. Lin Fan closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the substantial improvement of the system's abilities in his mind. The aura around him grew even more steady and introverted. He slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window at the deepening autumn atmosphere. His gaze remained indifferent, with no trace of self-satisfaction or relief. He knew this was merely a small taste before the storm in Handong's officialdom. The Zhao family's forces lying dormant, the expansion of Gao Yuliang's faction, and the shifts in the provincial power structure were all brewing a shocking storm that would sweep across all of Handong. He stood at the edge of this storm, and a single misstep could pull him into its core, bringing irrevocable ruin. But he was fearless. The autumn wind grew sharper, and the chill gradually set in. The sky over Lüzhou seemed calm, but in truth the undercurrents were becoming more turbulent. Lin Fan tidied the documents on his desk, his expression as calm as water. In his heart there was only one thought: continue to sheath the blade, continue to lie low, accumulate steadily, and wait patiently for the right moment. After resolving the chain of crises in the economic development zone, the autumn in Lüzhou deepened. Plane tree leaves carpeted the streets, rustling with every gust of wind, much like the undercurrents stirring within the municipal government compound. Visitors to Lin Fan's office had also shed their purely official air. Their conversations now carried veiled probes and candid exchanges. With his system's level 6 spiritual perception in full operation, he captured every shift in tone, every flicker of the eyes, and every unspoken calculation within a 400-meter radius. Each dialogue became invaluable training in the nuances of human nature, deepening his bonds with the key figures of Handong's political arena. The first to seek a private talk was Gao Yuliang, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. On Friday evening most of the compound had already left. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the office building long across the yard. Gao Yuliang's secretary Zhou Guichuan personally called Lin Fan with exceptional politeness, inviting him to the small meeting room on the third floor of the municipal committee. No formal notice, no accompanying aides, just a request to chat privately and speak from the heart. Lin Fan understood at once this was no ordinary work briefing. Gao Yuliang intended to test his stance one final time, and this was also the signal that he was truly being placed on Handong's core observation list for young cadres. After straightening his crisp shirt, he drove to the municipal committee. As he stepped composedly into the small meeting room, Gao Yuliang had already brewed a pot of preaching Minglong Jing tea, its fragrance curling gently through the air. There were no documents on the table, only 2 cups of hot tea. The atmosphere was serene, yet every detail carried unspoken measure. "I'll Lin Fan have a seat. No need to be formal." Gao Yuliang gestured for him to sit across from him, then personally lifted the teapot and filled Lin Fan's cup. His movements were refined, his tone stripped of the official pleasantries he used at standing committee meetings, replaced by a warmth akin to an elder's. The admiration in his eyes was undisguised. "The way you handled the economic development zone incident was impeccable. Facing deliberate troublemaking, departmental obstruction, and slanderous rumors, you stayed calm, proved yourself, with evidence, left your opponents no opening, and avoided escalating the conflict. Any other young cadre would either have struck back hard and offended the forces behind the scenes, or compromised and left hidden dangers. That you could hold such a precise balance is truly rare." Lin Fan raised his teacup, letting his fingertips brush the rim, and inclined his body slightly in deference. His tone was humble yet not servile. "Secretary Gao, you flatter me. I merely acted in accordance with regulations. Every step was documented, every policy had a clear basis. Only then could I keep the situation under control. Ultimately, I owe it all to the trust of the Municipal Party Committee and government, especially your earlier guidance, which taught me that in officialdom stability comes first and principles above all. Otherwise, as a young cadre, I doubt I could have navigated those layered obstructions so completely." He neither claimed credit nor deliberately showed weakness. With every sentence, he placed cultivation by the organization at the forefront, acknowledging Gao Yuliang's favor without the slightest hint of sycophancy. His sense of proportion was flawless. Gao Yuliang studied him, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. His gaze gradually deepened and his words turned veiled, no longer skirting the issue. "You know better than anyone. Your opponents this time are not a minor local faction in Lüzhou. They are the most deeply rooted power in Handong, with their reach stretched into every corner of the province. They are not to be touched lightly nor provoked recklessly. That you held your ground without being co-opted or issuing a head-on collision, this clarity is far beyond your years. He paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan, carrying both a test and a tacit invitation. In Handong's political arena, no one can stand firm by fighting alone. Many say you are too low-key, too conservative, not one of the crowd. But I believe the opposite. That is your strength. A blade too sharp is easily broken. One who rushes too fast is prone to fall. You understand how to conceal your edge, when to advance, and when to retreat, and how to guard your principles. These are the qualities of one who can go far. But I must also remind you, if you insist on keeping yourself unsullied, you may end up marginalized. When the moment comes, you must find your proper place. With an organization and a senior to rely on, your road will be smoother and steadier. The message was unmistakable. Gao Yuliang was telling him plainly that if he chose to align with his faction, he would be given important posts in the future, and any suppression from the highest powers would be met with Gao's full backing. Lin Fan saw it all clearly. The system instantly captured Gao Yuliang's true intentions beneath the surface. He genuinely valued Lin Fan's talent, wished to bring him into his fold as a pillar among young cadres in his faction, but would also respect Lin Fan's choice. He would never force the issue and tarnish his own reputation for cherishing talent. Lin Fan neither accepted nor flatly refused. Instead, he slowly set down his cup, straightened slightly, and spoke with sincere conviction, steering clear of factions and pointing straight to the true heart of governance. Secretary Gao, I rose step by step from a grassroots cadre in Hushan County, from township party secretary to county party secretary, and now deputy mayor. I have never forgotten my original intention. I have never sought to attach myself to anyone nor to join any circle. I simply want to discharge the duties of my post, build a solid industrial foundation in the economic development zone, push forward Lüzhou's industrial transformation, let enterprises develop with peace of mind, let the people reap tangible benefits, and let the organization rest assured in me. He raised his eyes to Gao Yuliang, his gaze frank and unwavering. As for everything else, I have not given it much thought. As long as I hold my bottom line, no violation of rules, no breach of discipline, no betrayal of conscience, and work with down-to-earth diligence, the organization will naturally take notice. No matter what position I hold, I will steady myself, fulfill my duties, and never bring trouble upon the municipal committee. This response made clear his neutral, pragmatic stance, and tactfully declined the faction's overture, while granting Gao Yuliang every face. He anchored every word in doing the work, leaving Gao with no fault to be found. Gao Yuliang was far too perceptive not to grasp Lin Fan's intent. There was no displeasure in his eyes, only deeper approval. He smiled and nodded, then took a sip of tea. Good. Very good. Discharge the duties of my post. That is exactly right. A heart like that is worth more than anything. In officialdom, there are far too few young people who can guard their original mind and refuse to drift with the tide. Rest assured, as long as you work steadfastly, the organization will always be your backing. When the provincial level selects young cadres for promotion, Comrade Liu Jiangwo, and I will not forget you. The private talk lasted a full hour. Gao Yuliang shared with him case studies of how various cadres in Handong had served in their posts, and expounded on the doctrine of the mean in official conduct. He never once mentioned factional interests, yet every sentence was a heartfelt lesson in political survival. Lin Fan listened quietly, offering an occasional word of agreement, never speaking too much, never commenting recklessly, never prying. He maintained a posture of respect and humility throughout. When he left, Gao Yuliang personally saw him to the door of the meeting room and gently patted him on the shoulder. Such regard was utterly unprecedented among Lüzhou's young cadres. Just as he returned to his residence, Lin Fan received a call from Mayor Liu Jiangwo. Liu is always a man of pragmatism, straightforward in speech, and free of empty formalities. Lin Fan, no dinner engagements tonight. Come to my place. Just the two of us. We'll talk about a few things. Bring nothing, come empty-handed. Lin Fan did not dare delay. After a quick cleanup, he drove to the mayoral family compound. Once inside, there was no superfluous small talk. He simply sat down on the living room sofa. Lu Jiangwo handed him a bottle of water, and cut straight to the point with cheerful candor. "This storm at the Economic Development Zone. You handled it beautifully. You withstood pressure from above, held your principles, and refused to be led astray by those corrupt winds. As mayor, I'm proud." The province is currently compiling its reserve list of outstanding young cadres. Secretary Gao Yulian and I jointly recommended you, and the standing committee approved it unanimously. Barring any surprises, your new appointment will come down before the end of the year, transferred to the province to oversee industrial work. One step up, another floor higher. Lin Fan felt a subtle stir within. The system's crisis forecast had long hinted at an imminent promotion opportunity, but hearing it confirmed by Lu Jiangwo, his expression remained composed, not a trace of elation. He simply rose and bowed slightly, speaking earnestly. "Thank you, Mayor Lu, and the Municipal Committee, for your cultivation. I merely did my job, and I dare not take the credit. Whatever the Economic Development Zone has achieved today is the result of the entire Management Committee working together." "Don't say that. Your record is clear to the whole city and the whole province." Lu Jiangwo waved his hand and his tone turned solemn, carrying the genuine admonition of a pragmatist. "I know you dislike the usual socializing and cliques, and that you just want to get things done. That's a good thing. That's exactly the kind of official I appreciate. But remember this, once you move to the province, you'll be dealing at a higher level and facing far more complex forces. You must be even more cautious in your words and actions. Never get cocky. Never get greedy. Never touch what you shouldn't. And never get drawn into factional struggles. Rest easy. If you run into trouble you can't solve in the province, call me anytime. Comrade Gao Yulian and I will both back you up." Lu Jiangwo's words carried not a shred of pretense, only solid heartfelt care and support. Unlike Gao Yulian's subtle probing, Lu openly recognized Lin Fan's abilities, and fully supported his neutral stance. This pure appreciation warmed Lin Fan's heart. He nodded solemnly, his tone resolute. "Mayor Lu, rest assured. I have always remembered, before being an official be a person, before doing things guard your heart. No matter what position I reach, no matter what environment I find myself in, this bottom line will never be broken." The two talked for over an hour, from the follow-up plan for Lüzhou's industrial transformation to the province's overall industrial development strategy. Lin Fan laid out his ideas with clear logic, neither radical nor rash, steady and methodical, perfectly matching Lu Jiangwo's governing philosophy. They talked late into the night before Lin Fan rose to leave. Watching his departing figure, Lu Jiangwo said to his wife, with deep emotion, at his age, to be so composed, so clean, and so patient. He is one of a kind among Handong's young cadres. He will surely achieve great things in the future. That weekend Lin Fan did not rest. He deliberately drove to Lincheng, not on official business, but to visit Li Dakong in private. The system's spiritual sense had long since detected that Li Dakong's situation had grown increasingly bleak. He had been completely marginalized by Lincheng's local factions, and left with no real power. Day after day he sat shut in his office, ignored by everyone. The cadres who once crowded around him with fawning flattery now kept their distance, exposing the callousness of officialdom. Lin Fan had no intention of forging an alliance or deliberately granting a favor. As fellow young cadres of Handong, both of them held fast to their original mission of doing real work, and so they felt a mutual respect. Without advance notice, he drove directly to the Lincheng County Party Committee building and walked straight into Li Dakong's office. Seeing Lin Fan push through the door, Li Dakong was quite surprised. He froze for several full seconds before slowly rising. His former fiery, sharp-edged demeanor was gone, his face was haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot. The office was piled with documents, yet there was no real work to do, an image of dejection and unyielding discontent. "Why are you here?" Li Dakong laughed self-deprecatingly, his voice full of bitterness. "I'm a disgraced county party secretary who can barely protect himself. I have nothing to help you with. In fact, I'm afraid I might drag you down. Secretary Li, I just happened to pass through town and came to see you. There's nothing else, and it's hardly a matter of dragging me down." Lin Fan pulled over a chair and sat down, neither condescending nor offering hollow comfort. His tone was calm, as if he were chatting with an old friend. "I've heard a little about Lincheng's situation. Reform is inherently difficult, especially in Handong, where the interests involved are too broad and resistance too great. This isn't a problem of ability. It's simply that the timing and environment were not right. You shouldn't be too hard on yourself. Li Dukhong let out a heavy sigh, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes full of regret and dawning understanding. I used to think you were too conservative and too focused on stability to accomplish anything great, that with that mindset you could never achieve major political results. Now I understand I was too impatient, too fixated on political achievements, too eager to prove myself. I charged forward with all my might, ignoring the heavy resistance behind me, and ended up crashing headfirst until I was bloodied, unable even to keep my position. You are the truly wise one. You know how to conceal your edge, work steadily, offend no one, avoid pitfalls, and rise step by step. That makes you far better than me. There is no question of who is stronger or weaker. We simply chose different paths. Lin Fan shook his head gently, his tone earnest. You dare to charge ahead and take action, and you devote your whole heart to Lichun's development. Your conscience is clear. That boldness is something many cadres cannot match. As for me, I seek stability in order to avoid mistakes, to keep doing my work over the long term, and to avoid being dragged into the vortex. Each of us has his own convictions. There is no right or wrong. He looked at Li Dukhong with sincere eyes. Secretarially, you are only going through a temporary setback. Your abilities and your drive to get things done have been noted by the provincial leaders. You are merely missing a suitable opportunity. For now, settle down, steady your mind, and don't get stuck in a dead end. Making a comeback is only a matter of time. These words struck Li Dukhong squarely in the heart. During this period, everyone had either avoided him or mocked him. No one had ever counseled him so objectively or acknowledged his persistence, showing no pity, only equal respect. Li Dukhong looked at Lin Fan, gratitude growing in his eyes. His taut expression gradually relaxed. He held Lin Fan's hand and said solemnly, Lin Fan, thank you. It is rare for anyone to still come and see me and say these things to me. I, Li Dukhong, will keep this kindness in my heart. If I rise again one day, I will repay you. I will not break my word. The two talked for nearly 2 hours, from county-level economic development to the art of navigating officialdom. Li Dukhong poured out his frustration and helplessness. Lin Fan listened quietly, occasionally offering well-measured advice. No lecturing, no condescension, only mutual respect. When Lin Fan left Lichun, Li Dukhong personally saw him off downstairs at the county party committee building. He watched Lin Fan's car disappear into the distance and did not turn around for a long time. By then, his admiration for Lin Fan had already taken deep root. Back in Lüzhou, just as Lin Fan entered his office, Qianzhou hurried in, holding a document issued by the province. His face was full of excitement and reverence, and his voice trembled slightly. Mayor Lin, good news. 2 pieces of great news. First, the Economic Development Zone has been officially designated as a key provincial industrial park, and the province has directly allocated 50 million yuan in special support funds. Second, a notice just arrived from the city. Your appointment document has been formally approved at the provincial level and will be publicly issued next week. Lin Fan took the document and quickly scanned it. His expression remained calm, without the least trace of elation, as if he were looking at an ordinary work notice. Qianzhou looked at him and sighed with heartfelt admiration. Mayor Lin, you are truly steady. Any other cadre, upon receiving such happy news, would already be too excited to sleep. After following you for over a year, I finally understand what it means to serve as an official. Before, I muddled along aimlessly, doing just enough and thinking only of loopholes and shortcuts. It was you who admonished me again and again, making me understand that a cadre must do solid work and hold the line before he can stand firm. No matter what post you are transferred to in the future, I, Qianzhou, will follow you without a second thought. Point and I'll strike. These words came from the bottom of Qianzhou's heart. The system clearly detected the sincerity and reverence within him, not the slightest falsehood. From the initial perfunctory slackness and covert obstruction to restraint after being admonished by Lin Fan, to now witnessing firsthand Lin Fan's promotion through real achievements and his ability to win people over by integrity, Qianzhou's complete transformation was the best proof of Lin Fan's patient, result-driven approach and his governance by virtue. Lin Fan looked at him, his tone calm, but forceful, his gaze steady. Director Qian, the Economic Development Zone could not have achieved today's results without the hard work of grassroots cadres like you. For the park's future operations and services to enterprises, I will still rely on you to keep a close watch and take extra care. No matter what post I take, I hope you will continue to hold fast to your original intention, run the park well, and serve the enterprises well. That is the best reward for me. Rest assured I will remember your words. I will never let you down. Qian Liang nodded heavily, his gaze unwaveringly determined. At that moment a system alert suddenly rang in his mind. Clear, solemn, and heavy, with a sense of an upgrade system notification. The host has completed deep interactions with core Handong storyline figures, earning Gao Yuliang's full appreciation, Lu Jiangwo's unreserved support, Li Dakong's genuine gratitude, and subordinate Qian Liang's wholehearted loyalty. The foundation of his political connections has been thoroughly consolidated. He successfully defused multiple crises from powerful factions, reaping both real achievements and a strong reputation. Spiritual power has officially broken through LV. 6. The all-domain power map coverage has expanded to 500 meters. Crisis prediction lead time has extended to 1.5 years. A new passive skill, insight into people's hearts, has been unlocked, allowing him to instantly see through lies, disguises, and traps of interest. The risk barrier around his political career has been comprehensively strengthened completely. ISO. Lin Fan closed his eyes and focused, feeling the extreme clarity brought by the LV. 6. System ability. Every rustle of wind and shift of human intention within 500 meters surfaced in his mind. His entire bearing became even more composed and reserved, without the slightest trace of self-satisfaction. Outside the window, the autumn wind was still bleak, but the path ahead in his official career had already welcomed a warm sun. His deep interactions with the various storyline figures had not dragged him into a factional vortex. Instead, they had made his neutral stance even more solid and his network of connections even sturdier. He slowly opened his eyes, calm and resolute. The appointment document on his desk was already within reach. A higher post, a more intricate provincial political landscape, and a fiercer storm at the heart of Handong all awaited him ahead. But he had already made thorough preparations. The confidence of one well-versed in human affairs, the strength granted by the system's protection, and a solid, spotless record of achievements. Whatever lay ahead, he would continue to be the coldest lurker, concealing his edge and guarding his heart, steadily advancing through the chessboard of Handong officialdom. Impartial and deliberate, he would build his position step by step, quietly wait for the storm to pass, and then ascend to an even higher level. The autumn wind sent the plane tree leaves swirling across the ground in the municipal government compound. In Lüzhou in 2001, the weather grew colder by the day, and the atmosphere in officialdom turned subtly delicate with it. After resolving the Huilong group matter, and the rumor storm around it, Lin Fan became even more low-key. The achievements of the Economic Development Zone were plain for all to see. For 3 consecutive quarters, the city's industrial growth rate had kept Lüzhou in the lead. Yet he still gave no interviews, never sought credit, and attended no unnecessary dinners. He gave every opportunity to shine to the management committee, focusing only on 3 things: project safety, capital compliance, and risk screening. His system's spiritual power remained steady at LV. 6. Within 500 meters, emotions, tones, and subtext were almost entirely exposed to his perception. These days the people who came to see him were no longer simply reporting on work. They came with probing questions, private disclosures, and even half-open hints about choosing sides. The first to come for an in-depth exchange was, as always, Gao Yuliang. After work ended, when the office compound had basically emptied out, Gao Yuliang had his secretary bring Lin Fan directly to his office. There was no tea and no small talk. Once the door closed, the atmosphere grew heavy. The Huilong matter has been suppressed for now, but you need to be clear about it. Gao Yuliang sat behind his desk, tapping a finger lightly on an internal bulletin. Some people are not going to let this go. They simply haven't found a handle on you yet, so they don't dare move against you rashly. Lin Fan stood straight and spoke respectfully. I understand. That is why I leave a trail for every project, fund, and procedure ready for inspection at any time. Gao Yuliang looked up at him, his eyes carrying both scrutiny and appreciation. You are a sensible man. You know what can be touched, and what must not be touched. In this game of chess in Handong, no matter how fiercely the pieces below move, the root lies above. Your current position, not left, not right, not close, not distant, is both the safest and the rarest. Those words were explicit enough. Gao Yuliang was not forcing Lin Fan to take sides, but he hoped Lin Fan would maintain the status quo, neither aligning with the Zhao family nor hastily standing against it, remaining a neutral, capable official who was usable, controllable, and reliable. Lin Fan followed the thread, but made no factional commitment. I only handle industry and the economic development zone. Boosting the economy, maintaining discipline, and not causing trouble for the municipal party committee. That is my duty. Gao Yuliang nodded slightly, and his tone softened. The city will soon hold an economic work meeting. Provincial leaders will come down to listen. Prepare a report. Only talk about data, results, and risks. Mention nothing else. Understood. A few short sentences were both a reminder and a form of protection. Gao Yuliang was drawing a safe zone for him. He could do things, but he must not cause incidents. He could produce achievements, but he must not take a stance. Lin Fan understood without needing further explanation, and the system clearly read Gao Yuliang's true thoughts: appreciation of his abilities, wariness of his being too clean, and reluctance to give up such a young and clean card. The next afternoon, Mayor Lu Jiangwo also called Lin Fan over for a private meeting. Lu Jiangwo was direct in style, and came straight to the point. The province is very interested in the Lüzhou Economic Development Zone model, and intends to put you on the provincial key training list for outstanding young cadres. This is a good thing, but it also makes you a target. Lin Fan listened quietly. More people will be watching you from now on. Lu Jiangwo lit a cigarette, his tone serious. Some will praise you, some will trample you, and some will try to drag you into the water. Remember one rule: political achievements are your talisman and being clean is your lifeline. Whatever anyone hands you, whatever circles they try to pull you into, whatever favors they appeal to, turn it all down. I'll remember, Mayor. The way you held the line against Huilong in the zone satisfied me greatly. Lu Jiangwo's tone eased. Capital trying to get its hands on the zone or the projects, not a chance. What Lüzhou needs is real industry, not a front for transferring interests. Those words were the most direct recognition a pragmatic mayor could give. No empty talk, no pie-in-the-sky promises, only real work, bottom lines, and results. Lin Fan took the opportunity to state his position for future investment attraction and project implementation in the zone. I will continue to keep strict standards. Anything that does not conform to the industrial plan or lacks proper qualifications will be shut out. Lu Jiangwo nodded with satisfaction. That's right. If you stay steady, Lüzhou's industry will stay steady. Over the weekend, Lin Fan found time to visit Lincheng. He did not call ahead, he drove straight to the county party committee compound. Li Dakong's office was still quiet, and bare, the door ajar with smoke drifting through the crack. Seeing Lin Fan come in, Li Dakong was somewhat surprised, then gave a wry smile. You still dare to come see me? A lot of people these days can't avoid me fast enough. Lin Fan pulled over a chair and sat down, his tone calm. Work matters have nothing to do with personal relationships. Li Dakong sighed and rubbed his brow. I can see things clearly now. The reform was too hasty, and the steps were too wide. In the end, you just tripped yourself up. You're steadier than me and smarter than me too. Our paths are simply different, Lin Fan said mildly. You want quick results, I want fewer problems. Li Dakong was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up. The people behind the Huilong group, did you already know how deep it went? Lin Fan neither admitted nor denied it. He only said no matter how deep it goes, the rules cannot be broken. Break them once, and afterward they can no longer be controlled. Li Dakong gave him a long look. I used to think you were too conservative. Only now do I realize that you see farther than I do. A place like Handong is not one where you can get things done on passion alone. The two talked for nearly an hour. There was no complaining or venting. It was more an exchange about county-level governance and the environment for cadres. Li Dakong was still unwilling to accept defeat, but he acknowledged reality. Lin Fan still stood by as an observer, yet he offered some genuine comfort. As he was leaving, Li Dakong said seriously, if I ever turn things around, I'll remember this favor. Lin Fan simply nodded. Secretary Li, take care of yourself and stay patient. The system clearly detected the emotions in Li Dakong's heart: gratitude, unwillingness, forbearance, and a faint renewed hope for the future. Back in Lüzhou, no sooner had he entered his office than Qian Liang hurried over. Mayor Lin, several enterprises in the zone jointly wrote a thank you letter and wanted to send it to the city. I stopped it. Qian Liang's voice was a little excited. They all say that if you hadn't stood up to the pressure, the zone could never have been built. Lin Fan casually set the letter aside. I appreciate the intention, but there's no need for this. Serving enterprises well and keeping production stable matters more than anything. Qian Liang looked at him with genuine admiration. Mayor Lin, you really don't grab any of the limelight. Anyone else would have seized this chance to push upward long ago. Lin Fan looked up at him. The brighter the spotlight, the more trouble. As long as we do the work solidly, people will naturally see it. Qian Liang nodded firmly. I understand. From now on, rest assured about the zone. I'll keep a close watch and won't cause you any trouble. That evening the system notification sounded as scheduled. System notification: the host has completed deep interactions with Gao Yuliang, Lu Jiangwo, Li Dakong, and Qian Liang. Stance: neutral, words and actions compliant, and no involvement in any factional struggle. Spiritual power LV 6 is stable. The domain-wide power map covers 500 meters, and insight into people's hearts remains active, allowing precise detection of lies, probes, and traps of interest. The career risk barrier has been strengthened, and the probability of targeted suppression from top-level forces has greatly decreased. Real achievements are approaching the threshold, and the window for the next stage of promotion is about to open. Lin Fan sat behind his desk gazing at the pitch-black night outside the window. The undercurrents in Lüzhou were still surging. Gao Yuliang was observing him, Lu Jiangwo was supporting him, Li Dakong was remembering him, the Zhao family's forces were wary of him. The great drama of Handong had not yet formally begun. He only needed to keep on being steady, wait for the wind to come, and wait for the wind to pass. In late autumn of 2001, the air in Lüzhou carried a hint of chill. The economic development zone had smoothly weathered successive rounds of disturbances, accusations, and rumors. Lin Fan's prestige within the municipal government grew ever more solid. The two principal officials, Gao Yuliang and Lu Jiangwo, showed undiminished trust in him. Local factions could find no fault, and the Zhao family's peripheral forces, after several probes, had all hit soft walls. For a time no one dared to casually provoke him anymore. Yet Lin Fan knew better than anyone that his opponents would not simply let it go. The system's global power map operated around the clock. In recent days, an unfamiliar emotional presence brimming with intense arrogance, greed, and oppressive authority had been slowly approaching Lüzhou from the direction of Qianzhou. System notification: a high-risk individual has been detected approaching. This person is connected to top-tier power circles in Handong. The target is clear to meet the host in person, attempting intimidation and inducement to forcibly interfere in the interests of the economic development zone. It is advised to maintain a neutral stance, speak only of rules, not personal ties, hold the bottom line, and leave no leverage or handle. Lin Fan's expression was indifferent. He had long been prepared for this. All project ledgers, policy documents, land procedures, and tax standards had been fully organized and archived, with every step documented, flawless and unassailable. He did not actively court trouble, nor did he fear it. That afternoon a group of people suddenly appeared outside the management committee office. The leading man was impeccably dressed. A casual suit that failed to conceal his flamboyance, a slightly stout build, and a seemingly affable smile. Yet his eyes carried an air of condescension, as if the entire industrial park, indeed the whole Lüzhou officialdom, lay within his grasp. Behind him followed two bodyguards in black, along with the head of the Huilong group, who had previously been rebuffed by Lin Fan, standing respectfully to one side. Qian Liang immediately strode into Lin Fan's office, his expression tense. Vice Mayor Lin, the visitor claims to be an investor from Qianzhou and specifically requests to see you. He carries an imposing air, and his background is by no means simple. Let him in, Lin Fan said, raising his eyes and speaking lightly. The door was pushed open. Zhao Ruilin walked straight and casually, sweeping his gaze across the office, then settling on Lin Fan. With a broad smile, he extended his hand. Vice Mayor Lin, I presume. I've heard a great deal about you. I'm Zhao Lichun. His tone was casual, as if greeting someone, yet also as if announcing his identity. Lin Fan rose, offering a brief handshake before releasing it, courteous but not warm. Mr. Zhao, please have a seat. Throughout the exchange his expression remained calm, betraying no surprise, no flattery, and not the slightest trace of intimidation at the man's status. This in turn made Zhao Lichun pause slightly. He had met countless officials, who upon hearing his name either fawned over him or harbored secret dread. It was rare to encounter someone as composed and unaffected as Lin Fan. Vice Mayor Lin is young and accomplished, Zhao Lichun said, settling onto the sofa in a casual posture, cutting straight to the point. The Lüzhou Economic Development Zone is flourishing and famous throughout the province. Even in Qianzhou I've heard of it. All credit goes to the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee and government, and to my colleagues in the Management Committee. I merely did my part. Lin Fan neither took credit nor sought the spotlight, his tone flat. Zhao Lichun smiled and gestured for someone behind him to place a proposal on the desk. This time I've come to discuss a partnership with Vice Mayor Lin. I have substantial business interests in both Qianzhou and Lüzhou. I see great potential in the economic development zone and want to invest in a large integrated project. As for land and policies, I hope Vice Mayor Lin can offer some special support. So-called special support was nothing more than acquiring land at low prices, obtaining illegal subsidies, bypassing bidding procedures, and engaging in disguised development. Lin Fan understood this all too well. The systems are transparent insight, activated instantly, laying bare Zhao Lichun's true thoughts. First, use his status to exert pressure, then use inducements to win him over. If soft tactics fail, resort to hard ones. He must plant a nail in the development zone, both to rake in money and to control a young cadre, making him a pawn in Lüzhou. Lin Fan's gaze rested on the proposal, yet he did not open it. His tone remained courteous, but carried an unyielding firmness. Mr. Zhao, all projects in the economic development zone are open and fair, uniformly implementing provincial and municipal policies. Land planning and taxation are governed by explicit regulations applied equally to everyone. There is no such thing as special support. The smile on Zhao Lichun's face diminished slightly. Vice Mayor Lin, in handling matters and dealing with people, don't be so rigid. In Handong, being flexible makes the road easier to travel. You're young and it hasn't been easy to reach where you are. I can help you go even smoother. These words carried an unmistakable overture and insinuation. If he nodded, benefits, prospects, and connections would be plentiful. If he refused, the road ahead would be strewn with thorns. Lin Fan raised his eyes, meeting Zhao Lichun's gaze without flinching. Mr. Zhao, I only act according to the rules. As long as a project aligns with industrial planning, has complete procedures, and pays taxes according to law, the economic development zone welcomes investment from any enterprise. Beyond that, there is no room for negotiation. There was no cursing, no confrontation, no hardline clash, only institutional rules used as a shield. Zhao Lichun's face turned completely grim, and his tone assumed a hint of menace. Lin Fan, do you know who you're talking to? Some people and matters are not something you can block just because you want to. If you take things too far, it will do you no good. The threat was palpable. Qianzhou, standing by, was so nervous that his palms were sweating. But Lin Fan remained as steady as a mountain, his voice calm and wave-free. I am responsible only to my work, to the organization, and to the development of Lüzhou. As long as I hold this position, the rules of the economic development zone will not be broken. One sentence said everything, locking his bottom line in place. I am not targeting you personally, I am only upholding my rules. No matter how powerful your background, it cannot outweigh policy and institutions. Zhao Lichun stared at Lin Fan for a long moment, his gaze dark and sinister, as if trying to see through him. Yet before him, the man appeared calm, his eyes open and honest, his bearing steady. No weakness to exploit, no leverage to seize. In all his years dominating Handong, he had never encountered such a young official, so impervious to persuasion, and so dauntingly collected. After a long pause, Zhao Lichun suddenly smiled, though the smile did not reach his eyes. Fine. You've got spine. Vice Mayor Lin, I'll remember you. I hope you can keep up this toughness for the rest of your time here. With that he rose, said no more, and turned to leave with his entourage. The moment the door closed, a surge of venomous malice and resentment was clearly captured by the system. As soon as he was gone, Qianzhou let out a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, "Vice Mayor Lin, that man has too much background. Will our outright refusal cause trouble?" Lin Fan picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, and said, "Fear is useless. If we loosen our grip once today, we'll never be able to hold firm again. As long as we stay fully compliant and beyond reproach, no one can touch us." He knew well that Zhao Ruilong's personal visit, having met with a rebuff, would not be the end of it. If open methods failed, the other side would inevitably resort to covert struggles. That evening, Lin Fan wrote up the entire visit as a concise situation report and submitted it to Gao Yuliang and Lu Jiangwo respectively. Without embellishment or exaggeration of the threat, he merely stated the facts objectively and described how he had handled the situation. Almost at the same time, in Gao Yuliang's office. After reading the report, Gao Yuliang lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, his expression slightly somber. He had not expected Zhao Ruilong to come personally to Lüzhou, nor had he expected Lin Fan to withstand the pressure and do so impeccably. This Lin Fan, he truly dares, and he is truly steady. After a moment's deliberation, he picked up his pen and wrote an instruction on the report. "Act according to regulations, hold the bottom line with the support of the Municipal Party Committee." A single sentence served as the most powerful backing. Mayor Lu Jiangwo, after receiving the report, directly called Lin Fan. "Well done. The Economic Development Zone is a place for real work, not anyone's private garden. You just keep holding on boldly. If anything happens, the city government will bear it." At the same time, a system prompt rang clearly in Lin Fan's mind. System notification. The host directly confronted the core plot figure. Zhao Ruilong refused entanglements of interest, withstood pressure from higher-ups, and acted in full compliance without any flaw. Spiritual power LV6 was further consolidated, and resistance to top-tier power pressure was greatly enhanced. The career risk barrier was triggered with Gao Yuliang and Lu Jiangwo explicitly expressing support, making retaliation by hostile forces significantly more difficult. The lying-in-wait achievement was completed. The label of the unbribable man in Handong officialdom took effect, which will greatly reduce future interest-driven temptations and factional coercion. Lin Fan sat under the lamp, closing his eyes, to practice the spiritual visualization method. A faint white light condensed at his brow, and his mind was as calm as an ancient well. Zhao Ruilong's personal visit was nothing more than a touchstone on his path of lying in wait. The storm was still ahead, and he had already found solid footing. No compromise, no dependence, no handles left behind. No matter how the winds and clouds surged over Handong, he stood as firm as Mount Tai. After Zhao Ruilong swept away in a huff, the air over Lüzhou seemed to have suddenly thickened with tension. Qianzhou had been visibly restless these past few days. When he entered the office to report on work, his words were more guarded than usual, and he would subconsciously glance out the window from time to time, fearing that some unknown person might come looking for trouble. The cadres inside the Economic Development Zone also vaguely sensed that something was off. The once relaxed atmosphere had largely faded, and many people now looked at Lin Fan with a hint of worry in their eyes. Only Lin Fan himself remained as composed as ever. Going to work, conducting research, attending meetings, reviewing documents. His routine was so regular it bordered on rigid, with not the slightest trace of panic on his face, as if that confrontation with Zhao Ruilong had been nothing more than an ordinary business reception. The system's spiritual power was spread out all day, capturing every subtle movement and shift of mood within 500 meters. He could clearly sense that several sinister forces had already begun to stir in secret. The first wave of action came from within. Within just a few days, the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Municipal Audit Bureau successively received anonymous complaint letters with all kinds of allegations: rigged bidding in the Economic Development Zone, illegal land transfers, misuse of financial subsidies, and even the fabricated rumor that Lin Fan's official vehicle exceeded standards. The complaint letters arrived one after another, seeming to come on with a menacing momentum. Qianzhou held the forwarded documents, his face pale. "Mayor Lin, this is clearly a deliberate attempt to mess with us. If they keep investigating, it will seriously delay the progress of many projects." Lin Fan flipped through the documents, his expression calm. Let them investigate. Send over all ledgers, contracts, and payment records intact. Cooperate fully throughout. No concealment, no resistance. He had long been prepared. Ever since he took charge of the economic development zone, every project, every sum of funds, and every meeting had been documented in both paper and electronic form. The procedures formed a closed loop with complete formalities able to withstand repeated scrutiny from any angle. Sure enough, after the audit and discipline inspection working group moved in for a week and combed through everything inside and out, the final conclusion was one: the procedures were compliant, the materials were complete, and there were no violations of discipline or law. As the working group leader was leaving, he shook Lin Fan's hand and said with feeling, "Mayor Lin, I've inspected countless industrial parks, but very few are as standardized and as uncorrupted as yours." And so the first wave of hidden arrows missed its mark. Immediately afterward, the second tactic followed, blocking approvals and withholding funds. Several relevant municipal departments suddenly became stricter, in perfect unison. The supporting funds applied for by the Economic Development Zone were delayed without approval. The review of enterprise technical renovation subsidies was postponed indefinitely. Even routine environmental protection and safety acceptance checks began to nitpick details and require endless rework. The enterprises soon began to complain. Several heads of companies hurried to the management committee, frantic with anxiety. "Mayor Lin, if this keeps dragging on, our orders will be ruined. Our equipment is already on site, but without the subsidies our capital chain won't hold up." Lin Fan calmed the enterprise heads and said only lightly, "Focus on production. I'll handle the procedural issues." He did not go directly to argue with the relevant departments. Instead, he took the Economic Development Zone's progress reports, tax contributions, and employment data, and first went to see Mayor Liu Jiangwo. As soon as Liu Jiangwo saw the contents, he slammed the table on the spot. "Nonsense! Boosting the economy and promoting production is the overall priority. Who is playing tricks and setting up obstacles here?" He immediately picked up the phone and called the heads of the relevant departments one by one, his tone stern and unsparing. Afterwards, Lin Fan took the materials and went to Gao Yuliang's office. After reading, Gao Yuliang frowned slightly, then spoke calmly. "Work that is progressing normally must not be delayed without reason. Follow the procedures, and if you encounter resistance, report it to the Municipal Party Committee. The committee will back you up." After the two top leaders spoke up in turn, the departments below dared not put on an act any longer. The approvals that had been stuck soon received green lights across the board. Within a few days, the delayed funds were swiftly allocated, and all kinds of inspections returned to their normal rhythm. The second wave of harassment collapsed on its own. Zhao Ruilong's side was still unwilling to give up, and soon deployed the third tactic, smearing through public opinion. On Lüzhou's local forums, and on street corners, where gossip spread, many rumors suddenly emerged. Lin Fan only rose so fast because he leans on a big tree. The Economic Development Zone looks prosperous, but actually it's all face projects. I heard he rejected a big boss's investment because he secretly took benefits from someone else. The rumor spread with vivid detail, and for a time many people who did not know the truth were half convinced. Qianzhou was extremely anxious. "Mayor Lin, maybe we should issue a statement to clarify things." Lin Fan shook his head. "The more we explain, the more it looks like we're covering up. Let them talk." He simply had the management committee publicly release the Economic Development Zone's real figures on taxes, employment, and project production through official channels. Numbers do not lie, and the achievements were plain to see. Combined with the fact that the Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Audit Bureau had already made public their verification results, with official endorsement in advance, the rumors quickly collapsed on their own. Instead, many discerning people spoke up with a fair remark. If Mayor Lin really had problems, he would have been investigated and removed long ago. How could he have remained so steady and secure? 3 waves of hidden moves were launched one after another, only to be effortlessly defused by Lin Fan, as if nothing had happened. When Zhao Ruilong, far away in Qianzhou, got the news, his face turned frighteningly gloomy. Impenetrable and watertight. He gripped his wine glass, his tone icy. "This Lin Fan is far tougher to crack than I imagined." A subordinate standing nearby said cautiously, "Boss Zhao, perhaps we should think of another way." Not for now. Zhao Lichun gave a cold snort. Using force won't work. He has Lu Jiangwo and Gao Yuliang backing him. If we push any further, we'll easily bring trouble upon ourselves. His eyes were dark and sinister. Keep this dead in mind for now. I'd like to see how long he can stay this tough. With that, the hunt against Lin Fan temporarily ceased. Lüzhou's officialdom was in an uproar. Everyone could see clearly this young Vice Mayor Lin not only had solid political achievements and powerful backing, but more importantly, he himself was so clean that no one could find a handle to seize. Even Zhao Lichun's personal intervention and successive moves failed to shake him in the slightest. For a time some were awed, some were admiring, and many more were on the sidelines watching. One evening Gao Yuliang called Lin Fan to his office again. After the door closed, Gao Yuliang looked at him, remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I know everything that has happened during this period. You handled it very well, steady and disciplined. Lin Fan bowed slightly. I only did what I should. Gao Yuliang tapped the table lightly with his fingertip, his tone meaningful. In Handong, many people are not defeated by a lack of ability, but by greed and by impatience. For you to resist temptation and withstand pressure at this position, and at this age, is no easy feat. He paused, his gaze deep. Remember your bottom line today, and keep holding on to it. In the future your path will be wider than that of the vast majority of people. These words were no longer mere appreciation, they bordered on entrustment. Lin Fan replied calmly, I will remember Secretary Gao. As he left the municipal party committee building, the sky had already darkened. Just as Lin Fan sat down in his car, the system's notification tone slowly sounded. System notification: the host has successfully defused 3 targeted suppressions from Zhao Lichun's forces, with no mistakes, no handles, and no loopholes throughout. Spiritual power LV. 6 is deeply consolidated resistance to conspiracy, slander, public opinion attacks, and political pressure has been greatly enhanced. Career reputation refreshed. Lüzhou's officialdom now universally recognizes him as upright, pragmatic, and unshakable. Gao Yuliang's and Lu Jiangwo's trust has reached its peak, and all prerequisites for promotion have been met. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and circulated his mental visualization technique. Outside the window, Lüzhou's lights glimmered and traffic flowed like a river. The undercurrents in officialdom remained turbulent. The struggles between factions never ceased, and Zhao Lichun and his ilk would never truly let things rest. He had already secured a firm foothold. With solid achievements as his shield, integrity as his armor, and the system as his eyes. The storm had not yet reached its fiercest, and he long prepared, calmly awaited the next stage. As winter deepened into 2001, every level of government agency in Lüzhou entered the critical phase of year-end summary, leadership review, and performance evaluation. In years past, this season always brought undercurrents surging through the municipal government building, officials jostling for credit, shifting blame, courting votes, stepping on rivals, with endless streams of personal favors, and behind-the-scenes maneuvering. But this year every eye seemed to deliberately, or not so deliberately, sidestep one person, Fan Lin. After Zhao Lichun's personal visit, and 3 waves of covert maneuvers all coming to nothing, an unspoken consensus had taken root across Lüzhou's political circles: Fan Lin was a bone too hard to gnaw and far too dangerous to provoke. On the day of the review conference, the small meeting room hung with gravity. Every member of the municipal party committee and government was present. Gao Yuliang presided, Lu Jiangwo occupied the seat of honor, and the heads of each department and district flanked either side. By procedure, each deputy leader would deliver a work report followed by democratic evaluation, and finally a concluding summary from the top leadership. During the earlier reports from several vice mayors, murmurs occasionally rippled through the room. Some nods of approval, others carefully concealed criticisms. It was not until Fan Lin rose to deliver his report that the entire room fell instantly silent. He offered no long speech, no sentimental self-praise. He simply held a single sheet of sparse data, and spoke with even cadence and crystal clarity. The economic development zones above designated industrial output grew 28% year-round. Over 1,600 new jobs were created. Fiscal tax revenue rose 32%. 4 projects exceeding 100 million yuan were successfully landed, with no violations, no abandoned works, and no lingering petitions and throughout the year 11 inspections from audit disciplinary, commission safety supervision, and environmental protection authorities all yielded clean results. Every set of figures was solid, unimpeachable, and striking. When his report concluded, Fan Lin inclined his head slightly, and returned to his seat without a sound. A few seconds of silence passed before Gao Yuliang was the first to speak. His gaze swept across the room, his tone measured yet heavy with weight. Since overseeing the Economic Development Zone and Industrial Economy, Comrade Fan Lin has demonstrated clear thinking, pragmatic conduct, unwavering integrity, and the ability to withstand pressure. He has not only built the zone into Lüzhou's economic benchmark, but also steadfastly guarded the disciplinary red line expected of public servants. His entire year of work stands up to scrutiny, inspection, and review. With those words, no one in the room dared raise an objection. Even the most persistent nitpickers and saboteurs among the native faction sat with their heads bowed, utterly speechless. They did not lack the desire to oppose him, they simply could not find a single flaw upon which to hang an attack. By achievement, Fan Lin ranked among the city's finest. By discipline, he was untarnished. By backing, both Gao Yuliang and Lu Zhengwo stood firmly behind him. By ability, even Zhao Ruilong had been unable to bring him down. In the voting stage of the evaluation, Fan Lin received a unanimous vote of excellence, a near impossibility in any previous year of Lüzhou's leadership reviews. After the session adjourned, Lu Zhengwo deliberately called Fan Lin back and patted his shoulder. "You fought an excellent campaign this year. With you at the helm of Lüzhou's industrial sector, I sleep easier." Fan Lin nodded faintly. "These are merely things I should do." Hardly had he returned to his office when Qianzhou burst in, brimming with excitement, clutching an internal notice. "Director Lin, a document has come down from the province. The Economic Development Zone has been named the province's Outstanding Industrial Park of the Year, and you personally have been included in the Provincial Industry and Information Technology Department's list of advanced individuals." Fan Lin glanced at it, and set it casually aside on the corner of his desk, his expression entirely unchanged. To him such honors were merely passing accoutrements on the path ahead, neither enough to inflate him nor to become his shackle. Qianzhou observed his serene composure, and said, genuinely admiring Director Lin, "Anyone else would have thrown a celebration by now. You act as though nothing happened at all." Fan Lin raised his eyes. "Honor is momentary. Avoiding mistakes and walking a long road, that is what endures." That evening Gao Yuliang's secretary called once again, for an informal gathering. Inside the office, with only the two of them present, Gao Yuliang himself poured Fan Lin a cup of tea, his tone closer than ever before. "The province is already stirring the next round of municipal personnel adjustments. I have mentioned your name at the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee." Fan Lin's heart stirred, but his face remained calm. "I will abide by the organization's decision." Gao Yuliang studied him, and continued slowly, "There are two directions under consideration. One is to remain in Lüzhou and join the municipal party committee's standing committee, truly entering the core decision-making circle. The other is to go to Qianzhou, where you would oversee industrial parks or industry, a higher platform, but also greater challenges." This was an extraordinarily rare disclosure. Qianzhou was the provincial capital of Handong, the center of the power vortex, and the very heart of the coming storm. To go to Qianzhou meant faster promotion, and also the prospect of directly confronting the Zhao family, Qi Tongwei, Gao Yuliang's faction, and Li Dakin's approach head-on. Gao Yuliang waited for his response. Fan Lin did not hesitate for a moment, his tone steady. "I obey the organization's arrangement. No matter which post I occupy, my aim will be the same, to do the work well, and hold firm to the bottom line." He picked no favorites, negotiated no terms, and revealed no ambition. Gao Yuliang nodded with satisfaction. "Good. With those words I know what to do. Remember this. Wherever you go, steadiness always comes first." This conversation had effectively determined the direction of Fan Lin's official career for the stage ahead. At that very moment a system prompt rang clearly within Fan Lin's mind. "System notice: full marks in the year-end evaluation coupled with provincial-level honors have further consolidated your official reputation. Gao Yuliang has added you to the provincial personnel recommendation list. Your promotion enters its final countdown. Your influence on the core narrative trajectory has deepened, yet you remain neutral, neither marked as an ally nor an enemy to any faction. Risk level continues to remain within the safe zone. Mental strength LV. 6 continues to condense, granting the ability to perceive upcoming personnel changes at the provincial level in Handong 3 months in advance. Then Lin returned to his residence, declined all celebratory banquets, ate a simple dinner, and then retired to his study to sit in quiet meditation, cycling through his spiritual visualization practice. White light pulsed gently at his brow, his entire demeanor as calm and still as still water. He could clearly perceive the contours of the future: either remain in Lüzhou and enter the standing committee, advancing with firm and steady steps, or go to Qianzhou and enter the vortex where opportunity and peril stood side by side. The sky over Handong was growing lower, the snow drawing nearer, and his footsteps would grow only ever more resolute. The thin snow of the 2002 New Year lightly covered the streets of Lüzhou, and the festive mood was still faint. But the undercurrents of power in Handong province's political arena were already surging straight toward Lin Fan. Earlier, Zhao Lichun had personally gone to Lüzhou and hit a wall. Every covert scheme he launched against the economic development zone had been dismantled by Lin Fan, one after another, leaving him unable to touch the park's interests and costing the Zhao family further face. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zhao Lichun immediately returned to Qianzhou and went straight to his father Zhao Lichun. At the time, Zhao Lichun was governor of the Handong Provincial People's Government, holding the province's executive power in his hands, and standing at the core of real provincial authority. He was a man whose word carried decisive weight in Handong's officialdom. The Zhao family's influence was spread across every level of the province, its roots deep and formidable. Zhao Lichun embellished the story in resentment, telling Zhao Lichun in detail how Lin Fan had refused to be won over, defied him to his face, guarded the economic development zone's bottom line, and shown the Zhao family not the slightest consideration. After listening, Zhao Lichun's face was somber. His fingertips tapped lightly on the desk, and a flicker of displeasure passed through his eyes. In his eyes, Lin Fan was nothing more than a young deputy mayor of a prefecture-level city, a mere deputy department-level cadre. How dared he repeatedly defy the Zhao family's will ruin his son's plans, and show not the least regard for a provincial governor like himself? He had not been unaware of the situation in Lüzhou before. He had simply thought that Lin Fan had solid political achievements and a decent reputation, and with Gao Yuliang and Lu Jiangwo shielding him, there was no need to act personally over a trivial matter in the zone and leave himself open to accusations of abusing power. But now, with Zhao Lichun suffering one setback after another, and Lin Fan neither yielding to carrots nor cowed by sticks, the majesty of a high-powered governor had been thoroughly provoked. Zhao Lichun knew well that as long as Lin Fan stayed in Lüzhou, the Zhao family could never get a hand in the economic development zone. And if Lin Fan were allowed to climb any higher, he would only become harder to control in the future. As governor of Handong, he had no need for conspiracies or fabricated charges. He only had to wield the administrative authority for cross-provincial cadre exchanges to cast Lin Fan out of Handong in the most legitimate and least resistible way. System notification: it has been detected that Handong Province Governor Zhao Lichun is personally orchestrating this. Under the official pretext of supporting other provinces with outstanding cadres and assisting industrial construction across regions, he has coordinated with the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department and the Human Resources and Social Security Departments of other provinces, directly bypassed the proposal of the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee, and finalized the personnel transfer through a provincial administrative order. The goal is to transfer the host out of Handong, send him to an obscure post in the Industry and Information Technology Department of Qianzhou Province in the southwest, sever the host's foundation of political achievements and accumulated connections in Handong, and completely eliminate the obstacle to the Zhao family's control of the Lüzhou Economic Development Zone. Crisis assessment: the transfer documents have already gone through the provincial procedures. Gao Yuliang, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and Lu Jiangwo, Mayor, lacked the rank to counter the governor's decision. The official transfer order will reach Lüzhou within 3 days. As the system notification sounded, Lin Fan was at his desk reviewing the Economic Development Zone's New Year Industrial Expansion Plan. His pen paused for a moment, but his expression remained as calm as water. He had anticipated this long ago. As a governor with real power, once Zhao Lichun moved, he would inevitably strike with thunderous force, leaving no room for any mediation. This was the absolute crushing power of hierarchical rank in officialdom. No matter how solid his achievements, or how clean his record before the governor's administrative decision, he had no right to resist. Only 2 days later the official transfer order came directly from the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department to the General Office of the Lüzhou Municipal Government. The official document, bearing a red letterhead, was worded with such strict propriety that no flaw could be found upon the research of the Handong Provincial People's Government and the overall coordination of cross-provincial cadre exchanges. Comrade Lin Fan, Deputy Mayor of the Lüzhou Municipal People's Government, is transferred to the post of Deputy Director of the Industrial Park Division of the Qianzhou Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology and is required to report for duty within 3 days. The relevant work in Lüzhou will be handed over under the coordination of the municipal government. Once the transfer order arrived, Lüzhou's political circles erupted. Everyone knew perfectly well that this was no ordinary cadre exchange, but a targeted suppression instigated by Governor Zhao Lichun himself. Lin Fan had been in charge of industry and the economic development zone in Lüzhou, with political achievements ranking first in the city. He was on the verge of joining the Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee and stepping into the core decision-making level. Now without warning he was transferred to distant Qianzhou and reduced from a deputy mayor with real power to a deputy division chief in a provincial department. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Lin Fan had offended Governor Zhao and was being thoroughly marginalized. Deputy Municipal Party Committee Secretary Gao Yuliang received the transfer order, at once his brows locked and his expression heavy. He immediately phoned the relevant department of the Provincial Party Committee to fight for Lin Fan. He vigorously emphasized Lin Fan's outstanding performance in Lüzhou and pointed out that the economic development zone was at a critical point of development and could not afford to lose Lin Fan's leadership. He asked the provincial government to reconsider the transfer. But the response at the other end of the line remained uniformly official. This is the cross-provincial exchange plan personally decided by Governor Zhao. It is an organizational arrangement that must be strictly implemented without dissent. Gao Yuliang understood. Zhao Lichun was a governor with real power. When he personally made a decision, someone at Gao's level, deputy secretary of the municipal committee, was in no position to challenge it. However much he valued Lin Fan's talent and lamented the outcome, he could do nothing but stand helpless, filled with frustration. He at once had his secretary summon Lin Fan. Once the office door was closed, his voice was full of guilt and regret, with none of the usual official pleasantries. Lin Fan, you have seen the transfer order. Governor Zhao Lichun decided it personally. Mayor Lu Jiangwo and I reported to the province many times in an attempt to keep you in Lüzhou, but the province was resolute. We simply could not stop it. Gao Yuliang looked at Lin Fan with deep regret in his eyes. Qianzhou is remote, its industrial base is weak, and a division-level post in a provincial department is far inferior to your current substantive post as deputy mayor. Once you go, your career promotion is bound to be delayed. You've been wronged. The system precisely captured Gao Yuliang's thoughts. He treasured talent, felt guilty, and feared Zhao Lichun's gubernatorial power. He dared not fight back openly, and could only secretly lament. Lin Fan bowed slightly, his manners impeccable, his tone calm and unruffled. He did not complain or show the slightest sign of resentment. Secretary Gao, I understand. I fully obey the organization's arrangement. Thank you for your guidance and care all this while. Having my work in Lüzhou recognized by the Municipal Party Committee is already more than enough for me. His calm composure only made Gao Yuliang feel worse. He said solemnly, once you reach Qianzhou, be sure to continue lying low and biding your time, hold your bottom line, and stay out of local factional disputes. Your ability is plain for everyone to see. This is only a temporary setback. I will keep watching you from Handong. If there is ever an opportunity to transfer cadres back, I will do my best to fight for you. Thank you, Secretary Gao. I have taken it to heart. Lin Fan nodded lightly, said little, and did not linger, handling himself with perfect propriety. Leaving Gao Yuliang's office, he went straight to Mayor Lu Jiangwo's office. Lu Jiangwo was already burning with anger. When Lin Fan entered, he slammed the desk hard and said indignantly, this is too much. Just because you did not go along with the Zhao family, Governor Zhao suppresses a cadre like this. Your achievements in Lüzhou are obvious to everyone in the province. How can he transfer you away with just one sentence? Liu Jiangwo was a pragmatist who always respected cadres, who did solid work, and he held Lin Fan in high esteem. Now seeing his capable deputy mayor being crushed like this, he was filled with outrage. I have already written a report to the provincial government, but it was useless. Governor Zhao simply refused to approve it. Liu Jiangwo sighed helplessly. I failed to protect you. Mayor Liu, please don't say that. I know how you feel. Lin Fan gently reassured him. I have finished organizing all the work registers, industrial plans, and enterprise liaison lists for the economic development zone. They are ready to be handed over at any time. I will not hold back the zone's development. I am not worried about the zone. I am heartbroken over your future. Liu Jiangwo's voice was heavy. He took his personal contact information out of a drawer and handed it to Lin Fan. If you encounter difficulties in Qianzhou, call me anytime. As long as I can help, I will never refuse. Remember, Lüzhou will always recognize you as its real hard-working deputy mayor. Lin Fan put away the contact information, thanked him solemnly, then turned and left without any hesitation. Back at the management committee of the economic development zone, Qianliang and the committee cadres had already heard the news. They were all waiting outside the office door, their faces a mixture of reluctance and resentment. Qianliang's eyes were red, his voice choked. Mayor Lin, let us go to the province and plead for you. You can't leave. The zone cannot be without you. Lin Fan looked at these subordinates, who had sincerely followed him, and said calmly, it is the duty of a cadre to obey organizational arrangements. You don't need to worry about me. Going forward, doing a good job with the zone's enterprise services, production safety, and project advancement will be the best way to repay me. Qianliang, you must shoulder the responsibility and keep things stable. I will never fail your trust. Qianliang nodded heavily. Lin Fan accepted no farewell, made no fuss, simply packed his personal belongings and drove away from Lüzhou alone. As the car left the city, he had just started the engine when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Li.com. This man, recently transferred to Qianzhou and once Zhao Lichun's personal secretary, was calling now, and their relationship was far more complicated than outsiders realized. He was an old subordinate promoted single-handedly by Zhao Lichun, yet he was eager to escape the Zhao family shadow and make his own way through practical results. He admired Lin Fan's integrity and diligence, but because of his own history, he had to keep a delicate distance from Lin Fan. He feared the Zhao family's suspicion, and he also feared dragging Lin Fan into trouble. Their relationship had never been a simple case of mutual admiration. It was a complex bond entangled with positions, cautious distance, appreciation, and helplessness. Lin Fan answered the phone, his voice calm, but carrying a touch of courteous reserve. Secretary Li. On the other end, Li.com was silent for a few seconds. His voice was much lower than usual, heavy with unspeakable complexity. I heard about the transfer order. Such a short phrase carried too many emotions. He understood Zhao Lichun's methods better than anyone, and he understood better than anyone that Lin Fan had offended his own former master. However deep his regret, he did not dare publicly voice support for Lin Fan, nor could he grow close to him at such a sensitive moment. First, for fear that Zhao Lichun would see him as ungrateful and openly opposing his master's decision. Second, for fear of being labeled Lin Fan's ally and ruining the career he had struggled to build by shedding the Zhao family and standing on his own achievements. Yet he truly admired Lin Fan, admired his courage to hold the line in front of the Zhao family's power, admired his original commitment to refuse toadying and work in earnest. That appreciation came from the heart, having nothing to do with factions or past identities. I know your situation. Lin Fan spoke first, his tone calm, offering him a way out and showing that he understood Li.com's helplessness. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Li.com gripped the phone, his knuckles whitening slightly, his heart tangled with conflict. He had once been Zhao Lichun's most trusted secretary, and knew all too well the Zhao family's power and ruthlessness. Back then, to break away from the Zhao family, he had gone to Linsheng and worked step by step to reach where he was today. He neither dared nor could openly confront Zhao Lichun. Yet watching a good cadre like Lin Fan be suppressed for no reason filled him with indignation. You are a good cadre. This is not the ending you deserved. Li Dakong's voice carried a veiled discontent with the Zhao family and a helplessness about himself. I am Zhao Lichun's former secretary. That identity is something I cannot shake off. At this time, there is nothing I can do for you. I hope you understand. He admitted his awkward position openly without evasion or hypocrisy. Such candor was rarer than false comfort. Lin Fan naturally understood. Li Dakong's struggle was a microcosm of the many cadres in Handong's political arena, who had once depended on the Zhao family yet longed to break free. He and Li Dakong were by nature men on different paths. One was devoted to lying low and avoiding disaster, the other to breaking through with real work. One confronted the Zhao family head-on, the other maneuvered around it for self-preservation. Their relationship was destined to be complicated. They could not be close, nor could they be distant, only precise and restrained. I understand, Lin Fan replied evenly. You must be very careful in Qianzhou. The Zhao family's power is tangled and deep. If you want to walk your own path, you have to watch every step. There was no complaint, no accusation, not even a word about Zhao Lichun's suppression, only a simple admonition. Yet it struck Li Dakong to the core. Li Dakong gave a long sigh. His tone was serious, but he could only speak obliquely. The situation in Handong will change in the future. In Qianzhou, lie low, guard yourself, and there will always be a day when you rise again. I will remember this debt of gratitude in my heart. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay it. The debt he spoke of referred to the respect Lin Fan had shown when at Li Dakong's lowest point, and Lin Fan made a special visit to see him regardless of his fall from power, and without avoiding his identity, as Zhao Lichun's former secretary. It was also the mutual recognition between two pragmatic cadres, who both understood each other's true purpose. But this debt could not be repaid openly. It could only be hidden in his heart until the day the Zhao family's power had crumbled and the situation became clear. Only then would he make his move. Thank you. Lin Fan did not say more. Those two simple words ended the conversation. After hanging up, he drove out of Lüzhou and headed west toward Qianzhou. He knew that Li Dakong's complexity was the most truthful portrayal of Handong's officialdom. Between them, there was appreciation and resonance, but also the estrangement of status, and the distance of positions, and the insurmountable hurdle named Zhao Lichun. They were destined to be fellow travelers, who could only watch from afar, and never drag each other down, not partners who could form a deep alliance. After registering at the Qianzhou Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology, Lin Fan completely set aside his past achievements, and quickly adapted to the work pace in the remote region. He maintained his low-profile style. He did not take part in factional social engagements, did not flaunt his previous track record, and did not complain about the downgrade in position. He focused entirely on mapping out the development bottlenecks of Qianzhou's industrial parks, quietly attending to his duties, so low-key as to be almost invisible. System notification: the host complied with the transfer and successfully avoided the core political storm of Handong. Zhao Lichun, governor of Handong's forces, has stopped targeting the host, and the risk to his official career has been minimized. Spiritual power LV6 is deeply stabilized. The adaptability for lying low in a different post has been activated. The efficiency of political achievement accumulation is unaffected by geographical location, and the survival index for lying low has been maxed out. Lin Fan sat in the plain office of the Qianzhou Department of Industry and Information Technology, gazing at the distant mountains outside the window. He closed his eyes and ran his spiritual visualization technique. Zhao Lichun thought that sending Lin Fan far away to Qianzhou had cut off his official career and left him no chance of ever overturning his fate. What he did not know was that Lin Fan had never intended to join the bloody power struggle in Handong. This transfer to a distant province was precisely the best opportunity to bide his time. And the complicated bond between him and Li Dakong had become a subtle foreshadowing in Handong's political landscape. He took root silently in Qianzhou, accumulating real achievements and waiting for the right moment. When the day came that Handong's political situation shifted and the Zhao family's power collapsed, he would surely rely on his solid ability to return to the central stage. The forbearance at this moment was never surrender, it was for a steadier and longer journey ahead. In late spring 2002, with Handong still brimming with spring, Lin Fan already set out alone, by car, crossing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers to reach Qianzhou province, secluded in the southwest. Compared with Handong's profound foundations and economic prosperity, Qianzhou had many mountains and few rivers, a weak industrial base, lagging economic development, and an official atmosphere inclined toward stability and conservatism. In actual power prospects and personal networks, it was far from Handong's equal. A single transfer order turned him from Deputy Mayor of Lüzhou City, Handong Province, into Deputy Director of the Industrial Park Division of the Industry and Information Technology Department of Qianzhou Province. Any clear-sighted person could see that this was a distant transfer, an exile, a removal from the core of power. His past achievements, connections, and prestige scattered in an instant. Had it been anyone else, they would have sunk into dejection and resentment, blaming heaven and others. But Lin Fan's heart remained calm, without a trace of agitation. He knew better than anyone that Zhao Lichun's roots in Handong were deep. Having served as party secretary for consecutive terms and governed the province for decades, his power was at its zenith. Lin Fan had blocked the Zhao family's path. If he remained in Handong, he would only be squeezed out completely, with no hope of ever recovering. This distant transfer to Qianzhou seemed a demotion, but in truth, it was a withdrawal from the vortex, buying himself a chance to catch his breath, lie low, and grow quietly. Deep inside him, that calm, restrained force flowed on steadily, not ostentatious, not exposed, transformed only into composure and patience beyond the ordinary. Not anxious, not impatient, not resentful, not contentious. What he wanted was never the gain or loss of a moment, but the day when the storm would rise again more than 10 years later. On the day he reported for duty, the atmosphere in the department was flat, even with a faint, barely noticeable coldness. Division Chief Zhou Mingsheng was nearly 50. His ambition had long been worn smooth, and he sought only to pass his days in peace and retire safely. In his eyes, Lin Fan was just a frustrated cadre who had offended someone he should not have offended in Handong, and had been sent to a remote province to while away his years. Outwardly he was polite, but inwardly he did not take Lin Fan seriously. He casually gave a few instructions, then dumped a pile of tedious, messy, unwanted tasks on him. The other colleagues in the division mostly remained cold onlookers, polite but distant. They kept important work out of his hands, never let him near high-profile projects, and often pushed the dirty, tiring chores onto him. Lin Fan accepted it all in silence. No contention, no grabbing, no argument, no anger. While others drank tea and read newspapers, he buried himself in files. While others left on time, he stayed in the office combing through documents. Within a single month, he had thoroughly mapped out the industrial foundations of all 23 provincial-level parks and 11 prefecture-level cities in Qianzhou. He gradually found that Qianzhou's parks, though seemingly backward, were by no means hopeless. They had simply lacked people willing to settle down and work in earnest. Vague industrial positioning, weak infrastructure, inadequate funding and policies, and a loose business environment, these intertwined chronic ailments, left many parks as empty shells. The hard bones others would not touch, he took the initiative to gnaw at. The remote places others would not go, he volunteered to go. He offered himself to be stationed at Qianzhou Industrial Park, the province's most backward park, known as the Zombie Park. Zhou Mingsheng could not have wished for more, and nodded at once, taking it as self-inflicted hardship. The mountain area was remote, and the conditions crude. Lin Fan stayed there for 3 months. He trod every inch of the land, visited every enterprise, and talked one by one with bosses, workers, and village and township cadres. By day he ran the sites, by night he wrote materials. Every difficulty, shortcoming, and potential was compiled into a book, every sentence based on evidence, every task matched with a countermeasure. Drawing on Qianzhou's advantages in native medicinal herbs and distinctive agricultural and forestry products, he proposed a plan to reposition the park around the deep processing of specialty agricultural and sideline products, improve the road network, water and electricity supplies, and factory facilities, pursue targeted investment, and provide meticulous services. The thick stack of research proposals contained not a single empty phrase or piece of bureaucratic boilerplate, only feasible measures. Zhou Mingsheng initially took it casually, but the more he turned the pages the more solemn his expression became. He shifted from casual to shocked, from dismissive to serious. Only then did he understand that this young deputy director was no mediocre man. The plan was reported level by level, and quickly drew great attention from the department. Lin Fan was officially appointed head of the park rectification pilot with full authority to carry out the transformation of Qianzhou Industrial Park. For the following year, Lin Fan focused wholly on the work. He did not engage in socializing, did not cultivate connections, did not put on airs. He personally oversaw projects, secured funds, coordinated departments, and traveled to attract investment. He moved enterprises with pragmatism and sincerity, and convinced everyone with results and accomplishments. The old dilapidated deserted park was transformed beyond recognition. Roads were widened, factory buildings were put in order, enterprises moved in one after another, output value multiplied, and jobs increased dramatically. From ranking at the bottom of the province, it became a provincial demonstration park. For a time, the entire department was astir. Those who had once looked down on him now composed themselves. Those who had once kept their distance now took the initiative to show goodwill and cooperate. Leaders who had once dismissed him now began to truly see this young cadre from Handong. And for the first time, Lin Fan's name truly entered the field of vision of Qianzhou's provincial leadership. The one who valued him most was Gu Yuanshan, deputy secretary of the Qianzhou Provincial Party Committee. Gu Yuanshan was a cadre sent down from the central government. He was upright, pragmatic, and free of factions and small circles. He was determined to change Qianzhou's backwardness, valued cadres who were steady and unassuming, and thoroughly detested those who schemed and chased after appearances. He had long heard of the astonishing results of the Qianzhou Park rectification, so he personally led a team to investigate. A light drizzle fell, and the mountain road was muddy. Gu Yuanshan, simply dressed, held an umbrella as he walked through the park, observing as he went. Lin Fan walked beside him and reported in concise, well-organized terms only data, results, and plans. He did not exaggerate, claim credit, or show off. He was steady, calm, neither servile nor overbearing. His clothes were dotted with mud and his face covered with dust, but his eyes were calm and bright. Gu Yuanshan watched in silence, his conclusion already formed. After the investigation, he deliberately kept Lin Fan behind for a private conversation. "So you're Lin Fan from Lüzhou, Handong." Gu Yuanshan's tone was easy and his gaze gentle, yet he naturally carried the steady bearing of one who had long held high office. Lin Fan rose and answered, "Yes, Secretary Gu. I've read your resume. At such a young age you can settle down and complete such a practical task. That is no small feat." Gu Yuanshan spoke in a calm voice, with unmistakable approval. "Qianzhou's conditions are inferior to Handong's, but here too one can do things and accomplish them." Lin Fan replied calmly, "No matter where, I am doing my own job well, and having a clear conscience is enough." He did not complain about the past, show grievance, cling to power, or reveal weakness. This one simple sentence made Gu Yuanshan admire him all the more. He had seen too many cadres who grumbled at the slightest setback, hurried to make a show of any achievement, and busied themselves currying favor once they had a little seniority. A young man like Lin Fan, capable, principled, composed, and steady of heart, was extremely rare. What was more, he vaguely knew that Lin Fan had been transferred to a distant province because he refused to attach himself to the powerful and held fast to his principles. Such moral backbone earned Gu Yuanshan's even greater respect. "Do your work well." Gu Yuanshan gave a slight nod, his tone not heavy, but the words carried enormous weight. "Qianzhou's industrial development will depend on people like you in the future. If there are difficulties or obstacles in your work, report them as needed. If there is something to reflect upward, reflect it as needed." He had not said it plainly, but this was already unmistakable appreciation and tacit protection. Lin Fan understood in his heart and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your guidance, Secretary Gu. I will do my best." He did not deliberately draw close, did not flatter, did not pledge loyalty, and did not utter a single conventional pleasantry. His sense of propriety was perfect, and his mind was open and pure. From then on, Gu Yuanshan kept Lin Fan in mind as a cadre under focused attention. Thereafter, at many provincial party committee meetings, provincial industrial promotion conferences, and on-site park observation meetings, Gu Yuanshan repeatedly praised Lin Fan by name, commending his solid style and outstanding achievements as a benchmark among young cadres. Public recognition by the Deputy Provincial Party Secretary was in effect the most powerful assessment written for Lin Fan across all of Qianzhou's officialdom. The department then promoted Lin Fan to Director of the Industrial Park Division, a principal division-level post in charge of the province's parks. With Gu Yuanshan quietly watching over him and shielding him from behind, Lin Fan no longer had any fear of being crushed in Qianzhou. No one dared to make trouble for him, no one dared to trip him up secretly, and all his energy could be devoted to work. Gu Yuanshan was to him an elder guiding a junior, a leader cherishing talent, a bull who valued 1,000 li steed. There was no binding through private interest, no secret factional relationship, only clean and upright support. He supported him in work, guided him in growth, gave him a safety net in adversity, and shielded him in storms. Lin Fan, for his part, always carried deep respect for Gu Yuanshan, kept his proper station, repaid him through solid achievements, and stood on down-to-earth work. He never used the connection to show off, never bullied others by virtue of power, and never showed the slightest pride from being favored. Between them there grew a relationship that was extremely stable, clean and firm. Gu Yuanshan was Lin Fan's strongest support in Qianzhou, the one who sheltered him from wind and rain through his long years of lying low. And Lin Fan, with a steady stream of real achievements, added genuine substantial pages to Gu Yuanshan's political record. No one knew that on countless late nights Lin Fan sat alone beneath the lamp, closing his eyes and gathering his mind, while that calm force within him grew ever more condensed and heavy. Years of endurance, precipitation, and accumulation had made his will firmer, his vision longer, and his judgment of the political situation, human nature, and the course of officialdom far sharper than ordinary people's. He was not anxious for promotion, did not rush to stand out, did not enter Qianzhou's local factions, and did not touch any disputes. He simply did his work quietly, grew quietly, and quietly stored up seniority, achievements, prestige, and confidence. Zhao Lichun commanded wind and rain in Handong, holding the province in his palm. Li Dakong broke through the waves with practical work and forged his own path. Gao Yuliang held a stable position among the Handong University clique and the various forces. And Lin Fan, far away in Qianzhou, was quietly taking root and growing. But he never minded. He was waiting for the right time. He was waiting for Zhao Lichun to leave office as Handong Provincial Party Secretary and take up a post in Beijing. He was waiting for the situation in Handong to change and the storm to rise. He was waiting for the most fitting opportunity to return to Handong. By then, he would no longer be the Deputy Mayor of Lüzhou, who had been transferred away at will and had no power to resist. He would instead be a figure with seniority, real achievements, a solid backing, and the standing to take his place at the provincial high level. Outside the window the night was deep, and the distant mountains silent. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm, without a ripple, carrying only resolve. He would lie low here, take root here, and gather strength here. He asked not about days and nights, only about the road home. In the late autumn of 2003, Lin Fan, far away in Qianzhou, was quietly biding his time and putting down roots, while a great shift concerning the fates of many had already settled silently over Handong's officialdom. That year, two major events set the tone for all of Handong. One was Zhao Lichun's formal promotion to Provincial Party Secretary of Handong. The other was Liang Qianfeng's imminent and complete retirement. Zhao Lichun had governed for many years, and his roots had long been deeply entrenched. Now that he had formally assumed the post of Provincial Party Secretary, he had completely secured his position as the #1 man in Handong, holding all power and letting no one defy his word. According to the course of what followed, he would serve 3 consecutive terms and wield long-term control over Handong, not going to the capital until 2015, when he was promoted to the deputy national level. From that point onward, Handong was the Zhao family's domain. No one could shake it, and no one dared to oppose it. Another man's fall was a glaring contrast to Zhao Lichun's rise. Liang Qianfeng was a veteran Handong leader at the deputy provincial level, Gao Yuliang's immediate superior and political mentor, and also Qi Tongwei's father-in-law. For years, Gao Yuliang had been able to rise steadily in Lüzhou and retain a measure of scholarly pride and dignity beneath the shadow of the Zhao family's power entirely, because his old superior Liang Qianfeng had supported him from behind and protected his path. Before retiring, Liang Qianfeng saw things with absolute clarity. Once Zhao Lichun officially became provincial party secretary, no one else in Handong would be able to contend with him. Once he stepped down, his power, connections, and prestige would vanish in an instant, and Gao Yuliang, whom he had personally promoted, would inevitably find himself struggling at every step with no one to rely on in Handong. Therefore, Liang Qianfeng used the last of his power and connections, staked every shred of his dignity, pulled strings high and low, and rushed about everywhere, forcing Gao Yuliang into the post of Lüzhou Municipal Party Secretary before he withdrew completely. This was the old leader's final protection for Gao Yuliang, and his last remnant of warmth in Handong politics. Within days of the appointment, Liang Qianfeng officially retired and left the stage of power for good. Gao Yuliang smoothly took over as Lüzhou Municipal Party Secretary and became the true top leader of Lüzhou. To outsiders, he was rising swiftly, governing a region and radiating boundless glory. But Gao Yuliang alone knew in his heart that his secretary post had been obtained by his old superior Liang Qianfeng at the cost of his last dignity and final connections. Once Liang Qianfeng fell, he no longer had any backer in Handong. Facing him was the towering colossus of Zhao Lichun, now fully established. He stood at the office window, his expression heavy and somber. He was a scholar at heart, had held a bottom line, and disdained to attach himself to the powerful. But now he understood one truth better than anyone. With Zhao Lichun's hand covering the sky, no one could move an inch in Handong without a protector. If he refused to bow his head, his fate would only be like that of the uncompromising Lin Fan from years ago, transferred across provinces by a single official order, exiled to a remote province, and kicked out of the center of power with half a lifetime's achievements scattered in an instant. Fear, unease, unwillingness, and a craving for power churned endlessly in his heart. What broke through all his struggle was a visit that came without the slightest warning. Zhao Ruilong had given no advance notice, sent no one to pass word, and followed no official procedure. He barged into the municipal party committee compound with his people, and pushed open the door of Gao Yuliang's office, his manner casual and filled with condescending arrogance. He clearly did not take the newly appointed municipal party secretary seriously. Gao Yuliang frowned slightly, but did not dare show his displeasure. He could only force calm young Master Zhao. Zhao Ruilong sat down casually, and came straight to the point, in an unyielding tone. Secretary Gao, congratulations on taking office. I won't waste words. That plot of land by the lake in Lüzhou, I'm going to build a food city project. I've already given the province a heads up. Today I'm here just to have you approve it and greenlight the whole process. He tossed the proposal onto the desk. The words were lightly spoken, yet they hit like a heavy hammer. At a single glance, Gao Yuliang saw the project for what it was: a blatant use of the project's name to grab premium resources and reap huge profits, severely damaging the ecology, violating principles, and going against the overall development of Lüzhou. This was no consultation, it was forcing him to pick a side. It was forcing him to exchange his original aspirations and bottom line for a pledge of allegiance to the Zhao family. Gao Yuliang remained silent. He thought of the post Liang Qianfeng had obtained for him by expending all his dignity. He thought of his own helplessness now, and then he thought of Qi Tongwei. As Liang Qianfeng's son-in-law, Qi Tongwei was still only a division-level cadre in the provincial public security department. With his father-in-law retired, he had lost all backing, his ambition had nowhere to settle, and he was consumed by anxiety, thinking only of clinging to Zhao Lichun in hopes of keeping his position and finding a chance to rise. Gao Yuliang knew all too well that Qi Tongwei could not be relied on now, and the Handa clique was still far from taking shape. He had no way out. This project doesn't conform to the plan and will harm the ecology. Gao Yuliang still tried to make a last-ditch struggle. Zhao Ruilong's face immediately turned cold and his tone was indifferent, but every word stabbed at the heart. Gao Yuliang, don't forget how you got this secretary position. Liang Qianfeng is already retired. You have no roots in Handong now. And Secretary Zhao is the provincial party secretary. You know very well who calls the shots in Handong. I came here today not to discuss this with you, but to tell you the result. Approve it, and you will sit as steady as Mount Tai in Lüzhou. Refuse and there are plenty of people who can replace you. That one sentence crushed all of Gao Yuliang's remaining resistance. He finally faced reality completely. In the face of Zhao Lichun's absolute power, his aloofness, his bottom line, and his principles were worth nothing. For a long time Gao Yuliang slowly raised his head. The struggle and clarity in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a composed and icy resolve. I understand. I'll approve the project. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Ruilang's mouth. Without another word, he turned and left. Only Gao Yuliang remained in the office. He picked up a pen and signed his name on the document. As that stroke fell, the road Liang Qianfeng had paved with his last dignity turned completely in another direction. He had officially joined the Zhao family's camp, becoming Zhao Lichun's proxy in Lüzhou. From then on he was no longer the aloof scholar official. He had become a politician swept up by power, sinking deeper and deeper into the vortex. Far away in Qianzhou, Lin Fan sat quietly under a lamp, eyes closed, and mind focused, his spirit steady, and his foundation growing deeper. He was silently gathering strength in another province, finding backers, growing steadily, caring nothing for day or night, waiting only for a. In the deep winter of 2003, the biting wind of Qianzhou, laden with mountain moisture, swept through the streets in a desolate chill. Yet inside the office of the Industrial Park Division of the Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology, the atmosphere was warm and cozy, wholly untouched by the bleakness of winter. Lin Fan sat upright at his desk, a thick stack of consolidated reports on the province-wide industrial park rectification results spread before him. With a pen in his hand, he went through the data line by line, his expression as composed and serene as ever, with not the slightest trace of impatience. Since being transferred across provinces 2 years earlier, from Vice Mayor of Lüzhou in Handong to Deputy Division Chief of the Industrial Park Division of the Qianzhou Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology, he had fully calmed his mind, set aside all the glory of his past resume, and planted himself firmly in this southwestern hinterland. He neither complained about fate nor curried favor with those in power. He devoted himself entirely to the practical work of park development. By tackling the tough nut of the Qianzhou Industrial Park, he achieved solid political accomplishments and quietly entered the sight of Gu Yuanshan, Deputy Secretary of the Qianzhou Provincial Party Committee. By then the political landscape of Handong had already been settled. Zhao Lichun had officially risen to Secretary of the Handong Provincial Party Committee, concentrating all power in his hands and beginning a reign that would last more than a decade. He would go on to serve 3 consecutive terms until 2015, when he would be promoted to a vice-national post in Beijing. The Zhao family's influence completely overshadowed all of Handong, and no one dared to defy it. Liang Qianfeng, an old leader at the deputy provincial level, was Gao Yuliang's political mentor and Qi Tongwei's father-in-law. He saw the situation clearly. Once Zhao Lichun reached the top, Handong would have no power left to resist. Before retiring, he used his remaining authority and connections, sparing no effort, and swallowing his pride, to push Gao Yuliang into the position of Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee Secretary. After completing this final task, he formally retired, and withdrew completely from the stage of power, all his former authority dissipating like smoke. Without the protection of his old mentor Liang Qianfeng, Gao Yuliang no longer had any capital to resist Zhao Lichun's absolute power, and he could not bear to give up the hard-won position of governing a region. Zhao Ruilong did not send word beforehand. He barged straight into Gao Yuliang's office and aggressively pushed the Linhu Food City project in Lüzhou, making it unmistakably clear that he was forcing Gao to choose sides. After a bitter struggle, Gao Yuliang ultimately succumbed to his fear of losing power. He signed the approval document, utterly betraying his original aspirations, and pledged himself to the Zhao family. He became Zhao Lichun's loyal proxy in Lüzhou, and quietly began to build the rudiments of the Handong University clique. Qi Tongwei, as Liang Qianfeng's son-in-law, was at that time only a division-level official in the Handong Provincial Public Security Department. Once his father-in-law retired, he lost all backing, and was consumed by anxiety day and night, his ambition finding no place to settle. He focused entirely on ingratiating himself with Zhao Lichun, sparing no flattery or pandering. With Gao Yuliang's covert assistance, he sought promotion with all his heart, desperate to secure his standing before the Zhao family. Li Ducong, on the other hand, as Zhao Lichun's former secretary had long since fully grasped the situation in Handong, and firmly attached himself to the Zhao family. He knew very well that in Handong, where Zhao Lichun dominated with an iron hand, his practical ambitions could never be realized without the Zhao family's support, and even his official post would be hard to keep. To secure promotion and achieve his goals of driving the economy and development, Li Ducong cast aside all pride and kept in step with the Zhao family, completely obeying Zhao Lichun's commands, and without the slightest defiance. Supported by the Zhao family, and relying on his outstanding economic achievements, he steadily climbed the official hierarchy, and became a core cadre of the Zhao faction, standing firmly on his record of practical results. The vortex of power in Handong grew ever more intense. The Zhao family's faction dominated unchallenged, with Gao Yuliang and Li Ducong as its capable lieutenants, and the factional structure was completely entrenched. Yet none of this could for the moment reach Lin Fan far away in Qianzhou. He was like a detached observer, storing every shift in Handong's political weather, and every movement of its key figures deep in his heart, while focusing solely on the industrial development of Qianzhou before his eyes. The successful rectification of the Qianzhou Industrial Park had become a model for the entire province. Park directors from cities across the province came one after another to inspect and learn from its experience. Lin Fan's name was now firmly established in Qianzhou's political circles, and no one regarded him as a disgraced official in exile any longer. One afternoon a soft knock came at the office door. Division Chief Zhou Mingsheng walked in, beaming, holding an official red-header document, his tone full of deference and congratulations. Lin Fan, good news. The appointment from the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department has arrived. After deliberation, the Provincial Party Committee has decided to appoint you as Division Chief of the Industrial Park Division, with full division-level rank, in overall charge of the province's park development work. Lin Fan slowly rose, accepted the document, and glanced over the text. His expression remained calm, as he gave a slight nod. Thank you, Chief Zhou, for your cooperation and support over these past days. Not at all, not at all. These achievements were earned through your own hard work. You deserve it completely. Zhou Mingsheng waved his hands hastily. Lin Fan was no longer the marginalized deputy division chief of the past. Not only did he have brilliant achievements, he had also won the public appreciation of Gu Yuanshan, deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, and was viewed by the province's top leadership as a key official for focused cultivation. Zhou naturally dared not show the slightest neglect. Secretary Gu specifically brought up your appointment at the standing committee meeting of the Provincial Party Committee. He praised you as young and capable with a solid work style. Such regard is truly unique in our department. Lin Fan understood in his heart. This promotion appeared to be based on his achievements alone, but in reality, it could not have happened without Gu Yuanshan's silent approval and support behind the scenes. Gu Yuanshan, a deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee dispatched from the central government, was upright, pragmatic, and unaligned with any faction. Ever since his inspection of the Qianzhou Industrial Park, he had regarded Lin Fan as promising talent. Although they never had any private dealings between them, Gu had always quietly shielded Lin Fan and cleared obstacles from his official path. There was no deliberate courtship, no explicit promise, only a senior's appreciation for a junior and a leader's recognition of a dedicated official. This clean and pure protection was far more reliable than the entanglements of interest common in officialdom. Upon receiving the appointment, Lin Fan did not slacken in the slightest. That very day, he took over the full scope of work of the Industrial Park Division. He knew full well that the full division-level rank was only a small step on his road of patient waiting. He was still far from his goal of returning to Handong more than a decade later, and ascending to the post of executive vice-governor. Zhao Lichun's roots in Handong ran deep. Unless Lin Fan himself had sufficient seniority achievements and a powerful backer, even waiting until Zhao Lichun left for Beijing would not be enough for him to gain a foothold in Handong. At the start of his tenure, Lin Fan reorganized the province-wide park development plan. Discarding the old mindset of blindly following trends, he based his strategy on the resource endowments of each city and prefecture in Qianzhou, and tailored measures to local conditions. Qiannan would rely on its mineral resources to build a deep mineral processing park. Qianzhou would leverage its agricultural advantages to develop an agricultural and sidelined product processing industrial park Qianzhou would take advantage of its convenient transportation to establish a logistics support industrial park. He personally led teams to various cities and prefectures to supervise work going deep into the front lines to solve problems. From minor issues such as water and electricity utilities for enterprises to major matters like park investment attraction and policy support, he handled every detail himself. He never attended meaningless official social functions and never accepted gifts or favors, focusing solely on getting things done. This style earned him an excellent reputation among grassroots officials and enterprises in Qianzhou, and it made Gu Yuanshan appreciate him even more. Every so often Gu Yuanshan would summon Lin Fan to hear reports on the province's park development. Occasionally he would also offer advice on navigating officialdom, his words full of subtle guidance. After one such report, Gu Yuanshan looked at Lin Fan, who was composed and measured, neither arrogant nor restless, and said slowly, "Lin Fan, you came from Handong and suffered injustice, yet you have been able to settle your mind and focus on work. That is truly commendable." Zhao Lichun of Handong now holds overwhelming power, and the entire Handong officialdom is attached to him. Your withdrawal to Qianzhou may not be a bad thing after all. Lin Fan bowed and replied, "Secretary Gu, you flatter me. Wherever I am working for the people. Though Qianzhou is remote, it allows me to calm my mind and accumulate experience. I do not feel aggrieved." Gu Yuanshan nodded, his eyes full of approval. "It is good that you have this frame of mind. On the road of officialdom, walking fast is not as good as walking steadily, and walking steadily is not as good as walking upright. You work steadily, and I have seen it. When a suitable opportunity comes in the future, I will fight for a bigger platform for you." That promise, made in an understated tone, became the most solid foundation of Lin Fan's confidence during his years of quiet waiting. With Gu Yuanshan backing him, even those in Qianzhou's local factions, who envied Lin Fan's rapid promotion, did not dare make trouble for him casually, and no one dared to cross provincial lines to suppress him on behalf of the Zhao family in Handong. Lin Fan was now able to act with full freedom. In just 3 years, the output value of industrial parks across Qianzhou tripled. More than a dozen backward parks were completely transformed, and tens of thousands of new jobs were created. The province's industrial economic growth rate remained at the forefront year after year. These dazzling achievements made him the focus of Qianzhou's political scene once again. Far away in Qianzhou, Lin Fan continued to quietly follow developments in Handong, committing to memory the promotion trajectories of Gao Yuliang, Li Dukong, Qi Tongwei, and others. He was neither anxious nor impatient, neither scrambling nor contending. He simply worked quietly and deeply in Qianzhou, accumulating political achievements, and with Gu Yuanshan's protection advanced steadily step by step. He was waiting for a predetermined moment for 2015, when Zhao Lichun would go to Beijing and be promoted to a vice-national post, and for the storm of anti-corruption in Handong to officially begin. By then, he would return to Handong as executive vice-governor of Handong province. In the land of Qian, he bided his time, all for a mighty accumulation. Before a burst of brilliance, shielded by the distant mountain, he awaited the appointed hour of his return. Lin Fan closed his eyes and composed his mind, his heart calm and unruffled. All his schemes and confidence lay hidden in the day-by-day deep-rooted work he had done. He needed only to wait for the moment to arrive, and then he would astonish the world with a single brilliant stroke. In the mid-autumn of 2008, inside the compound of the Qianzhou Provincial Party Committee, the leaves of the plane trees were tinged with light gold. A meeting of the Provincial Party Standing Committee convened to decide who would lead the Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology was proceeding under a taut atmosphere. The former director of the Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology had retired upon reaching the age limit, leaving vacant a pivotal principal department-level post that controlled the lifeline of the province's industrial economy. Instantly it became the focus of Qianzhou's officialdom. According to conventional promotion logic, a principal department-level position is usually filled by selecting from among deputy department-level cadres. Even by strict seniority, it would not have been the turn of Lin Fan, the director of the Industrial Park Division, who had served for only 5 years and remained at the principal division level. Before the meeting, undercurrents had already been stirring. Several deputy directors of the department along with deputy department-level cadres from other cities and prefectures across the province, were eager to make their moves. One after another they used their personal connections to pass messages to and present their credentials before members of the provincial party standing committee. Every faction wanted to place its own people in control of the department, a critical center of power. Some believed Lin Fan's seniority was too shallow. He was only at the principal division level, and even with a few accomplishments a skip-level promotion was utterly impossible. Others secretly envious racked their brains to disparage him in private, calling him an outside transplant, with no roots in Qianzhou, and hardly capable of handling a major post. These rumors naturally reached Lin Fan's ears, but he remained exactly as before, spending all day in the various parks and industrial zones supervising work, paying no attention to the personnel disputes within the department or the province, as if the contest for the director's seat had nothing to do with him. He knew clearly that he had no faction and no backing. His only assets were his achievements and the appreciation of Gu Yuanshan, deputy secretary of the provincial party committee. Everything else was beyond his control. And at this very meeting of the standing committee, it was Gu Yuanshan who personally pushed Lin Fan onto the stage of an extraordinary promotion. At the start of the meeting, the head of the organization department of the provincial party committee first reported on the preliminary candidate list for the directorship. All the names on it were deputy department-level cadres with deep seniority. Lin Fan's name did not appear on the conventional list. After the report was finished, Gu Yuanshan put down the pen in his hand and began to speak slowly. His voice was steady with a weight that brooked no doubt concerning the selection of the director of the Department of Industry and Information Technology. I have a different opinion. This post governs the industrial development of the whole province and concerns the overall economic picture of Qianzhou. The crux is not the depth of one's seniority, but the strength of one's ability and the solidity of one's achievements. As soon as the words landed, the meeting hall fell utterly silent. Every member of the standing committee turned their gaze toward Gu Yuanshan. Everyone knew that Gu Yuanshan was a deputy secretary sent from the central government, a man of integrity, who did not form factions. His speaking up this time could only mean that he had come fully prepared. I propose that Lin Fan, director of the Industrial Park Division of the Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology, succeed to the posts of Party Group Secretary and Director General of the department. That one sentence detonated the room. Secretary Gu Lin Fan is only a principal division-level cadre. He has never even served at the deputy department level. Jumping him directly to principal department level is against all convention. A standing committee member immediately raised the objection. His tone puzzled. Promotions in officialdom should follow due order and proceed step by step. A leap like this will hardly command public acceptance, nor does it conform to established practice in cadre appointments. Seniority is produced by work, not by merely waiting it out. Gu Yuanshan remained composed, swept his gaze across the room, and said firmly, "Let me ask everyone present, over the past 5 years Qianzhou's industrial economy has ranked first in the province in growth for 5 consecutive years. The province's 23 industrial parks have been thoroughly transformed, their output value tripled, and tens of thousands of people have been brought into employment. Who achieved all this?" Lin Fan. He picked up the briefing document on the table and enumerated each item. The Qianzhou Industrial Park went from being one of the province's worst zombie parks to a provincial demonstration park. The Qian'an Mineral Processing Park formed an industrial cluster. The Qianzhou Agricultural Products Processing Park created a local brand. The Qianbei Logistics Park opened transport corridors to other provinces. Every one of these results was earned by Lin Fan through hard work on the front line, without a shred of inflated credit. In terms of ability, he has a thorough command of industrial development and park planning, and knows the foundations of Qianzhou's industry inside out. No one in the province can match him. In terms of conduct, he does not play the socializing game, does not curry favor with factions, and remains upright and clean, devoting himself entirely to serving the people, so his reputation is deeply rooted at the grassroots. In terms of actual performance, the leapfrog development of Qianzhou's industry is the best proof. Gu Yuanshan paused, looked at the standing committee member who had raised the objection, and continued, in appointing cadres, we cannot look only at seniority, we must look at actual performance, at ability, and at public support. Lin Fan was transferred to Qianzhou from distant Handong. In 6 years, he rose from deputy director at the deputy division level to director at the principal division level, and at every step his achievements spoke for themselves. What the directorship of the Department of Industry and Information Technology needs today is a cadre who can do real work and deliver real results, not an idler who simply waits out the years. Promoting Lin Fan above the usual ranks is both a recognition of a pragmatic cadre and the right choice for Qianzhou's development. Gu Yuanshan then added the details of Lin Fan's cadre evaluation: honest and self-discipline, no record of disciplinary violations, and a 100% satisfaction rating among the public. All the conditions for an exceptional promotion fully complied with the regulations on cadre appointment, leaving the procedure immaculate. His words were solidly reasoned and rang out with force. They set out actual achievements, invoked rules, and addressed the overall interest with no trace of personal motive, utterly silencing every dissenting voice. Most of the standing committee members present knew perfectly well that Gu Yuanshan had never been a man to show favoritism. His strong backing of Lin Fan had nothing to do with personal friendship. It was purely a matter of cherishing talent and planning for Qianzhou's development. Moreover, Lin Fan's achievements were plain to see for the entire province. He was indeed the most suitable candidate, and the alleged lack of seniority simply could not stand before achievements of such substance. Those standing committee members who had originally opposed the idea fell silent one after another, and then shifted to endorsement. In the end, the provincial party standing committee passed the decision by unanimous vote. Breaking convention, it exceptionally promoted Lin Fan, a principal division-level cadre, to be party group secretary and director general of the Qianzhou Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology, placing him directly at the principal department level. When the news spread, the entire Qianzhou officialdom shook. A leap from principal division-level director to principal department-level director general, skipping the key step of deputy department level, was extremely rare in Qianzhou over the past decades. A true model of exceptional promotion. For a time, debate spread in every direction. Some marveled at Lin Fan's good fortune, some admired Gu Yuanshan's boldness, and some finally recognized that Lin Fan was not a disappointed functionary cast aside through a distant transfer, but a pragmatic talent genuinely valued and vigorously supported by Gu Yuanshan. From then on, no one in Qianzhou officialdom would ever underestimate him. The several deputy directors of the department, who had previously cast covetous eyes on the director's post, now set aside those thoughts entirely, and took the initiative to congratulate Lin Fan. Their words were full of deference, without the faintest hint of contempt. Those cadres who had once envied and slandered Lin Fan likewise restrained themselves and treated him with the utmost respect. When Lin Fan received the appointment notice, he still wore a serene expression without the least arrogance. He went straight to the provincial party committee to see Gu Yuanshan. Entering Gu Yuanshan's office, Lin Fan bowed deeply. "Thank you, Secretary Gu, for setting aside all objections to promote me beyond the usual ranks. For this kindness in recognizing and advancing me, I will be grateful for the rest of my life." Gu Yuanshan raised a hand to motion him upright, a gratified smile on his face. "I did not promote you. It is your achievements that have made you worthy of this position. Your exceptional promotion sets a rule for the cadres of the whole province in Qianzhou. As long as you are willing to work hard and produce real results, there will be a day for you to rise. No matter how deep your seniority, if you do nothing, it counts for nothing." He looked at Lin Fan and spoke with solemn emphasis. "Now that you occupy the seat of a principal department-level director, your power is greater, and so is your responsibility. From now on, as you preside over the province's industry, you must hold the bottom line, stay true to your original aspiration, and continue working for the people of Qianzhou. Do not fail the trust of the organization, and do not fail your own original aspiration. The situation in Handong remains complicated. Once you have firmly established yourself in Qianzhou and accumulated your credentials, there will naturally be a place for you when the time arrives." Lin Fan nodded gravely. "Rest assured, Secretary Gu. I will bear your teachings firmly in mind, discharge my duties faithfully, and never fail you." From principal division level to principal department level, crossing over 2 ranks in one step, it looked like the luck of an exceptional promotion. In truth, it was the inevitable outcome of 6 years of lying low and devoting himself to solid work. Lin Fan did not indulge in the joy of the promotion. He assumed office that very day and took charge of the full range of the department's work. He quickly familiarized himself with all departmental matters. Integrated internal resources sustained his previous pragmatic approach, continued to advance the province's industrial upgrade and park improvements, and drove Qianzhou's industrial economy to yet another new level. With his principal department-level status, and Gu Yuanshan's full support, Lin Fan's footing in Qianzhou became ever more secure. He completely shed the label of a dejected official sent off to a distant post, and became a highly sought-after pragmatic cadre in Qianzhou officialdom. He knew in his own heart, however, that in 2015, when Zhao Lichun entered Beijing, he would need to return to Handong and face the storms of Handong politics from an even higher vantage point. Lin Fan broke convention to take charge of the Qianzhou Department of Industry and Information Technology, leaping from a division-level director of the Industrial Park Division directly to a department-level director general. Although it was a cross-level promotion in Qianzhou's officialdom, it stirred little controversy or fanfare. Instead, it became a quietly circulated tale among cadres of a pragmatic doer finally receiving recognition. There was no grand appointment ceremony, no deliberately orchestrated publicity. Everything proceeded through the normal procedures of officialdom, yet carried an unspoken weight. He had taken root in the director post for 5 years. During those 5 years, he had visited virtually every industrial park in every city and prefecture across Qianzhou, leaving his mark of in-depth research and on-site work from the dilapidated factory zones on the verge of abandonment in the deep mountains of western Qianzhou to the small processing parks in remote counties of southern Qianzhou, and to the newly emerging logistics supporting zones in northern Qianzhou. To revitalize the zombie industrial park in western Qianzhou, he lived and ate in the park for a solid month, visiting every suspended enterprise door to door, sorting out the weak links in the industrial chain, connecting with quality resources from other provinces, and securing special provincial support funds. He single-handedly brought the roar of machinery back to a desolate factory zone, providing employment for more than 1,000 local villagers. To build a mineral deep processing industrial cluster in southern Qianzhou, he led the formulation of the park's development plan, coordinated solutions to enterprises' land, electricity, and transportation difficulties, abandoned the former extensive mining model, and promoted deep processing of mineral resources, multiplying the added value of products several times over, and substantially increasing local fiscal revenue. To open external sales channels for Qianzhou's industrial products, he led teams on multiple trips to neighboring. These were solid achievements without the slightest trace of exaggeration. For 5 consecutive years, Qianzhou's industrial economic growth ranked among the province's top. The industrial parks, once a weak link weighing on economic development, had become the core engine driving growth. From provincial leaders down to grassroots park cadres, enterprise employees, and local residents, everyone who mentioned Lin Fan gave him a thumbs up. When the provincial party committee was weighing candidates for Director General of the Department of Industry and Information Technology, several Deputy Directors General and candidates transferred from other regions were on the shortlist. Yet none of them could present achievements as brilliant, solid, and beneficial to people's livelihoods as Lin Fan's. At the meeting, Gu Yuanshan, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, did not make an impassioned speech. He simply took out the report on the results of industrial park rectification across the province, turned to pages of data, and before and after photos, and said calmly, cadre appointments have always put moral integrity and ability first, with concrete achievements as the decisive criterion. The Department of Industry and Information Technology controls the industrial lifeline of the entire province. It needs cadres who can get down to the grassroots and deliver results, not those who merely accumulate seniority and talk empty theory. Lin Fan is upright in character and pragmatic in style, and his achievements are evident to all. His exceptional appointment is both a show of support for those who do solid work and a responsible choice for Qianzhou's development. His words were plain, yet every phrase carried substance. All the standing committee members present nodded in agreement, no one raised objections, and no one quietly obstructed. In the end, Lin Fan's appointment was approved unanimously. This exceptional promotion carried none of the deliberate air of breaking convention. It seemed an inevitable, natural outcome. It greatly inspired the many cadres in Qianzhou officialdom, who were devoted to solid work, and made Lin Fan's rise look entirely logical without the slightest sense of abruptness. On the day he assumed office, Lin Fan arrived at his office early. Instead of convening a celebration for the department staff, he immediately called together the deputy directors general in charge of various areas and the heads of divisions for a work deployment meeting. They reviewed the key difficulties in the province's industrial development, clarified the division of responsibilities among departments, and set a timetable for follow-up work. He did not bring the aggressive fervor of a new broom sweeping clean nor any self-serving intention to appoint favorites. He kept the department's original working team and simply stressed action first, efficiency above all, integrity as the foundation. He focused on matters, not individuals. Whoever could advance work and solve problems was given an important role. Whoever was perfunctory and idled away the days was resolutely reassigned. In just 1 month, the previously somewhat lax atmosphere in the department took on an entirely new look. Work efficiency across all divisions improved dramatically, and the cadres put aside any thoughts of coasting and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their jobs. Lin Fan maintained his old style. He rarely attended unnecessary dinners or social engagements and declined all gifts from enterprises and subordinates. In his spare time, he either pored over work materials at his desk or went to the grassroots for research. The light in his office often stayed on late into the night. Gu Yuanshan observed all this and grew increasingly appreciative of him. Occasionally, when they met in the provincial party compound, or when Lin Fan reported on his work alone, Gu Yuanshan would quietly offer him a few words of wisdom about navigating officialdom. He did not teach him to scheme or curry favor, nor did he teach him slick worldliness. He only cautioned him, when you hold a position, you must not only attend to the affairs of that office, but also keep your heart true. Achievements are the foundation of standing. Integrity is the talisman that protects you. Hold fast to these two, and your road will be steady and long. The situation in Handong is complicated. Focus on your work in Qianzhou without worry. As long as the organization is behind you, no one can move against you. It will. Gu Yuanshan was a deputy secretary of the provincial party committee dispatched from the center. He was upright himself, formed no faction, sought no private gain, and enjoyed considerable prestige on the provincial committee. Moreover, he had backing at the central level. No matter how immense the power of the Zhao family in Handong was, its reach could not extend 1,000 miles to Qianzhou, nor would it dare lightly provoke a cadre Gu Yuanshan was determined to protect. Under this implicit protection, Lin Fan firmly established himself in Qianzhou. Untroubled by factional disputes and free from suppression by outside forces, he focused wholeheartedly on deepening industrial development while steadily building seniority, achievements, and public prestige. As night deepened after finishing the park upgrade plan at hand, Lin Fan massaged the bridge of his nose. His gaze drifted to a Handong government bulletin on the corner of his desk that had been forwarded through several hands. On its front page was a photo of Gao Yuliang inspecting industrial projects in Lüzhou. In the photo, the man wore a well-pressed suit and a composed, dignified expression. From his eyes had long vanished the scholarly pride and sharp edges he had when working together in Handong years ago, replaced by a good measure of the slickness and worldliness polished by officialdom. One glance was enough to stir a complex emotion in Lin Fan's heart that was hard to articulate, like a thin stream seeping through crevices in stone, silent yet heavy. He and Gao Yuliang had been colleagues in Lüzhou, Handong for several years in the early days. They were not bosom friends who bared their hearts to each other, but they had once been fellow travelers who shared political views and respected one another. At that time, Gao Yuliang was one of the rare scholar-type cadres in officialdom, widely read with a bottom line in his heart. Even amid the Vanity Fair of power and fame, he preserved a backbone of integrity and refused to bend easily. When discussing government affairs, he cited classics and upheld principles. When faced with temptations of interest, he refused outright. That aloofness, refusing to drift with the worldly tide, remained vividly etched in Lin Fan's memory. The two had once fought side by side on the Standing Committee for Livelihood Projects, and jointly resisted unsound decisions to safeguard the ecological bottom line. Back then, Lin Fan felt from the bottom of his heart that Gao Yuliang was someone who could hold on to his original heart amid the murky currents of officialdom. Yet fate was unpredictable. After Liang Qianfeng retired and Zhao Lichun ascended to the post of Handong Provincial Party Secretary, the Zhao family's power overshadowed everything. Gao Yuliang, who had once held the line, ultimately changed. Lin Fan understood his predicament. Without the protection of his old leader Liang Qianfeng, Gao Yuliang was helpless in Handong. To preserve his hard-won position and gain a foothold in the treacherous arena of power, the only path seemed to be attaching himself to the Zhao family. He understood the involuntariness of officialdom and the helplessness and coercion within the vortex of power. But understanding was understanding. The regret and disappointment in his heart never faded. He grieved that a man of Gao Yuliang's learning, who should have used his knowledge and ability to do real things for the country and its people, had ended up as a vassal of the Zhao family, spending half a lifetime of learning on building cliques and manipulating power, losing both his original aspiration and his backbone. He was disappointed that the man who had once been willing to offend others rather than cross the line ultimately could not resist the temptation of power, personally signed the approval papers for an ecologically destructive gourmet city, and gradually constructed the Handong University clique, colluding with the corrupt and powerful, until he became a version of himself he had once held in the utmost contempt. What made his emotions even more complicated was that the two of them had once been fellow travelers, yet had now ended up at completely opposite ends of the road. He had gone far away to Qianzhou, lying low and cultivating the ground, guarding integrity and industry, advancing step by step. Gao Yuliang had stayed in Handong, sinking deeper into lust for power, clinging to those in authority, enmeshed ever more deeply. The old bond between fellow travelers had long been torn apart by reality. When Lin Fan eventually returned to Handong, the two would inevitably stand on opposite sides, becoming implacable opponents, with no further possibility of standing shoulder to shoulder. There was no bone-deep hatred nor complete contempt, only the sorrow of a world transformed, and the lament for a fellow traveler's decline. He had seen Gao Yuliang at his best, and knew that he was not born vicious or treacherous. He had simply chosen the easiest yet most dangerous road in the choice between survival and power. This tangled feeling he never voiced to anyone, he simply hid it quietly in his heart. When it occasionally surfaced, all that remained was a silent sigh. His fingertip lightly brushed across the name on the bulletin. Lin Fan steadied his mind, pressed all the surging emotions back into his heart, and his eyes returned to calm. The road was chosen by oneself. Gao Yuliang had chosen lust for power, and would have to bear the price later. Lin Fan had chosen to hold fast, so he needed only to settle down and build strength in Qianzhou, not waste his mind on other people's choices. As time quietly passed, Zhao Lichun's second term at the helm of Handong had already begun smoothly. Having cultivated roots in Handong for decades, the provincial party secretary now wielded supreme power, with the entire Handong political arena under his control. Though no great storms had broken, undercurrents were stirring. Every important figure kept to their posts, followed the established order, and bided their time. The rhythm of promotions matched the term's trajectory, and no one acted rashly. Gao Yuliang remained secretary of the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee. After attaching himself to the Zhao family, his work in Lüzhou proceeded smoothly. He implemented the Zhao family's various deployments, while also producing solid achievements. At the same time, he quietly gathered cadres from Handong University. The prototype of the Handong University clique grew ever clearer, with former students and old subordinates spread across Lüzhou, and even some provincial departments in Handong. He was neither ostentatious nor power-grasping. He quietly accumulated connections and accomplishments, waiting until around 2010 to enter the provincial party standing committee with the momentum of circumstances. Li Dukong, as Zhao Lichun's former secretary, had been firmly attached to the Zhao family from beginning to end. At this time, he served as mayor of Qianzhou city. As the administrative head of Handong's provincial capital, he poured all his energy into economic construction and urban development. Vigorous and daring, he forcefully advanced investment attraction, park construction, and old city renovation. Qianzhou's economic growth consistently ranked among the top of all Handong cities and prefectures, and his achievements were exceptionally brilliant. He never defied the Zhao family's intentions, and never got drawn into pointless infighting. Single-minded in pursuing development and delivering results, he earned Zhao Lichun's deep trust. For now, he was steadily consolidating his position as mayor, and accumulating capital for another step upward in the future. Qi Tongwei, meanwhile, remained Deputy Director General of the Handong Provincial Public Security Department, a deputy department-level cadre. With the protection of his father-in-law Liang Qianfeng gone, he acted with exceptional caution and kept a low profile. He was wholly devoted to attaching himself to Gao Yuliang, while also striving to draw close to the Zhao family, not daring the slightest slip. Though ambition burned in his heart, he dared not reveal the slightest trace of it. He simply endured accumulating seniority, and waiting for an opportunity, planning to use the momentum around 2010 to move up to the full Director General post. Lin Fan, far away in Qianzhou, kept abreast of the movements of all those in Handong. The complicated feelings toward Gao Yuliang remained hidden in his heart, neither displayed nor agonized over. He knew very well that only by settling down to work solidifying his foundation and accumulating sufficient capital now could he return to Handong with composure when the moment arrived and confront all the storms. He put the bulletin away and returned to work at his desk. Outside the window, moonlight spilled into the office, illuminating the documents before him and the resolute path ahead. The grudges and entanglements of Handong, the rise and fall of power and desire, all would be faced one by one when the time came for his return. As time entered 2010, half of Zhao Lichun's final term in Handong had already elapsed. Every mountain and stream in Qianzhou had long become familiar to Lin Fan. His second year as head of the Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology had also passed steadily and pragmatically. Since being promoted to departmental-level director, Lin Fan had never slackened in the slightest. Instead, he had grown even more cautious than before. He had completely abandoned the customary social formalities of officialdom. Apart from essential governmental meetings, he devoted nearly all his time to the work of upgrading the province's industrial sector. Qianzhou was mountainous, with a weak industrial foundation and stringent ecological protection red lines. Adapting to local conditions, Lin Fan rejected the extensive development model of high energy consumption and high pollution, spearheaded the creation of green industrial parks, pushed technological upgrading of traditional mineral processing enterprises, and attracted environmentally friendly industries, such as new energy and deep processing of specialty agricultural products. In doing so, he preserved Qianzhou's lush mountains and clear waters, while achieving high-quality growth in the industrial economy. To solve the logistics difficulties faced by mountain enterprises, he repeatedly took the lead in coordinating transportation development and reform departments, fought for special funds from above, built supporting roads for the parks, established a provincial logistics linkage system, and even personally led teams to coastal regions to attract investment. With sincerity and pragmatic policies, he attracted more than a dozen leading enterprises to settle in Qianzhou's parks, driving the development of the upstream and downstream industrial chains. Qianzhou's industrial development model gradually became a benchmark for underdeveloped provinces in the southwest. A relevant central ministry research team made a special trip to inspect and expressed high recognition of Lin Fan's work. This affirmation from the central level further solidified his foundation in Qianzhou, and also made Gu Yuanshan regard him with even greater esteem. Gu Yuanshan remained his strongest backing, yet never overstepped by interfering in his work, only providing directional guidance at key junctures. During occasional private meetings, Gu Yuanshan would discuss with him the broader trends of national officialdom and the way of being a local official. Sometimes he would also mention Handong, but never rendered judgment, only saying lightly, "The waters in Handong are muddy, guard your heart above all." Lin Fan understood the profound meaning behind those words. The complicated feelings he held toward Gao Yuliang gradually settled through days of practical work, yet never completely dissipated. He still occasionally saw political news from Handong. In the government briefings on his desk, the news that Gao Yuliang had been promoted to member of the Standing Committee of the Handong Provincial Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission stood out prominently. In the photo, the man in a formal suit faced the camera with composed ease, yet Lin Fan could always perceive beneath that steady exterior a trace of helpless weariness and a subtly concealed unease. At such moments, the suppressed regret in his heart would surge again, and even a thought would arise, one he himself deemed impractical. If one day he gained enough, say, if the time allowed, perhaps he could pull that man back. This thought was faint, hidden in the deepest recesses of his heart, never spoken to anyone, and even he himself found it somewhat absurd. By now the two had long parted ways. Gao Yuliang was deeply entangled with the Zhao family, and the Handong University clique had a solid foundation. He was no longer the principled scholar official who had once held his ground. Yet Lin Fan had seen his most sincere side, and remembered the days when they fought side by side for the people's livelihood. In the end, he simply could not bring himself to watch coldly from the sidelines. He did not intend to condone Gao Yuliang's mistakes. He merely cherished their past fellowship and hoped that before Gao sank completely there might be a chance for him to extricate himself, so that when the Zhao family's sinking ship capsized, he would not be dragged down into irredeemable ruin as well. He was well aware of the weight of this intention, and knew he was not yet able to carry it out. He could only quietly press it down in his heart, turning it into the driving force for continued deep cultivation and steady promotion. Only by standing higher and wielding greater power would he be qualified to speak of lending a hand, and capable of influencing personnel and situations. That year the personnel arrangements in Handong finally ushered in pivotal adjustments during Zhao Lichun's term. Everything advanced step by step, as expected, without any radical moves, but it thoroughly sealed the power structure of Handong for years to come. Having gained years of experience as secretary of the Lüzhou Municipal Party Committee, and with both political achievements and connections accumulated to a sufficient degree, Gao Yuliang under Zhao Lichun's personal promotion smoothly became a member of the Standing Committee of the Handong Provincial Party Committee, and secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, officially entering the core decision-making echelon of the province. The Handong University clique also took full shape. Centered on Handong University, people from the political legal system and local cadres gathered under his leadership, spreading their influence throughout Handong and becoming the core factional force under the Zhao family. After assuming the post of Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Gao Yuliang grew increasingly composed and reserved. The scholarly air about him was completely replaced by the political sophistication of officialdom. He handled matters flawlessly and firmly secured his position as a real power in Handong's political circles, yet that deliberate composure could not conceal the struggle within his heart. Li Daqong also reached a critical step in his career, rising from mayor of Qianzhou to secretary of the Qianzhou Municipal Party Committee, while also becoming a member of the Standing Committee of the Handong Provincial Party Committee. As a veteran subordinate personally promoted by Zhao Lichun, he had always kept pace with the Zhao family. After taking charge of Qianzhou, he continued to vigorously promote the economy and construction, pushing urban expansion and the creation of industrial parks. Qianzhou's economic growth reached new heights, and his political achievements grew increasingly impressive. Deeply trusted by Zhao Lichun, he became a core stalwart of the Zhao family in Handong's officialdom, known for practical work. He and Gao Yuliang's Handong University clique checked each other, while both belonging to the Zhao camp, each performing their own duties. Qi Tongwei, with Gao Yuliang's backing and the Zhao family's implied approval, smoothly rose from Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Department to Director. He remained at the departmental level, and did not enter the sub-provincial rank. After years of forbearance, his wish was finally fulfilled. Holding real power over Handong's political and legal affairs, his ambition gradually revealed itself. He was extremely obsequious toward the father and son of the Zhao family, and remained thoroughly respectful to Gao Yuliang, single-mindedly accumulating credentials and prestige in order to pave the way for his future bid for the sub-provincial rank and a seat on the provincial standing committee. The promotions of these three key figures in Handong were all under Zhao Lichun's control, marking the peak of the Zhao family's power in Handong. No other force in Handong's officialdom could contend with them, and under the seemingly stable political situation, the undercurrents of corruption and factional conflict surged ever more fiercely. When the news reached Qianzhou, Lin Fan was leading a team at the Qianzhou Industrial Park inspecting production. Seeing the notification about Handong's personnel appointments on his phone, his finger paused slightly, and the thought hidden at the bottom of his heart flashed through his mind. Then he returned to normal, and continued talking with the enterprise leader, inquiring about production difficulties. The Deputy Director of the Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology beside him casually brought up the personnel changes in Handong, remarking that Handong's officialdom was full of factional strife, and people there were not their own masters. Lin Fan only listened quietly, and did not respond, but in his heart he was already clear. Gao Yuliang, Li Daqong, and Qi Tongwei, three men who once shared the Handong officialdom with him, were all now in high positions deeply tied to the Zhao family. He far away in Qianzhou had been lying low for years, rising from a banished deputy division-level cadre step by step to a departmental-level director. Though the gap seemed still enormous, he was no longer in a position to be manipulated as he once was. Gu Yuanshan's protection, his own political achievements, and central-level recognition were all his sources of confidence. He was only one suitable opportunity away from the sub-provincial step. And Zhao Lichun's term was already counting down. With his move to Beijing approaching in 2015, the skies over Handong would sooner or later change. What he needed to do was to reach a sub-provincial position as soon as possible and accumulate enough capital, both to return to Handong and rewrite fate, and to fulfill the faint hope that had never died in his heart if the opportunity arose to lend that former fellow traveler a hand. After the inspection, the car drove back through the mountains of Qianzhou, with endless greenery and swirling clouds outside the window. Leaning against the car window, Lin Fan closed his eyes to rest, carefully tucking away that secret intention, his gaze growing ever more resolute. The road was one's own choice. The road Gao Yuliang had taken was his own doing, yet Lin Fan still wanted to leave a little room. He did not hope to change the predetermined outcome, but merely wished that given a future chance, he could offer the other men an opportunity to turn back, so as not to betray their old fellowship. Back at the department, Lin Fan immediately convened a leadership team meeting to deploy the industrial upgrading work for the second half of the year, pouring all his energy back into Qianzhou's development. He knew well that every political achievement here, and now, was the source of confidence for realizing that intention in the future. Every steady step here, and now, was the capital for facing the winds and clouds of Handong in the days to come. Gu Yuanshan had long been planning behind the scenes. Taking advantage of Qianzhou's outstanding industrial development achievements, he began to seek a nomination for Lin Fan for a sub-provincial post, waiting only for the next round of provincial leadership adjustments to push him into the position of vice-governor, completing the leap from departmental level to sub-provincial level. Lin Fan knew this in his heart but never showed it. He remained low-key and pragmatic, burying his head in work. The deep mountains of Qianzhou had smoothed his edges yet strengthened his original aspiration. Being far away from the power vortex of Handong allowed him to see things more clearly and walk more steadily. The towering power of Handong was after all only a transient splendor. The quiet, deep cultivation in Qianzhou was the lasting foundation. Night fell over Qianzhou once again. The lights in Lin Fan's office were still on. Work documents were piled high like mountains on his desk, and he was writing at his desk with a focused and determined expression. The road ahead was long but already clear. The chess game of Handong had only just begun, and the secret hope buried deep in his heart would eventually find its moment to be fulfilled. The year 2011 arrived. Qianzhou was a land of frequent rain, its mountains and forests evergreen all year round, wreathed in drifting clouds and mist. Lin Fan had remained here for nearly a decade. From the uneasy heart with which he had first left his hometown and been posted far afield, to now step by step from deputy, division-level cadre, to full department-level official, the sharp edge he once carried had been worn smooth by the wind and rain of the deep mountains. What remained was a composure increasingly inward, deep, and undemonstrative. During his years leading the Department of Industry and Information Technology, he acted with method and discipline. No flashy gestures, no surface show, no interest in forming cliques or courting attention. Qianzhou's industrial foundation was weak, so he threw himself into the grassroots, visiting every industrial park in every city and prefecture. Even mining enterprises hidden deep in rugged mountains were regular stops for his research. With strict ecological red lines, he repeatedly led the revision of plans, pushed high-energy consuming enterprises through technological upgrading, and introduced green new energy projects. Day after day, year after year, Qianzhou's industrial output climbed from backward to steadily rising. The industrial parks took on a new look, the cadres were honest and pragmatic, and the public held him in high regard. Such achievements were solid, clean, and free of inflated numbers. The most consistent recognition the whole province gave him from top to bottom. Gu Yuanshan saw it all and took note. Under the cadre management authority, leading cadres at the deputy provincial level were appointed by the Central Committee, while the Provincial Party Committee was responsible for deliberation, recommendation, and vetting. That year a vacancy appeared in the provincial government leadership. The Provincial Party Committee initiated deliberation and recommendation procedures in accordance with the rules. As Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, Gu Yuanshan gave an objective and rigorous account of Lin Fan's performance at the Standing Committee meeting, highlighting his practical achievements, his work style, and the positive assessment of the Central Research Group, concluding that he met the conditions for further appointment. The recommendation process was steady and standard, and the Provincial Party Committee leadership reached unanimous agreement. The proposed candidate was then reported to the Central Committee through the formal procedure. After special inspection by the Central Organization Department, rigorous review, and the lawful completion of all appointment procedures, the Central Committee formally issued the appointment notice. Lin Fan was to serve as Vice Governor of the Qianzhou Provincial People's Government, promoted to the deputy provincial level. The entire process was rigorous and orderly, entirely a normal selection and appointment. No exceptional promotion, no publicity, no controversy. When Lin Fan accepted the appointment document, his heart remained calm and undisturbed. He knew well that a higher position meant heavier responsibility, and only by being even more cautious and more pragmatic could he live up to the cultivation and trust of the organization. Returning home in the evening, he pushed open the door to find the room warm with the ordinary comforts of life. His wife Su Qing had followed him all these years from Handong to Qianzhou, quiet and gentle, never asking about politics, never drawn into disputes, devoting herself to the household and keeping their small home stable and secure. His child was doing homework at the desk, and seeing him return softly called out, "Dad," with clear, pure eyes untouched by worldly restlessness. In that instant, the exhaustion and tension around Lin Fan quietly melted away. He sat quietly by his child for a moment, listening to his wife chat about everyday matters, and felt a deep, placid peace. Often in silence, he reflected, after all this time as an official, what he sought was never power or high position, but to walk upright, sit straight, and have no guilt in his heart. To return to a lit home late at night, to have a shelter against wind and rain. This ordinary steadiness was far more precious than any glory. Over these years, he had held a line: no greed, no corruption, no crossing of red lines, no entanglement in factions. Half of it was his original conviction. As an official, the other half was simply to protect this plainest kind of peace. Late at night, the child was fast asleep. His wife brought him a glass of warm water, and softly urged him to rest soon. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his gaze drifting toward the heavy darkness beyond the window. In his heart there was only one silent encouragement: the higher the position, the steadier, the more cautious, the cleaner he must be. Before long, the year 2012 arrived. Born in 1971, Lin Fan turned 41 that year. At just past 40, holding a deputy provincial post was not aggressive among officials of the same cohort, but it was certainly young, promising, well-grounded, and full of future. After becoming vice governor, he remained low-key and pragmatic. No official airs, no power-grabbing, no showiness. The work under his purview was clearly organized and forcefully advanced, and he still insisted on going down to the front lines for research, his style no different from before. Gu Yuanshan, and he maintained a clean and proper superior-subordinate relationship. The provincial committee responsible for recommendation and oversight, the Central Committee carrying out the appointment procedures. Everything followed the rules, with a tacit mutual understanding, and no hint of overstepping. In his spare time, flipping through government information, he would inevitably catch glimpses of Handong's developments. Gao Yuliang, Li Dukong, Qi Tongwei, those names familiar yet distant. Especially when he saw Gao Yuliang, an extremely faint trace of complication would pass through Lin Fan's heart. He had seen the Gao Yuliang of earlier years, learned principled, a man of integrity. And he knew clearly that the man was now trapped by his own entanglements, powerless to extricate himself. There was no contempt, no resentment, only a faint regret. A thought drifted lightly through his mind: restrained and undeveloped, different people take different roads, make different choices. After all, they had once been colleagues. If in the future a chance arose within the bounds of principle to leave a little leeway or lend a helping hand, that would not betray old ties nor his own conscience. This thought was very faint, kept deep in his heart, never revealed, and never affecting his judgment in the slightest. In Handong at that time, Zhao Lichun's final term was nearing its end. On the surface, everything was stable and orderly, but beneath the currents were beginning to stir. Gao Yuliang served as a member of the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee, and secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. His position was solid as Handong University clique deeply rooted, and his protégés and old associates were spread across the political and legal systems and every city and county. He acted with composure and thoroughness, yet despite his inner unease, he could no longer extricate himself. Li Daqong, a member of the Standing Committee and the top official of Qianzhou, devoted himself to development and tangible results. His style was tough, his achievements outstanding, and he closely followed the tide, shrewd and self-protective. After Qi Tongwei was formally confirmed as director of the Provincial Public Security Department, he held his full department-level position with unwavering grip. His ambition now fully exposed, he rushed toward the deputy provincial level and a seat on the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee. Eager to advance, eager to turn his life around, eager to prove himself, he ingratiated himself everywhere, clung to the Zhao family, his methods growing sharper and his temperament increasingly restless. Gao Yuliang repeatedly warned him privately to restrain himself, stay steady, and not to act rashly, but Qi Tongwei no longer listened. Still he clung tightly to Gao Yuliang, while throwing his full effort into cultivating the Zhao family, acting energetically, greasing palms up and down the ladder, single-mindedly accumulating seniority and popularity, climbing step by step. Gao Yuliang had promoted and supported him considerably, and the bond between them was stable, one in the background, one on the front lines, relying on each other to sink deep roots into Handong's officialdom. The whole of Handong still operated under the pattern dominated by the Zhao family. Restlessness simmered beneath the surface unshown. Far away in Qianzhou, Lin Fan watched quietly from a distance, his mind clear and calm. He did not comment, intervene, or take sides. He simply guarded his duties and steadied his heart. With a stable family behind him, solid achievements before him, and an upright conduct of his own, no storm outside could shake him in the slightest. The night was deep, and the mountains were silent. Lin Fan stood by the window, his mind calm, his gaze far away. He did not seek temporary glory, only peace of mind with every step. He did not worry about the distance of the road ahead, only held to a clear conscience in the present. To go far one must walk steadily, to be free of shame before one's own heart. That is the true path. In the deep winter of 2013, Qianzhou and Handong almost simultaneously underwent changes in personnel. Gu Yuanshan, while serving as deputy secretary of the Qianzhou Provincial Party Committee, had been upright and conduct outstanding in achievements and highly recognized by the higher levels. Through the central authorities' coordinated arrangement, he was formally transferred to an important ministerial post, ascending to a higher rank. On the night before his departure, he summoned Lin Fan alone. There was no third person in the office, only the superior and subordinate, who had known each other for years. Gu Yuanshan's tone was calm, neither melodramatic nor lingering, every word practical. Don't overthink my transfer, and don't go out of your way to make extra moves. In these years in Qianzhou, you have been steady, clean, and capable. Those above have taken note. Lin Fan stood upright, listening with a composed expression. Gu Yuanshan raised his eyes to him, his gaze profound, and his instruction was especially clear. You're 42 this year at the deputy provincial level, young with a solid foundation, and most importantly, you walk straight and act steadily. In the days ahead, remember this: work steadily, move forward steadily, keep a low profile, take no sides, and stir no trouble. Grasp your assigned work firmly, take good care of your family, and keep yourself well guarded. He paused, his tone light yet carrying enormous weight. Big changes will come in the situation ahead, and over in Handong things will be far from calm. There's no need for you to rush to contend or to actively seek anything. Just keep walking steadily. When the time comes, the organization will make its arrangements, and I will handle my part. Once the moment arrives, everything will fall into place naturally. Lin Fan's heart tightened. He nodded gently. Please rest assured, Chief. I will keep your words firmly in mind, and never let you down. There were no promises, no faction building, only the most solid of entrustments. The next day, Gu Yuanshan left Qianzhou quietly, without fanfare. From then on, Lin Fan became even more low-key and composed. He made no show, no contacts, no scheming for advancement. He devoted himself wholly to industry, ecology, development zones, and people's livelihoods. His family was stable, his wife and child at peace, his heart resolute, and no matter how turbulent the outside world became, it could not sway him in the slightest. He knew that Gu Yuanshan's words, When the time comes there will be arrangements, were both a promise and a reassurance. Meanwhile in Handong province, Zhao Lichun's original term was not due to end until 2015, and everyone assumed he would calmly serve out his final term. But in early 2014 the organization department suddenly issued a transfer order. Zhao Lichun was to be transferred immediately to serve as vice chairman of the national committee, elevated to the deputy national level. It appeared to be a promotion reburial, but in reality it was a demotion disguised as advancement, being removed from real power, given an honorary post with no more authority over regional military or government affairs. Only his title and nominal status remained. The move was sudden and utterly without warning, sending shockwaves throughout Handong. But Zhao Lichun had deep roots from more than 20 years in Handong, so even with the abrupt transfer he still had enough time to nominate and recommend his chosen successors to the organization and finalize the ensuing leadership team. He had to fully secure the grand situation in Handong within this final window. Late at night in the Handong Provincial Party Committee Secretary's office, only Zhao Lichun and Gao Yuliang were present. The atmosphere was heavy, stiflingly quiet. Zhao Lichun leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, unreadable, his voice deep. The organization's transfer order has arrived. After the 2 sessions next year, I'll be reassigned as vice chairman of the national committee at the deputy national level. They're letting me step down early and leave Handong. Gao Yuliang's heart trembled violently, but his outward composure remained intact. He slightly inclined his body. Congratulations, Secretary, on your advancement and new post. Zhao Lichun cast him a faint glance and said bluntly, without sparing any pleasantries, it's a demotion disguised as a promotion. You and I both know it clearly. An honorary deputy national post means I can never return to Handong again. Once I leave, Handong province will be yours. His tone was resolute and brooked no doubt. I have formally nominated and recommended to the central authorities that you succeed me as secretary of the Handong Provincial Party Committee. Tumultuous waves surged in Gao Yuliang's heart, yet his face remained reverent and restrained. The secretary's trust leaves me deeply honored but unworthy. I only fear that my abilities are insufficient to shoulder the entire province. Zhao Lichun raised a hand to cut him off, his voice cold and steady. It can't work without you. You understand the art of power. You can steady the overall situation, control the political and legal system, and unite the cadres. Only with you as secretary will Handong's situation stay stable. Li Dakong handles the economy, gets things done, and dares to break new ground. With you two as a team, one inward, one outward, it will be the most stable arrangement. He leaned forward slightly, his tone laden with meaning, carrying his final instructions. In all my years here in Handong, my connections have grown intricate and tangled. People, matters, and circumstances are all bound together. Once I take up my new post, my status changes, and my position becomes nominal. I won't be able to shield you all for long. Handong is my retreat, my foundation. If you secure the secretary seat steadily, you preserve my foundation and protect the safety of everyone. Gao Yuliang's expression was solemn, his voice low. Rest assured, secretary. I fully understand the stakes, and will never allow the slightest negligence. Zhao Lichun said slowly, Qi Tongwei is loyal, hard-working, capable of getting things done, but also ambitious. Continue to mentor him, support him, and use him. But you must keep him under control. He must not get cocky, reckless, or stretch out his hands where he shouldn't. While I was here, everything stayed suppressed, but once I leave, none of this can be guaranteed. The steadier you are, the steadier Handong will be. The steadier Handong is, the safer all of us are. Gao Yuliang replied in a deep voice, I will strictly restrain him, maintain control over the overall situation, speak and act with caution, and protect Handong. Zhao Lichun lightly closed his eyes and gave a slight nod. This conversation brief, as it was seen to settle the highest power structure of Handong's future. His nomination of Gao Yuliang to take charge was at once his final stratagem, a reluctant entrustment and a deep binding of fates. When Gao Yuliang walked out of the office building, the night wind was cold. He felt no joy from the nomination, only a profound heaviness. Boundless glory, yet precarious as a pile of eggs. The news spread layer by layer to Qianzhou. Lin Fan sat in his office reading the internal information, his expression tranquil. No shock, no surprise. Gu Yuanchan's transfer had long been laid in groundwork. Zhao Lichun's sudden elevation to a nominal deputy national post was also within the broader trend of events. And the nomination of Gao Yuliang as provincial party secretary before his departure was simply the final move fitting within the logic of it all. His gaze lingered on the three characters Gao Yuliang, and that faint trace of complicated emotion once again stirred gently in his heart. The man who had once worked alongside him, scholarly principled, was now about to become a powerful provincial chieftain in Handong, with immense authority yet bound completely to the Zhao family with no road back. That faint thought remained hidden deep in his heart, controlled restraint never revealed. But he was also clear-headed. Gao Yuliang had long since lost the power to choose, trapped deep in the game, not someone easily pulled back by anyone. Outside the window, the night was deep, and all was silent. Gu Yuanshan had said keep moving forward steadily, and when the time comes things will be handled. Zhao Lichun was laying his final gambit. In the late spring and early summer of 2014 the air was thick with heat and restlessness. The attention of officialdom across the nation converged, as if by unspoken agreement, on Handong province, an impregnable fortress, where the Zhao family had entrenched its power for over 2 decades. It was about to witness an unprecedented reshuffling of power. Far away in Qianzhou, Lin Fan was situated deep in the southwest, encircled by mountains. The isolation shielded him from the clamor of the outside world, and created a rare vacuum in which to lie low. At 42, he still served as vice-governor of the Qianzhou Provincial People's Government in charge of industry and the ecological economy. After Gu Yuanshan went to assume his new post, Lin Fan became even more low-key and prudent. He steadfastly followed his old leader's advice, worked steadily, moved forward prudently, never crossed the line, and formed no ties with any faction, devoting himself wholly to the practical affairs of Qianzhou. Lin Fan's life remained regular and tranquil. He rose at 6:30 each morning, shared a warm breakfast with his wife Su Qing, and listened to her talk about their child's school days. Their son was now in the upper grades of primary school, well-behaved and sensible, causing no worry over his studies. The child's pure innocence always dissolved the fatigue of Lin Fan's work. After dropping off his son, he threw himself entirely into government affairs. He would either plunge into industrial park enterprises to solve production and sales problems, pore over industrial transformation plans at his desk, or lead teams into the mountains to investigate distinctive industries, never allowing himself a moment's slack. This stillness was not the inactivity of a caretaker, but the accumulation that precedes a powerful burst of achievement. Facing downward pressure on the national economy, Lin Fan rejected short-sighted political achievement views, withstood pressure from all sides, and championed the principle of slower growth, higher quality, and ecological priority. He led the drafting of the Qianzhou negative list for green industries, decisively halted more than 10 high-pollution, high-energy consumption projects that were slated to land, adjusted some extensive infrastructure targets, and instead promoted the clustered development of distinctive industries, such as deep processing of Chinese medicinal herbs, clean energy, and green food. In the first half of 2014, although Qianzhou's GDP growth rate dipped slightly, the industrial profit margin rose against the trend by 3.2 percentage points, and the ecological quality index remained among the top in the southwest. This governance philosophy, balancing development and ecology, not only won unanimous approval from ordinary people and enterprises at the grassroots level, but was also submitted to the central leadership through internal briefings, and landed on the desk of Gu Yuanshan, who had already taken up his new post in Beijing. Gu Yuanshan had always maintained a clean and tacit superior-subordinate rapport with Lin Fan, never contacting him inappropriately in private. Yet at high-level meetings he repeatedly affirmed Lin Fan's governance approach and endorsed his achievements. Lin Fan was keenly aware of the weight of this trust conveyed from afar. He became even more steady in his conduct, implementing every piece of work down to the last detail, and making each step flawless. He understood that his current deep cultivation and perseverance were both a way to live up to the organization's nurturing and to accumulate ample confidence for the future. At this time, however, Handong was already in the grip of a coming storm, the wind sweeping through the tower before the rain. Zhao Lichun's term was originally set to expire in 2015. However, in early 2014, he suddenly received a transfer order from the central government, stepping down early as secretary of the Handong Provincial Party Committee to assume the post of vice chairman of the National Committee of the CPPCC. Ostensibly a promotion to a vice-national level post, it was in reality a promotion in name, but a demotion in substance, stripping him of real local power and leaving him with a nominal idle position. This sudden transfer sent shockwaves through Handong's officialdom. Seizing the window before his departure, Zhao Lichun swiftly submitted nominations and recommendations to the central government, finalizing the leadership lineup for Handong and laying his final chess move. In the provincial party secretary's office within the compound, the closed-door conversation on the eve of Zhao Lichun's departure was heavy with import. Every word carried immense weight, definitively sealing the future power structure of Handong. He formally proposed to the central government that Gao Yuliang succeed him as secretary of the Handong Provincial Party Committee. He repeatedly urged him to stabilize the overall situation in Handong and guard the Zhao family's foundation with special instructions to keep Qi Tongwei in check and not allow him to act rashly or recklessly. After the conversation, Li Ducong left first, his expression still marked by brisk, decisive competence. He said little, asked nothing, and departed upon receiving his orders. Gao Yuliang remained until the end. He bowed slightly and solemnly assured Zhao Lichun that he would strictly observe boundaries and control the overall situation. Then he slowly walked out of the office with steady steps, yet there was not a trace of joy on his face. The night was deep, and the evening breeze carried the chill of late spring. Gao Yuliang got into the car, closed his eyes, and leaned back against the seat, his heart heavy with foreboding. Having studied officialdom for half his life, he thoroughly understood the principle that the zenith of power heralds its decline. Zhao Lichun's sudden move to Beijing, and to a titular vice-national post at that, was transparent to anyone with discerning eyes. The chessboard of Handong, ostensibly taken over by him, was in fact a hot potato. The Zhao family's power was deeply rooted and intricately interwoven. When the inevitable storm came, he would be the first to bear the brunt, and there was no turning back. The car slowly drove into the provincial party residential compound and stopped beneath his building. The lamplight in the small courtyard was serene, yet it only accentuated the turmoil in his heart. Gao Yuliang pushed open the door and entered. He asked the housekeeper to brew a cup of green tea. He had just settled into his study when the doorbell rang softly. The secretary reported in a low voice that Qi Tongwei, director of the Provincial Public Security Department, had come to call. Gao Yuliang gently traced the rim of the teacup with his fingers, already knowing well what this visit was about. Yet his expression remained calm, and he instructed the secretary to show him in, betraying not the slightest emotion. When Qi Tongwei entered, he carried only a box of fresh seasonal tea. His bearing was respectful, his footsteps extremely light. Seeing Gao Yuliang, he hurriedly bowed and greeted him with reverence. "Mentor, I apologize for disturbing you so late. I just received some new tea, and thought I'd bring it for you to taste." He spoke pleasantries, but his eyes unconsciously betrayed a hint of urgency, unable to conceal the calculations in his heart. Gao Yuliang raised a hand to invite him to sit, his tone calm and indifferent, revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure. "Sit down. There's no need to be so polite." Qi Tongwei sat down and placed his hands on his knees. After exchanging a few pleasantries about the recent work of the Public Security Department, he could no longer restrain himself. Leaning slightly forward, he spoke tentatively, his tone carrying a cautious yearning. "Mentor, Secretary Zhao summoned us for a talk tonight. The subsequent personnel arrangements for Handong must already have been decided. I've served as director of the Public Security Department for some years now. I've always wanted to follow you and take on more responsibilities. I just don't know. Have you and Secretary Zhao given any consideration to my further advancement?" The further step he spoke of referred directly to a vice-provincial post. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the study grew noticeably still. Gao Yuliang slowly raised his eyes, his gaze settling on Qi Tongwei. He still wore his usual refined and gentle demeanor, but his tone turned deep. It was not a harsh reprimand, but a measured admonishment laced with patient guidance, every word freighted with meaning. "Tongwei, you have been with me for many years. I have always considered you a discerning person. How is it that now you are the one who cannot keep his composure?" Qi Tongwei's heart tightened. He quickly composed his expression, but could not help defending himself. "Mentor, I'm not anxious. I just want to keep pace with you as soon as possible, to share your burdens, and to do more for Handong's political and legal system. That is not how one shares burdens. Gao Yuliang gently interrupted him, took a sip from his teacup, and spoke in a calm but forceful tone. Secretary Zhao's sudden departure to become vice chairman of the CPPCC looks like a promotion, but in reality it strips him of real power. The current situation in Handong is already seething with undercurrents, with all sides watching closely. What we should do most now is to stabilize people's hearts and the overall situation, and to hold fast to our respective duties, not to fixate on ranks and positions, which only breeds restlessness. He paused, looking at Qi Tongwei with deep penetrating eyes. His words carried both a warning and a mentor's private counsel. Before he left, Secretary Zhao specifically urged me to keep a tighter rein on you, not because he distrusts you, but because he fears your ambition may burn too fiercely, and your eagerness to achieve might give others ammunition. A vice-provincial position has always been earned through work and patience, not through pleading or haste. Do solid work at the Public Security Department, keep the political and legal ranks steady, and avoid even the slightest error. That is the most essential thing right now. When the time comes, what should be yours will naturally not be withheld from you. But if you become restless, go prying in all directions, and lose your sense of measure, not only will your own future be ruined, the entire Handong political and legal system and myself along with it will be implicated by your actions. Now we either rise or fall together. The more critical the moment, the more we must hold our nerve. Do not risk great losses for the sake of small gains. Do you understand? This speech, though gentle in tone, struck home with every sentence. It contained no harsh words or fierce looks, yet it displayed both deep calculation and authority. It chastised Qi Tongwei's impatience, illuminated the current danger, and preserved the dignity of their mentor-student relationship. Qi Tongwei's face instantly flushed with shame, and all the urgency in his heart dissipated. He hurriedly stood up and lowered his head in admission. Mentor, you are right to admonish me. My perspective was too narrow, my heart too impatient, and my considerations incomplete. I nearly ruined the larger picture. From now on I will certainly settle down and perform my duties, never act rashly again, and follow all of your arrangements. Gao Yuliang looked at him, nodded slightly, and softened his tone. As long as you understand. Go back now. Put your mind to your work. As for the rest, don't dwell on it. Qi Tongwei dared not linger any longer. He respectfully took his leave, and when he turned to go, his steps were already much steadier. The study fell silent once more. Gao Yuliang sat alone by the window, gazing into the heavy night, and let out a soft sigh. He was all too aware of Qi Tongwei's ambition. But the situation in Handong was perilous now, and Qi Tongwei was his most capable right hand. If left unbridled, he would sooner or later become the point of breach. Yet how much this admonition could restrain him, Gao Yuliang himself was not certain. He could only take things one step at a time, and do his utmost to stabilize the situation. These undercurrents in Handong gradually reached Qianzhou in fragments. Through government briefings and internal information, Lin Fan roughly discerned the personnel networks and factional dynamics in Handong. He observed with a cool eye and a clear mind. Qi Tongwei's restless ambition, Gao Yuliang's helplessness, and Li Dukhong's pragmatic self-preservation, all were laid before his eyes. The endgame Zhao Lichun had arranged already concealed the seeds of collapse. Lin Fan did not delve into the details, nor did he pry into the specific arguments between the mentor and his disciple. What concerned him more were the future trends in Handong, and the logic of power struggles behind such high-level personnel changes. In his view, the situation in Handong had long been firmly controlled by the Zhao family faction. Zhao's apparent retirement was actually a means of preserving an escape route from an even higher position. Gao Yuliang, Li Dukhong, and Qi Tongwei were merely key pawns left by the Zhao faction. Once the coming upheaval was triggered, whoever touched the line first and whoever wavered first would all be swept along by the greater current. Lin Fan understood well that being far away in Qianzhou, the most important thing was not to watch Handong, but to do his current work, solidly consolidate his political achievements, and refine his conduct. He was a cadre, not a spectator, and certainly not the protagonist of a story. His position was in Qianzhou, his responsibility lay in the land beneath his feet. As time entered late autumn, the weather in Qianzhou turned cool. Lin Fan led a team deep into Qian'an Prefecture to investigate the development of the Chinese medicinal herb industry. The mountain road wound and twisted, and outside the window layer upon layer of peaks unfolded, like a long ink-washed painting slowly opening. The young secretary accompanying him marveled at the perils of the journey. Lin Fan just smiled faintly, and said the more dangerous the road the more urgently it needs to be built. Cadres cannot just look at reports from their offices. They must personally step on the soil, and listen to the voices of the people. He went deep into the fields, inspected the growth of the medicinal fields, talked with herb farmers, listened to the difficulties of enterprises, and coordinated on the spot to resolve bottlenecks in sales. In the evening when he returned to the lodging, Lin Fan remained full of energy, and sat at his desk revising the draft of the industrial plan. As the night deepened, the office remained brightly lit. Looking at the thick stack of drafts, he knew clearly that the road ahead was long and the tasks were heavy. Every step must be steady and upright. News from Handong continued to come in through various channels. Lin Fan saw it, and kept it in mind, yet never allowed any superfluous emotion to stir in his heart. He understood that the storm in Handong would eventually come, but that was not his battlefield, at least not for now. All he needed to do was settle his mind in Qianzhou, do his work solidly, conduct himself honorably, and keep his family secure. The words Gu Yuanshan had entrusted to him from afar remained engraved in his heart, yet he never revealed a single syllable to anyone else. Because he knew that on the path of officialdom, steadiness matters more than speed, substance matters more than show, and integrity matters more than power. The night was deep, and outside the window lights in Qianzhou flickered on one by one. Lin Fan closed the file, stretched, and his gaze grew distant and serene. On the land of Qianzhou, beneath his feet, every project, every plan, and every detail concerning people's livelihoods was quietly undergoing change. Under his guidance, this mountainous province was stepping bit by bit toward a future that was more stable, greener, and more sustainable. In the late spring of 2015, the rain in Qianzhou fell like fine silk mist, pattering softly against the glass windows of the provincial government office building. The air was steeped in the damp fragrance of vegetation and earth, while the distant mountains dissolved into pale cyan hues through the rain and mist, a scene of tranquil stability. Lin Fan stood by the window, his fingertip gently touching the cool glass, as the soft footsteps of his secretary echoed behind him. The secretary placed a red-headed document on the desk, his voice brimming with barely concealed delight. Governor Lin, the Central Research Team's feedback has arrived. Our province's green transformation and livelihood improvement efforts have received explicit commendation from the central government, and they have even decided to promote our model as a typical example. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze resting on the document, his expression still calm and devoid of complacency. Being a model or not matters little. Notify the staff. Next week we'll go again to the remote villages in northern Qianzhou to oversee the final phase of the drinking water project. When it comes to the people's affairs, not the slightest carelessness is permitted. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. The secretary acknowledged and withdrew. Over the past 3 years, Lin Fan had worked deep in Qianzhou. From shutting down high-energy consuming industrial parks amid layers of resistance to the grid connection of clean energy projects, with wind turbines spinning steadily on the mountain ridges, from building the southern Qianzhou herbal medicine base from scratch, to boosting the incomes of over 100,000 farming households, every step had been solid and steady. The Central Research Team's field visits, through industrial parks, farm households, and account ledgers, yielded an assessment that rang with conviction of forceful transition, a clean foundation, and tangible benefits for the people. Lin Fan picked up the warm cup of clear tea on his desk, the warmth spreading through his palm. He knew very well that an official's true achievements were never merely words written on documents, but the reassuring lives seen in the eyes of the people, and the concrete changes taking root in this land. Outside the window, the rain and mist gradually dispersed as moonlight spread across the mountains. He bent over his work once more, his pen gliding across the paper with calm resolve. In Handong, 1,000 miles away, the atmosphere within the provincial party compound suddenly turned grave. The afternoon sunlight was harsh, and piercing cicadas droned without cease, and the office's cold air conditioning did little to dispel the suffocating tension in the air. In the office of Deputy Provincial Party Secretary Gao Yuliang, the Chief Secretary strode in swiftly, holding the central government's appointment notice in hand, and said in a low voice, "Secretary Gao, the central authorities have just issued a transfer order appointing Comrade Xia Ruijin as Provincial Party Secretary of Handong. Gao Yulian was just taking a sip of tea from his cup. At the news his fingertips paused slightly. He looked up at the Chief Secretary, his features still refined and scholarly, yet a chill lurked deep in his eyes. Has there been any news on Comrade Xia Ruijin's itinerary? Secretary Xia has already arrived in Handong. He did not enter the compound. He went directly to the grassroots for research with his secretary. The central authorities have instructed that you continue to preside over the province's day-to-day work for the time being. Gao Yulian slowly set down his teacup. The light clink of the cup against the desk sounded soft, yet it struck his heart like a heavy hammer. He spoke in a quiet voice that betrayed neither pleasure nor displeasure. Understood. Follow the proper procedures to ensure all support work is done well, and do not disturb Secretary Xia's research. After the Chief Secretary left, Gao Yulian leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He had presided over the province's work for more than a year, hoping every day for official confirmation of his promotion. Yet, in the end, the central authorities had parachuted in a provincial party secretary instead. Though he never said it outright, he could sense that the new secretary's arrival carried unusual intent. The entrenched political order of Handong, which had stood for years, was likely about to crumble. Meanwhile, Xia Ruijin's official vehicle was driving along a rural dirt road in a remote county of Handong. The scorching sun baked the earth, heat waves distorted the air above the road, and the wheels churned up clouds of dust as they passed. His accompanying secretary, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned back to look at Xia Ruijin, who was resting with his eyes closed. Secretary Xia, our first stop is the impoverished village in Qianzhou County. It's the most remote township in Handong, and the situation there is rather complicated. Should we notify the county in advance to make preparations for your reception? Xia Ruijin opened his eyes, sharp, steady, and resolute, and said firmly, no notification, no reception. We'll go straight into the village, listen to what the people truly say, and see the real situation at the grassroots. My purpose in coming to Handong is precisely to get a clear picture of the most authentic state of affairs. The secretary understood at once. Understood. I'll tell the driver to head straight into the village. Xia Ruijin gazed at the barren mountain fields outside the window, his brow creasing almost imperceptibly. He knew better than anyone that he had come bearing the central authorities' special mandate for anti-corruption work, rectifying the chronic ills of Handong's political scene, uprooting the residual forces of the Zhao family, and investigating corruption were the core missions entrusted to him by the central government. By shunning ceremonial welcomes and going straight to the grassroots, he intended to bypass the official gloss and uncover genuine clues to the province's problems. The vehicle drove on until it entered a rundown village. Xia Ruijin stepped out of the car, and a wave of searing hot wind rushed at his face. Treading across the soft soil, he walked straight into the courtyard of a farmhouse. An old party member in the yard hurried forward at the sight of the stranger. Xia Ruijin reached out and took the old man's hand, speaking in a gentle tone, "Elder, I am Xia Ruijin. I've come to see how you all are doing. Tell me, what difficulties do you have in your daily life, and what would you like to say about the township cadres?" The old man was startled for a moment, then opened up, rambling on about the hardships at the grassroots and the work style of the cadres. Xia Ruijin listened attentively throughout, nodding from time to time, committing every word to memory. In the office of the Handong Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, Tian Guofu was reviewing the ledger of leads before him, when a subordinate entered to report, "Secretary Tian, Secretary Xia has gone down to the grassroots for research regarding the leads we've compiled on discipline violations in the political legal system and among grassroots cadres. Should we continue digging deeper?" Tian Guofu tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his tone measured. "Proceed as normal. Investigate comprehensively, and keep a close watch on the key areas. Don't target any single individual. First, get the full picture clear. Once Secretary Xia returns from his research, we'll make unified arrangements." Understood. The subordinate acknowledged and left. Tian Guofu gazed out the window, a quiet understanding dawning in his mind. Though he and Xia Ruijin had never met, an unspoken consensus had already formed between them. Xia Ruijin would take the measure of the grassroots, he would fortify the line of discipline, bide his time, and steadily advance the anti-corruption drive. Meanwhile, in the provincial government office, Governor Qianzhou, who was nearing retirement, glanced at Xia Ruijin's appointment document and said calmly to his deputy beside him, "A new secretary is taking office. Our government side will simply follow due process and do its work. Each of us has his role to play. I'll just finish my last term of duty smoothly and wait for retirement." The deputy nodded hastily. "Rest assured, Governor, we will cooperate fully." Qianzhou let out a faint sigh. He had no intention of involving himself in political disputes, seeking only a safe and quiet landing. Toward the coming upheaval in Handong, he chose to remain a bystander, not a player. On the other side, in the office of Qi Tongwei, director of the Provincial Public Security Department, a subordinate had just reported the news of Xia Ruijin's appointment. Qi Tongwei's fingers clenched tightly around the cadre rank approval form, the knuckles turning white. Qi Tongwei stared out the window, his mind surging with turmoil. He had clawed his way up from the bottom, enduring every hardship, to reach the position of Provincial Public Security Director. A deputy provincial level rank was the lifelong aspiration of his career, the final step he needed to transcend his class. Even with Xia Ruijin parachuting in, and the anti-corruption storm gathering intensity, he would never give up easily. No matter how fierce the coming tempest, he would stake everything on a single throw to fight for his future. Far away in Qianzhou, Lin Fan watched on the evening news as Xia Ruijin went deep into the grassroots and visited farming households. Watching quietly, he formed a clear judgment: the political storm over Handong was about to begin. As night deepened, the mountains of Qianzhou lay silent under moonlight like water. Lin Fan's figure, bent over his work beneath the lamplight, appeared especially composed. With a mind as steady as a mountain, one could go far on a firm path. No matter how the outside world churned, he would hold fast to his original resolve and remain unshaken. In the late autumn of 2015, the mountains and fields of Qianzhou were cloaked in a layer of pale yellow, as the wind carried the dry scent of grass and trees brushing past the window lattices of the provincial government office building. Lin Fan had just returned from a field survey at a rural ecological park, his trouser cuffs dusted with fine luss. On his desk, the tea had turned lukewarm, and a stack of grassroots livelihood ledgers lay neatly arranged at the corner. The red dedicated telephone on his desk suddenly rang. A direct line to Gu Yuanshan's office in Beijing, rarely used on ordinary days. Lin Fan rose, picked up the receiver, and said in a steady, calm voice, "Chief." Gu Yuanshan's voice was deep and weighty. The surroundings were utterly quiet. Clearly, he was speaking to him alone. "Xiao Fan, let me give you a heads up today. The Central Committee has studied and decided to transfer you back to Handong to serve as Executive Vice Governor and Deputy Secretary of the Party Leadership Group of the provincial government, presiding over its daily work." Lin Fan listened quietly, his expression revealing nothing extra. "You are a cadre who rose from Handong. Your roots are in Handong. This time your mission is clear." Gu Yuanshan spoke with solemnity, spelling out every word. "Steadfastly stabilize Handong's economic landscape, invigorate local industries, solidify livelihood guarantees, and safeguard the overall stability of the province's development. The current situation in Handong is complex, with various forces interwoven. Remember, stick to your own duties, do not engage in any factional strife, do not lean toward any side, always remain neutral, and simply focus on getting things done. Please rest assured, Chief. I will keep your instructions firmly in mind. After returning to Handong, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to seeking development and stabilizing people's livelihoods. Hold the line firmly, and never take sides." Lin Fan's tone was resolute, engraving the admonition deeply in his heart. "In your 3 years in Qianzhou, you have achieved solid results and kept a clean slate. The Central Committee trusts you. The burden of Handong is handed to you. Just act with integrity and uprightness. The Central Committee is your strongest backing." After hanging up, Lin Fan remained calm and immediately instructed his secretary to begin the work handover. He repeatedly emphasized that livelihood projects in Qianzhou, such as industrial upgrading and rural drinking water, must not be delayed due to personnel changes. Once everything was properly arranged, he packed lightly and headed for Handong with a modest entourage. Before long, the Central Organization Department issued the official appointment document. Lin Fan was transferred to serve as Executive Vice Governor of the People's Government of Handong Province, assuming his post on the same day. When the news reached the Handong Provincial Party Committee, Zhao Lichun had just concluded a month-long grassroots undercover inspection and returned to his office to sort through his research notes. The secretary pushed open the door holding the newly received appointment and removal notice, and reported in a low voice, "Secretary Zhao, the Central Committee has issued an appointment. Comrade Lin Fan has been transferred to serve as our province's Executive Vice Governor and Deputy Secretary of the Party Leadership Group, and has already reported to the Provincial Party Committee." Zhao Lichun's hand holding the pen paused slightly. He looked up at his secretary, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Since being parachuted into Handong, the Central Committee had only communicated relevant work arrangements with him, and had never revealed this personnel change in advance. He knew nothing about Lin Fan's background, origins, or intentions in taking office. Judging only from the post's division of responsibilities, the new executive vice governor was most likely sent by the Central Committee to stabilize the economy and steady the province's overall situation. "Understood. Ask him to come to my office." Zhao Lichun's tone was flat and his demeanor composed. When he rose to shake Lin Fan's hand, his manner was solemn and proper. "Comrade Lin Fan, welcome back to work in Handong. The Central Committee has often affirmed your achievements in advancing ecological transformation and increasing people's incomes in Qianzhou. You are a pragmatic cadre. Secretary Zhao flatters me. After returning to Handong, I will familiarize myself with the province's situation as soon as possible. Based on my duties, I will do well in the provincial government's routine work and make every effort to advance economic development and livelihood security." Lin Fan's attitude was modest, and his words remained tightly focused on his duties, touching on nothing else. Handong's development tasks are arduous, and the provincial government's work bears on the overall situation. The Provincial Party Committee will fully support the provincial government in performing its duties normally. I hope you will steadily advance all work and hold the bottom line of development." Zhao Lichun nodded slightly. Their conversation was brief and restrained, covering only work divisions throughout. Neither probed the other, maintaining an appropriate distance in officialdom. Each one's role was self-evident. As Lin Fan stepped out of Zhao Lichun's office and had just returned to his temporary workplace, Gao Yuliang pushed the door open and walked in. Back then, when Lin Fan was serving at the grassroots level in Handong, he was outstanding, but had no one to recommend him. It was Gao Yuliang who recognized his talent, overrode objections, and propelled him to the post of Deputy Mayor of Handong City. Both of them knew well this kindness of recognition and support. Yet years had passed, and despite their old bond they now stood on completely different grounds. Lin Fan immediately rose to greet him, his tone carrying genuine respect. "Secretary Gao, you're here. Just learned of your arrival, so I came to see you." Gao Yuliang wore his usual refined smile, his gaze resting on Lin Fan, with the care of an elder toward a junior, appearing exceptionally cordial. He sat down casually, took the hot tea offered by the secretary, and slowed his tone steeped in reminiscence. "Back then, when you served in the county in Handong, you were steady in doing things and broad in your thinking. I felt you were promising material, so I made a strong effort to recommend you as deputy mayor. So many years have passed, and you haven't disappointed. Now returning to Handong to shoulder the heavy responsibilities is a good thing. Had it not been for your support back then, Secretary Gao, I would never have had the opportunity to temper and grow. I have always remembered this kindness." Lin Fan's expression was sincere, his gratitude for the old favor genuinely heartfelt. Gao Yuliang gently waved his hand, his fingertips tracing the warm cup's rim. His tone remained gentle yet carried a hint of deeper meaning. "You've been away from Handong for years. The personnel and the landscape in the province have all changed. The situation is far more complex than you imagine. Returning to Handong, if there are things that are difficult to advance or coordinate in your work, you don't have to bear them alone. You can come to me anytime. I've been in Handong for many years. I can always lend a hand and show you a way." Lin Fan understood clearly. Gao Yuliang's concern always came with considerations of his own position. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, his tone steady and resolute, acknowledging the old kindness, while clearly stating his own position. "Thank you for your thoughtful concern, Secretary Gao. My purpose in returning to Handong this time is pure: to invigorate the province's economy, handle practical livelihood matters well, and solidify the provincial government's duties." I come from a grassroots background. My whole life, I've only known how to bury myself in work. I have no interest in participating in other disputes and troubles, and I will never get involved. Gao Yuliang looked at the resolute Lin Fan, the smile on his face undiminished, but he was already clear in his heart. He had reached out to pull Lin Fan over out of old affection. Yet Lin Fan remained unwaveringly neutral, speaking only of work, never of positions. Even with the gratitude of past support, he would never side with his camp. The two were old acquaintances with a bond of patronage, but at their core they were on different paths, with starkly opposed stances. In officialdom one should hold to one's original heart. It's good that you have this steadiness. Gao Yuliang gave a faint smile, and probed no further. After a few pleasantries about the recent work in Handong, he rose, to take his leave. Lin Fan stood to see him off, maintaining a respectful and appropriate manner, his sense of measure perfectly precise. Watching Gao Yuliang leave, Lin Fan slowly closed the office door. The warmth on his face faded, replaced by a composed calm. He was grateful for Gao Yuliang's past support, but he would never violate Gu Yuanshan's instructions because of it, nor would he abandon his neutral stance. In Handong's officialdom, winds and clouds surged. Sha Ruijian had his own plans. Gao Yuliang cultivated local forces, and undercurrents ran on all sides. The only thing Lin Fan had to do was hold the overall economic and livelihood front, stay impartial, and focus on doing his work. Inside the Provincial Public Security Department, Qi Tongwei learned that Lin Fan had officially assumed his post. His longing for a deputy provincial rank grew ever more burning, yet he dared not make any move. He could only lie low all day, cautious and timid, afraid of being caught on any pretext. Tian Guifu, as usual, methodically sorted through clues of disciplinary violations across the province, keeping a close eye on key areas, but did not focus his attention too much on Lin Fan. A single transfer order brought Lin Fan back to the center of Handong's vortex. Old kindness lay before him, his position clear. He sat upright in his office, his heart as steady as a mountain, guarding only his post, awaiting the coming storms. Lin Fan gently closed the office door and turned back to his desk. His gaze swept over the newly spread ledger of Handong Province's economic operation on the desk, his fingertips lightly brushing over key data columns such as Q1 GDP growth, industrial electricity consumption, and urban and rural residents' income, his eyes calm and focused. He knew that although the political maneuvering in Handong's officialdom had nothing to do with him, every figure, every project, and every policy adjustment in the provincial government's executive work affected the livelihoods of the entire province's people. Chang Yuanshan's instructions still echoed in his ears. Don't take sides, don't meddle, focus only on the economy. These 6 words were his fundamental guideline for returning to Handong, and the bottom line of his survival. He had just sat down when the office door was gently knocked again. Come in. The secretary pushed the door open, and said with a hint of caution, Executive Vice Governor Lin, Director Qi Tongwei of the Provincial Public Security Department, is waiting outside. He says he would like to report to you on the economic support work of the Public Security Department system, and also pay you a visit. Lin Fan's fingers paused. He looked up at the secretary. Qi Tongwei. That name had always been sensitive in Handong's political circles. Back when he had been transferred to the post of Deputy Mayor of Handong City, Qi Tongwei was already a core cadre in the municipal public security system. Although they were on different tracks, they had crossed paths on several work occasions. Later, when Lin Fan was transferred to Qianzhou, Qi Tongwei's career climbed steadily. Now, he was the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, with the sub-provincial rank within sight yet out of reach. Let him in, Lin Fan said, after a moment's deliberation. Although his stance differed from Qi Tongwei's, they had no past grievances or recent enmity. Since the other party came on official business, he could hardly shut the door in his face. Yet he was well aware that Qi Tongwei's visit was far more than a simple work report. A moment later, Qi Tongwei pushed the door open and entered. Today he wore a crisp police uniform, the star insignia on his shoulder boards glittering under the lights, a warm smile on his face, and steady steps. Upon entering, he extended his hand proactively, and said cordially, Executive Vice Governor Lin, congratulations on your appointment. I am Qi Tongwei, here to report to you. I would also like to give you a brief report on the Public Security Department's work in serving the province's economic development. Director Qi, you flatter me. Lin Fan stood up and shook his hand with moderate firmness and a calm expression. The executive work of the provincial government requires coordination and cooperation across all sectors. The public security system's maintenance of social stability is an important safeguard for development. We will have many opportunities to work together in the future. The two shook hands and took their seats, and the secretary quickly served tea. Qi Tongwei picked up the teacup, but did not drink in a hurry. His gaze slowly swept across the decor of Lin Fan's office. A geographic map of Handong province, hung on the wall, neatly stacked ledgers sat on the desk, and in the corner stood a simple bookshelf holding only a few books on economic management. A hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes, then he smiled and said, Executive Vice Governor Lin, your achievements in Qianzhou are obvious to the whole province. Ecological transformation, green industries, all well received by the people. Now you have returned to Handong as Executive Vice Governor, overseeing the day-to-day work of the provincial government. This is a blessing for Handong, a blessing for development. Director Qi, you overpraise me. Lin Fan nodded faintly and said evenly, I have just returned to Handong and am not familiar with the situation yet. I still need your full support, Director Qi, especially in the public security system's social stability work to safeguard the province's economic development. This is our shared responsibility. Qi Tongwei understood in his heart, but his smile did not fade. He subtly shifted the topic with a trace of recollection, speaking of which, Executive Vice Governor Lin and I go back a long way. When you were Deputy Mayor of Handong City, and I served in the Municipal Public Security Bureau, you were in charge of municipal construction and industrial investment attraction, while I handled public security and stability maintenance. We cooperated very seamlessly. Even then I felt you were a leader who got things done and had real drive. Lin Fan remained calm, neither humble nor pushy back. Then our cooperation owed much to your coordination, Director Qi. Public security and stability were the foundation for investment attraction. Only by each doing our part could the work be done well. Qi Tongwei took a gentle sip of tea, set down the cup, leaned forward slightly, and slowed his tone with a meaningful air. The situation in Handong is different from the localities. A new party secretary has taken office, and the leading group members have their own divisions of responsibility. Executive Vice Governor Lin, you hold the executive power of the provincial government, a heavy burden and great responsibility. If you need coordination in future work, or if you encounter any resistance, just say the word. I, Qi Tongwei, in the public security system can always be of some help. These words sounded like a friendly gesture, but were in fact a covert probe. He wanted to see whether Lin Fan would recall old ties and be willing to give him a hand at critical moments, and even to test Lin Fan's stance to see if he might become an aid on Qi Tongwei's path to promotion to the sub-provincial level. Lin Fan's expression did not change. He picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and said in a steady, impartial tone, Thank you for your kindness, Director Qi. The provincial government's executive work has clear divisions, and each performs its own duties. The public security system maintains stability, and the government system safeguards development. As long as it is for the overall development of Handong, we will naturally cooperate fully. As for other aspects, I have just arrived. My primary task is to familiarize myself with the situation as soon as possible, and do my own job well. I am not considering anything else for now. His words were watertight. He acknowledged the old friendship, yet held his ground, neither refusing cooperation nor accepting the inducement, neither responding to Qi Tongwei's probe nor revealing any stance. Qi Tongwei looked at Lin Fan, and a barely perceptible solemnity flashed in his eyes. He had thought that by relying on their past working relationship, he could win over the executive vice governor, if not bring him entirely into his camp, then at least get him to provide some convenience at crucial moments. But Lin Fan's attitude was far firmer than he had imagined, always speaking only of his duties, nothing else, neither close nor distant, unwilling to reveal the slightest handle or the slightest hint of his stance. Executive Vice Governor Lin is right. As an official, one should put one's duties first. Qi Tongwei's smile faded a little, but he still maintained a refined demeanor. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. For future public security work, if there is any need for coordination or support from the provincial government, I will report to you promptly. Please also give me your kind guidance, Executive Vice Governor Lin. You will certainly have my support. Lin Fan stood up to see him out, his manner respectful yet distant. Watching Qi Tongwei leave, Lin Fan slowly closed the office door. The warmth on his face faded, and his expression settled into calm composure. He knew that today's meeting with Qi Tongwei was merely a small beginning in the political games of Handong. Sha Ruijin had his own anti-corruption agenda, Gao Yuliang had his own power base, and Qi Tongwei was eagerly eyeing the sub-provincial post. As for himself, he was the neutral figure airdropped by the central leadership sent to stabilize the economy and hold the bottom line. He would neither abandon his stance out of old friendships nor retreat a single step out of fear. The chessboard of Handong had grown more complicated with his arrival, but Lin Fan would only guard his own domain, economic development, people's livelihood, and the executive work of the provincial government. Outside, the window dusk was falling and streetlights were beginning to glow. The outline of the city in Handong province loomed faintly in the night, like the undercurrents of political struggle running beneath this land. Lin Fan sat at his desk, reopened the economic operation ledger, and lightly tapped his fingertip on the column for progress of key projects. No matter how storms raged outside, he only did his own job well. This was his choice, and also his confidence. Meanwhile, in the office of the provincial party secretary, Sha Ruijin had just ended a video call with Tian Guofu. He placed the research notes in his hand on the desk, his expression grave. The entrenched problems in Handong are even deeper than I imagined. Sha Ruijin spoke slowly, his voice low. Comrade Sha Ruijin's plans are clear to me, but the sudden airdrop of Lin Fan into the provincial government, the central leadership gave no advance notice. His stance is hard to read for now. Tian Guofu's voice came through the receiver, steady and firm. Secretary Sha, there is no need to worry. Comrade Lin Fan has a clean background and solid achievements. He is a cadre who gets things done. His core mission in overseeing the provincial government's executive work is to stabilize the economy and the situation, which does not conflict with our anti-corruption efforts. As for his stance, it will naturally become clear over time. Sha Ruijin nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to the heavy night outside the window. Let us hope so. Handong must not fall into chaos. Anti-corruption must advance and development cannot stall. If Lin Fan can remain neutral and focus on his work, that will be a blessing for Handong. Rest assured, Secretary Sha. I will closely monitor the activities of the leadership group members, and keep an eye on Comrade Lin Fan's performance, reporting to you at any time. After hanging up, Sha Ruijin slowly leaned back in his chair, his fingertips tapping lightly on the desk. He did not know Lin Fan's true background, nor did he fully understand the central leadership's intentions in sending him to Handong. But he knew that a key piece had been added to the chessboard of Handong. How this piece would be played, and how it would affect the entire game, everything was just beginning. The storm in Handong had only just begun to lift a corner. After seeing off Qi Tongwei, Lin Fan's office fell quiet again. He did not sit down immediately, but walked to the window, gazing at the figures coming and going in the provincial committee and government compound below. Cars came and went, footsteps hurried, and every face bore a measure of the caution and reserve unique to Handong's officialdom. He understood it very well. Sha Ruijin did not know whose man he was, only that he was sent by the central leadership to stabilize the economy. Gao Yuliang remembered the old favor of having promoted him to deputy mayor, yet could not fathom his current stance. Qi Tongwei, eager to curry favor and probe the depths, had run into a gentle rebuff. The phone on the desk rang softly. It was from the general office of the provincial party committee. Executive Vice Governor Lin's Secretary Gao invites you to his office for a chat about the recent work arrangements of the provincial government. Lin Fan responded casually, fine, I'll be right over. What was destined to come would come. Gao Yuliang would not be satisfied with just that brief morning visit, he would surely probe again. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the door of Gao Yuliang's office and knocked gently. Come in. Gao Yuliang was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Seeing him enter, he immediately rose with his usual gentle smile. Lin Fan, you're here. Have a seat. Lin Fan sat down on the sofa opposite, upright, and neither humble nor pushy. Secretary Gao. No need to be formal. Treat it as old superior subordinate, old acquaintances just chatting. Gao Yuliang personally poured him a cup of tea, his movements calm and refined. You've just returned to Handong, and are not familiar with the situation yet. As your old leader, I should keep you informed. Lin Fan took the teacup with both hands. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Gao. Gao Yuliang leaned back on the sofa, his gaze resting on Lin Fan, and his tone slowly deepened with a touch of recollection. Back when you were in the county, your work was solid, and your thinking clear. I could tell at a glance that you were someone who could shoulder heavy responsibilities. Later, when I recommended you for the Handong municipal leadership team as deputy mayor, many disagreed. I insisted alone. Lin Fan said sincerely, had it not been for your appreciation, support, and paving the way back then, Secretary Gao, I would never have come this far. I will remember this kindness of recognition forever in my heart. Gao Yuliang nodded, slightly softened his tone, and said meaningfully, over the years of training outside, you have grown quickly, and the central leadership has acknowledged it. This sudden return to assume the post of executive vice governor carries a heavy burden and immense pressure. You should be able to see that the current situation in Handong is no longer what it used to be. Lin Fan responded calmly, I have just arrived. My main energy is focused on economic operation project advancement and people's livelihood security. I have not thought much about anything else for now. Gao Yuliang looked at him, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He admired Lin Fan's abilities and cherished their old ties, but he knew all too well that Lin Fan was no longer on his side of the line. The central leadership had not consulted Sharpened and had sent the man down directly. The intention could not be clearer: place a neutral stabilizing hand to balance the situation. You are a pragmatic person, I know that. Gao Yuliang took a small sip of tea, and his tone turned serious. But being in Handong, some things are not a matter of whether you want to be involved or not. You cannot avoid being involved. Comrade Sharpened has just arrived carrying his own tasks. The political wind in the province may shift at any time. He paused, looking straight at Lin Fan. You were promoted by my own hands. In my heart you have always been one of us. Handong needs stability, and the provincial government needs it even more. As long as you hold the overall situation in your position as executive vice governor, I will shield and support you in many matters. These words were already very blunt. Come back to my side, and I'll ensure your safety and smooth path. Stay neutral, and I won't force you, but don't stand against me. Lin Fan met Gao Yuliang's gaze, his tone steady yet extraordinarily clear. Secretary Gao, I understand your concern. My original intention in returning to Handong is simple: boost the economy, secure people's livelihoods, and keep the province's overall situation stable. I was promoted by you, and I will never forget that bond for the rest of my life. But my current position dictates that I can only be responsible to Handong's development and to the central leadership. Gao Yuliang was silent for a moment. He looked at the young man before him, both familiar and unfamiliar. The deputy mayor who once needed his patronage was now an executive vice governor who could stand on his own, impervious to persuasion and firm in his stance. The old kindness remained, but the paths had diverged. Fine. Gao Yuliang finally nodded slightly, a gentle smile returning to his face. That you can stay true to your original intention and focus on your work is better than anything. I can rest easy then. In the future, if the provincial government has difficulties, come to me anytime. I will certainly help coordinate what I can. Thank you, Secretary Gao. Lin Fan rose. Then I'll go back and sort out the preliminary plan for the province's economic work as soon as possible. Go ahead. Gao Yuliang watched Lin Fan leave, and the office door closed softly. He picked up his teacup, his fingertips tightening slightly, and a faint sigh passed through the depths of his eyes. The central leadership held this chess piece. Lin Fan, with complete impartiality, no one could pull him away. The chess game of Handong was becoming more and more interesting. Lin Fan returned to his office. Just as he sat down, the secretary came in and reported softly. Executive Vice Governor Lin, Secretary Shaw's office has notified that you are to attend the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee meeting this afternoon, meeting all the Standing Committee members for the first time. Lin Fan hummed lightly. I see. Prepare the materials. He understood in his heart. This afternoon's Standing Committee meeting would be his true debut. Sha Ruijin, Gao Yuliang, Tian Guofu, Lu Qingzhu, Qi Tongwei. All the heavyweight figures in Handong would be present. Everyone's eyes would be fixed on him, the executive vice governor, who had suddenly been airdropped in. In the afternoon, sunlight slanted into the provincial standing committee meeting room, where the atmosphere was calm and orderly. At the head of the long conference table sat Zhao Lichun, secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. On his right sat Lu Qingzhou, deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and governor, the head of the provincial government, and the province's de facto second-in-command. Nearing retirement age, his expression was peaceful and composed. On Zhao Lichun's left sat Gao Yuliang, deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. With refined features and an upright posture, he wore a calm gaze that harbored quiet scrutiny. Further down the table sat the other standing committee members in order: Tian Guofu, secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, the head of the organization department, the Qianzhou Municipal Party Committee secretary, and the Linsheng Municipal Party Committee secretary. All wore steady expressions, each absorbed in his own thoughts. A secretary tapped lightly on the door. "Secretary Zhao, Comrade Lin Fan has arrived." Lin Fan pushed the door open and walked in. Dressed in a dark suit, he stood tall and straight with a composed and modest demeanor. After entering, he nodded slightly in greeting. "Secretary Zhao, Governor Liu's Secretary Gao, and all members of the Standing Committee, good afternoon. Comrade Lin Fan, please have a seat." Zhao Lichun's tone was steady, as he gestured with his hand. Lin Fan took the seat just below Governor Liu Qianzhou. As a member of the Provincial Party Standing Committee and Executive Vice Governor of the provincial government, this position was standard in the government hierarchy, directly next to the governor, both proper and conspicuous. Once he was seated, Zhao Lichun swept his gaze across the room and formally opened the meeting. "Today's impromptu Standing Committee meeting is mainly to welcome Comrade Lin Fan to his new post and to clarify the next phase of priorities for the Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government. During his tenure leading Qianzhou, Comrade Lin Fan achieved outstanding results in ecological transformation and the people's livelihood economy. After careful deliberation, the central authorities have transferred him back to Handong to serve as a member of the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee and Executive Vice Governor, overseeing the day-to-day work of the provincial government." As his words fell, polite and brief applause filled the room. All eyes turned to Lin Fan as if by agreement. Under the gaze of the room, Lin Fan straightened slightly, his voice steady and clear, his manner neither humble nor arrogant. "I thank the central authorities for their trust and the Provincial Party Committee for giving me the opportunity to work in my hometown. I am a cadre who came out of Handong. This time I'm back with a clear mission: first, to assist Governor Liu in stabilizing the province's economic fundamentals, solidifying key projects, and safeguarding people's livelihoods; second, to strictly fulfill my duties and submit to the unified leadership of the Provincial Party Committee; third, to focus on doing practical work, not overstepping, not shirking, and not getting involved in any factional disputes, devoting myself wholeheartedly to Handong's development and the well-being of its people." Throughout his remarks there was no hint of favoritism or alliance building, only work, only boundaries, only neutrality. Zhao Lichun nodded slightly. "Very good. Handong must advance full and strict party governance, while also keeping economic development stable. The provincial government bears a heavy burden, and the Provincial Party Committee fully supports you in your work." Governor Liu Qianzhou then spoke, his tone warm. "Lin Fan is young and capable with solid achievements. With you handling the provincial government's routine work, I, an old man about to retire, can hand over my duties with confidence." Gao Yuliang followed immediately, his tone gentle but laden with deeper meaning. "Comrade Lin Fan, when you served at the grassroots level in Handong years ago, I thought highly of you. Now you have returned to Handong to shoulder heavy responsibilities. This is the choice of the organization and the need of Handong. If there is anything in your work that requires coordination from the Provincial Party Committee, we will discuss it together, always prioritizing the overall interests of Handong." In one sentence, Gao had invoked old ties, while subtly signaling an overture. Lin Fan merely replied calmly, "Thank you for your concern, Secretary Gao. I will stay grounded in my role, work diligently, and live up to the trust of the organization." Tian Guofu spoke succinctly. "I hope Comrade Lin Fan will strictly observe discipline and hold the bottom line. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission will perform its duties according to regulations, working together to safeguard the political ecosystem and development environment." During the subsequent work briefings, whenever topics concerned economic performance, fiscal support, key projects, or people's livelihood matters. Lin Fan spoke objectively, addressing only concrete measures, and never personnel issues. When sensitive topics such as cadre reshuffles, political legal affairs, or anti-corruption discipline were raised, he kept his head down, taking notes, saying nothing, and never getting involved. Throughout the meeting he was like a steady ballast stone, highly visible, utterly neutral in stance, and exceptionally clear in attitude. After the meeting adjourned, everyone rose one by one. Gao Yuliang walked slowly over to Lin Fan, lowering his voice with the familiarity of an elder. "Why don't we sit down for a simple dinner tonight, to welcome you and talk a bit about Handong's situation?" Lin Fan declined politely but firmly. "Secretary Gao, I've only just taken office and haven't finished going through the province's economic ledgers. I have to work overtime tonight. I will make a special trip to your office another day to report on my work." It was a soft refusal, polite, but leaving no room for further insistence. As Li Dukong passed by, he spoke bluntly and sharply. "Vice Governor Lin Qianzhou is the economic engine of Handong. For projects, capital, and reforms, the provincial government needs to keep pace. I only look at actual results. Whoever can drive development, I'll cooperate with him. I follow the same principle. Development comes first," Lin Fan replied coolly. Sha Ruijin was the last to leave. As he passed Lin Fan, he left only one remark. "Stabilizing the economy is the greatest responsibility you can bear for Handong. Please rest assured, Secretary Sha." The meeting room quickly fell quiet. At the same time, at the Provincial Public Security Department, Qi Tongwei paced restlessly in his office, constantly sending people to probe for news about the Standing Committee meeting. He couldn't even get through the meeting room door, yet he was more nervous than anyone. Lin Fan's sudden appointment as Executive Vice Governor had directly blocked the path to the deputy provincial level post he so desperately coveted. When the secretary finally called back, he immediately dialed Lin Fan's office. The secretary answered. "Director Chief Vice Governor Lin is currently focused on tackling the province's economic work. His schedule is completely full. For public security-related matters, please coordinate through the proper channels. If the provincial government needs anything, we will contact you." The reply was blunt and unmistakable. No meeting. Qi Tongwei clutched his phone, his face gradually darkening. In the provincial government office, Lin Fan had already opened the thick economic operation analysis report, lightly marking the data with his pen. Outside the window, night deepened and lights went on across Qianzhou. Some were making schemes, some were fighting, some were anxious, and some were waiting. This was his way of standing firm in Handong. Just as Lin Fan returned to his office, the direct line from the Provincial Party Committee Secretary's office rang softly. "Comrade Lin Fan, come to my office for a moment. Let's talk alone." Sha Ruijin's voice was calm and unreadable, yet carried a weight that brooked no refusal. Lin Fan tidied himself briefly and set off for the Provincial Party Committee office building. The corridor at night was silent. Light fell on the floor, casting long shadows. He knocked and entered. Sha Ruijin was not at his desk. He stood by the window, back to the door, gazing out at the night scene of Qianzhou. Hearing footsteps, he turned slowly and gestured to the sofa. "Sit." Lin Fan sat down, as instructed, back straight and expression composed. Sha Ruijin sat opposite him without any preamble, his tone calm and steady. "I've been in Handong for a few months and traveled around. I've seen quite a lot. Some problems are buried underneath. If they're not dug up, they'll cause trouble sooner or later." He paused briefly, his gaze falling on Lin Fan, not sharp but deep. "You were sent by the central authorities. Your background is clean, and your achievements solid. The provincial government's portfolio is about money, projects, people's livelihoods, and it's also the foundation of Handong's strength." Sha Ruijin picked up his water cup, his fingertips lightly touching the rim. "When the Provincial Party Committee takes a step forward, it's crucial whether the provincial government can keep pace and hold things up. You work steadily. I hope that from now on we can keep the same direction and the same pace, so that Handong can truly get on the right track." Lin Fan lowered his eyes slightly, his tone respectful and steady. "Secretary Sha, I came to Handong to do real work on the economy, projects, and people's livelihoods one by one. Anything that fits the overall development situation and benefits the people, I will push forward with full effort, without discount, without reservation. Zhao Lichun looked at him, nodded slightly after a moment, and didn't press further. He only said softly, "Good, as long as you know your own mind. When you go down to investigate, look boldly and ask boldly. If there's resistance, the provincial party committee will back you up." "I understand." Lin Fan rose and took his leave. He knew that Zhao Lichun's words just now were not concern. They were an explanation of the bottom line, and also a test of his intentions. "I want to clean up deep-seated problems. Is your government line willing to move in the same direction as me?" Lin Fan did not agree or refuse. He simply folded all the words into "doing real work." Just as Lin Fan returned to the provincial government, his phone buzzed softly. The caller ID showed Gao Yuliang. "Lin Fan, I'm in the lounge of the old office building. Come over and we'll have a casual chat." His tone was warm, like an elder summoning a junior, with no trace of bureaucratic pressure. Lin Fan did not decline and drove over. The old building was quiet with warm lighting. Gao Yuliang sat on a sofa with a pot of hot tea before him. Seeing Lin Fan enter, he raised his hand in a gesture. "Sit down, make yourself at ease." Lin Fan sat still, respectful. "Secretary Gao." Gao Yuliang poured him a cup of tea, his tone gentle as if reminiscing. "Back when you were working in the county, I already felt that you were a steady, down-to-earth young man, not impetuous. Later, when I recommended you for the position of deputy mayor, many people didn't understand. But I believe in one saying, a person who gets things done will never go wrong wherever he goes." He gently blew on the tea leaves, his gaze resting on Lin Fan, warm yet weighty. "Handong is a place that values personal connections, rules, and tradition. The existing structure built over so many years cannot be changed at a moment's notice. If you change it, the grassroots will be thrown into chaos. And when chaos ensues, the first to suffer are the people's peaceful lives." Gao Yuliang set down his teacup, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. "You were brought up by my own hands. I have only one expectation for you: hold steady. Maintaining stability is the greatest achievement for Handong. Some storms need not be stepped into, some steps need not be taken too hastily." Lin Fan met his gaze, his tone sincere yet as firm as iron. "Secretary Gao, I have always remembered the kindness you showed me in recognizing and promoting me. Over the years, no matter where I've been, I've held to only one conviction: make the place develop and make the people feel secure. As long as I can achieve that, whatever I do, and however I do it, my conscience is clear." Gao Yuliang looked at him, and was silent for a few seconds. He understood. Lin Fan remembered favors, but sentiment was sentiment, and work was work. Finally, Gao Yuliang gave a faint smile, and raised his teacup. "Good. With those words of yours, I'm reassured. Go on, get to your work. Secretary Gao, please stay." Lin Fan rose and withdrew. The night deepened. Lin Fan sat at his desk, opening the economic ledgers, the lamplight falling on the pages. He knew better than anyone Zhao Lichun wanted him to follow the same direction Gao Yuliang wanted him to maintain the existing structure. One said, "Keep in step." The other said, "Don't make rash moves." Outside the window, the wind rose, lights flickered, and the undercurrents of Handong surged in the night. Lin Fan's pen, however, rested steadily on a line of text: the schedule for advancing key provincial projects. Inside the office building of the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Supreme People's Procuratorate in Beijing, the lights burned bright throughout the night. Ho Liangping, clad in his procuratorial uniform, with a stern expression, clutched the freshly approved arrest warrant in his hand. His gaze swept over the case files before him, where the key figure was clearly marked, Zhao Debang. This man occupied a powerful position, and exploited his authority to amass vast wealth, drawing out a web of interests spanning multiple provinces. One crucial lead pointed directly to Ding Yizhen, deputy mayor of Qianzhou City, and party secretary of Guangming District in Handong Province. "Execute the operation." With Ho Liangping's command, fully armed judicial officers moved swiftly, detaining Zhao Debang that same night. In the interrogation room, confronted with irrefutable evidence, Zhao Debang's psychological defenses crumbled. Not only did he confess his own crimes truthfully, but he also laid bare the details of how Ding Yizhen repeatedly funneled benefits to him, and colluded for mutual gain. Given the gravity of the case involving the Handong provincial region, Ho Liangping could not afford delay, and immediately called Shanghai Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau at the Handong Provincial People's Procuratorate. "Shanghai, I have a case here." The suspect's confession points directly at Ding Yizhen, who is suspected of major official crimes. Ho Liangping's voice came through the receiver, steady yet urgent. "I order you to immediately mobilize forces to place Ding Yizhen under surveillance, monitor his movements closely to prevent escape, await further instructions, and be ready to execute the arrest at any moment." Ho Liangping bypassed the formal procedures of the Supreme People's Procuratorate, instead making an urgent phone call directly to Shanghai. Both witness testimony and physical evidence point to Ding Yizhen. "Keep a close watch on him right away, and set up surveillance. Don't let him get away. I'll complete the paperwork on my end and notify you to make the arrest immediately." Shanghai's heart tightened. Ding Yizhen was a deputy department-level city official. He had the authority to monitor him, but not to arrest him. He took the information and went straight to Procurator General Ji Changming. But arresting a deputy mayor of a provincial-level administrative region was no small matter. Procedures had to be strictly followed and proper approvals obtained. Shanghai promptly reported the case details and the directives from Beijing to Procurator General Ji Changming in person. After hearing the report, Ji Changming's brows furrowed deeply, his expression grave. "This is a major case. Ding Yizhen's position is particularly sensitive. He serves as deputy mayor of Qianzhou City and oversees critical projects touching on extensive interests." Ji Changming paced back and forth, his tone grave. "Secretary Xia Ruijin is currently conducting grassroots research and is difficult to reach due to poor communication. At times like this it must be reported for leadership decision-making. I dare not act without authorization." Ji Changming immediately drove to the Provincial Party Committee and reported the situation to Gao Yuliang in person. Gao Yuliang sat in his office silent for a long time after listening, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. With Xia Ruijin away conducting grassroots research outside the province, it was Governor Liu Qianzhou who currently oversaw daily provincial operations. If they were going to move against Ding Yizhen, it required a formal committee decision. No one could bear the responsibility alone. "I'll report to Governor Liu." Gao Yuliang finally spoke. "We need to convene an emergency standing committee meeting and bring in all the relevant comrades." Half an hour later, in the Provincial Party Committee's small meeting room, Governor Liu Qianzhou presided over the session. Present at the meeting: Gao Yuliang, Deputy Party Secretary and Political and Legal Affairs Commission Secretary; Lin Fan, Standing Committee Member and Executive Vice Governor; Li Dakong, Standing Committee Member and Qianzhou Municipal Party Secretary; Ji Changming, Provincial Procurator General. Liu Qianzhou, his expression grave, opened with, "The reason we've been summoned tonight is that Procurator General Ji has already briefed Comrade Yuliang on the situation. The lead originates from Beijing and involves Ding Yizhen, Deputy Mayor of Qianzhou City. We're not yet working with formal legal documents, only the Anti-Corruption Bureau's operational request for us to establish surveillance." Liu Qianzhou turned to Ji Changming. "Please lay out the current situation clearly." Ji Changming leaned forward slightly. "The leads are verified, but the procedures haven't been formally completed. We only have an oral directive at this point. Shanghai has already deployed personnel to monitor Ding Yizhen's residence and workplace as instructed. The problem is that without formal arrest authority, he could flee at any moment, yet proceeding with an arrest without complete documentation would lack proper legal grounding. If handled improperly, it could lead to a loss of control or even the suspect's escape. Neither outcome is bearable." The moment those words left his lips, every eye instinctively turned toward Li Dakong. He sat rigidly upright, his face pale with tension, brows drawn tight together. His anxiety ran deeper than anyone else's. He still vividly recalled the lessons from Lin City. That sudden crisis involving a top official had brought projects to a halt, frozen funding triggered corporate panic, and unleashed public outcry, sending shockwaves through the entire city's development momentum. Ding Yizhen had been Li Dakong's chosen vanguard in developing Guangming Peak, holding tens of billions in investment that formed a cornerstone of Qianzhou's GDP. A direct arrest and public exposure would likely collapse Guangming Peak entirely. Once investors withdrew, everything he'd built over the past years would vanish. Li Dakong spoke in a low but heavy tone. "Let me say this first. If there are indeed problems with Ding Yizhen, there will be no leniency. But everyone must remember the cautionary tale of Lin's city. When a key official falls, projects falter. When projects falter, the entire situation descends into chaos. We're at a critical phase with Guangming Peak. Any move triggers a domino effect. My suggestion is to stabilize first, secure the individual without fanfare, avoid rushing into coercive measures, and prevent market panic. The message was clear: avoid arrest if possible, delay, if necessary, prioritize the broader economic agenda. Gao Yuliang lifted his teacup and spoke deliberately, his calm tone weighted with emphasis on stability. Comrade Dakong's concerns are not unfounded. Handong cannot afford further turmoil. We're still at the tip stage. No formal filing, no arrest warrant. I suggest the disciplinary committee conduct preliminary talks and maintain local supervision while verification proceeds. Keep the person contained, stabilize the situation, maintain silence externally, and wait until documentation and evidence are solid before proceeding further. Gao Yuliang's strategy was transparent. By keeping disciplinary committee oversight at the provincial level, the matter wouldn't escalate explosively, while minimizing the risk of exposing deeper connections. A heavy silence fell over the meeting room. Qianzhou turned to Lin Fan. Comrade Lin, you oversee daily government operations. Projects, funding, and stability all fall under your purview. What's your perspective? All eyes shifted to him once more. Li Dakong hoped for support on protecting the project. Gao Yuliang expected agreement on cautious handling. Ji Changming wanted someone to uphold the legal and procedural bottom line. Lin Fan avoided everyone's gaze, focusing instead on his blank notebook, his voice steady and measured. I'll make 3 points. First, the individual must remain under strict control by any means necessary. Ding Yizhen cannot be allowed to escape. If he flees, all responsibility falls on Handong, and the consequences would be catastrophic. Second, procedural integrity must be maintained. Without formal judicial documents, immediate criminal detention is inappropriate, yet relying solely on verbal monitoring proves insufficient. The disciplinary committee and procuratorate could jointly implement pre-retention control under the guise of cooperative verification while effectively maintaining custody. Third, operations must be sustained. I will assume responsibility for the project risks that Secretary Dakong concerns himself with. Tonight, I'll have the provincial government take the lead in assuming all of Ding Yizhen's responsibilities, deploying a dedicated task force to ensure uninterrupted operations, consistent funding, and a unified public narrative, denying the market any grounds for panic. He deliberately avoided using the words arrest or release. He didn't side with Gao Yuliang, Li Dakong, or forcefully back Ji Changming. He spoke only from 3 concrete angles: risk management, procedural compliance, and contingency planning. A barely perceptible flicker crossed Gao Yuliang's eyes. Lin Fan had sidestepped every minefield, offering only the most pragmatic approach. Li Dakong exhaled slightly. As long as someone stood behind the project, he wouldn't fear losing control of the situation. Ji Changming nodded in agreement. This approach is both legally sound and prudent. It satisfies the surveillance requirements without overstepping our authority. After a brief pause, Qianzhou made his decision. We'll proceed according to this plan. Gao Yuliang will lead coordination between the disciplinary committee and procuratorate. Li Dakong handles stabilizing the project and public sentiment in Qianzhou. Lin Fan oversees government operations and project continuity. Ji Changming continues completing procedures while maintaining close surveillance on Ding Yizhen. Any lapse is unacceptable. No one is permitted to disclose even a single detail without authorization. The meeting adjourned. Li Dakong departed most hastily, his steps quickened though his mind remained heavy with worry. Gao Yuliang followed behind, casting a glance at Lin Fan before remarking mildly, "Thorough consideration. What Handong fears most right now is chaos." Lin Fan offered a slight nod without further comment. Stepping out of the meeting room, he looked up at the darkened sky. With Ding Yizhen cast into the waters of Handong, the ripples had truly begun to stir. While Sha Ruijin was absent, the meeting proceeded with measured restraint, but once he returned, the dynamics would shift considerably. As the emergency standing committee disbanded into the deepening night, the recruitment appreciation dinner for the Guangming Peak project continued its bright festivities, with guests raising their glasses. Ding Yizhen, dressed in an immaculate suit in his capacity as Deputy Mayor of Qianzhou City, and party secretary of Guangming district moved through a circle of investors, raising his glass with practiced warmth. He spoke promises, effortlessly painting an intoxicating picture of Guangming Peak's prospects, entirely unaware that a surveillance net had already been quietly laid around him. At the center of the evening, surrounded by sycophantic merchants eager to curry favor, he radiated confidence, completely oblivious to the danger closing in. Meanwhile, in the Provincial Party Committee's small meeting room, as attendees had just dispersed, and orders remained unexecuted, word had already leaked out through quiet channels. Qi Tongwei, director of the Provincial Public Security Department, was not present at the Standing Committee meeting, yet his informants embedded within the political and legal system, and the Provincial Party Committee headquarters had immediately relayed the core details to him. Ding Yizhen was implicated in a corruption case reaching the capital, and the Provincial Committee had authorized joint control measures that would restrict his personal freedom. Qi Tongwei broke into a cold sweat. Ding Yizhen held too many secrets, not only entangled in complex interests with him, but also connected to the core network of the Handong faction. Once Ding Yizhen was taken into custody, everyone would find themselves drawn into the fire. Without hesitation, knowing a direct call would leave records, he reached out to his trusted contact stationed at the banquet venue. His tone was urgent and venomous. "By the way, immediately, and pass a discreet message to Ding Yizhen. Tell him the scheme has been exposed. He must leave now, head straight to the airport and flee abroad. Don't waste a moment." After hanging up, Qi Tongwei slumped into his chair, his fingertips numb with cold. He understood he was taking a tremendous risk, yet he saw no other option. At the banquet, Ding Yizhen's backup phone rang unexpectedly. The caller delivered a single sentence. That brief warning struck Ding Yizhen like thunder. He froze, his smile vanishing, his hand trembling, as the wine nearly spilled from his glass. Years of navigating officialdom taught him to recognize the gravity instantly. Maintaining composure, he pressed a hand to his chest, and offered a strained apology to the investors beside him. "Excuse me, everyone. The strain of recent days has aggravated an old condition. I'm feeling quite dizzy. I need to step out and rest for a moment." Without waiting for a response, he touched his forehead and stumbled toward the exit, projecting an air of normalcy, while actually fleeing in desperation. Bypassing both his office and home, he signaled his waiting chauffeur to speed toward Qianzhou International Airport. En route, he contacted an agent to expedite an emergency visa for overseas travel, clutching his prepared passport and cash as he made his way directly to the International Departures Terminal. By the time the Provincial Procuratorate surveillance team and disciplinary committee staff arrived at the banquet venue, the vast hall was already empty. When they questioned attendees, they learned only that he had left early due to illness. The surveillance operation had completely failed. The news reached the Provincial Party Committee immediately. Lin Fan, who was in his office arranging work transitions, received the call with an expression that darkened instantly. "Ding Yizhen has fled the investment promotion banquet. His whereabouts are unknown, and the surveillance team found nothing." Gripping his phone tightly, Lin Fan commanded sharply, "Immediately notify the Provincial Public Security Department to activate emergency protocols. Seal off Qianzhou's expressways, train stations, and airports. Pursue Ding Yizhen's movements with full force, and intercept him at all costs." Simultaneously, Gao Yuliang, Li Dakong, and Ji Changming each received the news, their expressions turning grave as they hurried back to the Provincial Party Committee's small meeting room through the night. Lu Qianzhou sat at the head of the table, his face ashen, fingers drumming heavily on the desktop. "In barely half an hour, the man escaped from the banquet. How did the intelligence leak? Why was the surveillance so delayed?" Li Dakong's face drained of color, his body taut. The shadow of the Lin City incident from years past crashed over him. He sprang to his feet, his voice cracking with rage and panic. "I'll send people after him immediately. If Ding Yizhen escapes, the Guangming Peak project will face catastrophic disruption, and if investors withdraw their funding, the repercussions will be dire." No one understood better than he did that Ding Yizhen bore direct responsibility for the Guangming Peak project. His flight wasn't merely about corruption. It struck directly at Li Dakong's political legacy, obliterating years of painstaking effort. Seated beside them, Gao Yuliang wore a grave expression, with anger and concern simmering beneath his eyes. Ding Yizhen's escape signaled that classified information had leaked from the very core of the Provincial Party Committee, a serious breach that had upended Handong's carefully balanced situation and thrust it into the eye of the storm. Ji Changming's face was etched with urgency, his brows knotted tightly. Our team arrived at the banquet only to find empty hands. Clearly someone tipped off Ding Yizhen in advance and deliberately let him escape. That's a serious dereliction of duty and disciplinary violation. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew suffocatingly tense. Everyone understood that Ding Yizhen's flight had transformed the nature of the case, from an ordinary corruption investigation into a major cross-border leak and fugitive incident that would inevitably draw central accountability. Lu Qianzhou turned his gaze to Lin Fan, who remained composed despite the crisis. Comrade Lin Fan, with the situation spiraling out of control, what is your proposed course of action? Lin Fan responded without hesitation, his voice resolute and his plan articulated with clarity. 3 priorities must be addressed immediately. First, direct the Provincial Public Security Department to launch a comprehensive manhunt coordinating with airports, border control, and highway checkpoints to track Ding Yizhen's movements in real time. Even if his plane has already taken off, pursue every possible means to intercept him. Second, I will personally lead a team to assume control of all Guangming Peak projects, stabilize the investors, issue official statements to prevent panic, and ensure uninterrupted project progress. Third, initiate an immediate investigation into the information leak, identify and penalize those who provided advance warning, and prepare a detailed report to the central authorities and the Supreme People's Procuratorate tonight, acknowledging our failures and accepting full responsibility. He neither shirked responsibility nor showed panic, pursuing the fugitive, stabilizing the broader situation, and confronting accountability head-on. Each measure struck at the core of the problem, grounded entirely in Handong's developmental interests rather than factional considerations. Implement Comrade Lin Fan's plan immediately, Lu Qianzhou decreed without delay. The team mobilized swiftly, but they had been outpaced. Provincial Public Security Department reports confirmed that Ding Yizhen had cleared international airport security and boarded a flight abroad. The aircraft had already taken off, placing him beyond reach. A heavy silence fell over the meeting room as the news arrived. Ding Yizhen's desperate flight and successful escape from the banquet marked the first crack in Handong's corruption network, unleashing an anti-corruption storm that would sweep across the entire province. The Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee had rendered its final verdict. Across Handong, the sweeping campaign against corruption and the rectification of political ills was now in full swing, a storm purging the festering wounds of officialdom at last approaching its denouement. Tian Guofu led the special task force of the Provincial Commission for Discipline inspection deep into the labyrinth of the Dafeng factory equity dispute and the corruption chains surrounding the Guangming Peak project. Following every lead, they tore open the clandestine web of interests shielding the Handong clique. Gao Yuliang's complicity in indulging factional power, unlawfully interfering with the judiciary, and shielding corrupt cadres was laid bare for all to see. Confronted with incontrovertible evidence, he could no longer turn the tide. The Provincial Party Committee placed him under formal investigation, and he ultimately faced the full severity of party discipline and national law. The Handong clique, which had entrenched itself in Handong for decades, crumbled into dust. Qi Tongwei, Gao Yuliang's trusted protege, saw his web of crimes unravel, alerting Ding Yizhen to flee, laundering influence and benefits, and abetting systemic graft. Knowing his guilt was inescapable, he reached the end of his road at Guiying Ridge, paying the ultimate price for his greed and insatiable desires. Li.com conducted a profound and unflinching reassessment of his distorted view of political achievements. He threw his full support behind the Provincial Party Committee's rectification, resolved the equity claims of the Dafeng factory workers, and guided the Guangming Peak project through its uncertain aftermath, making amends with unrelenting toil. Though sharply criticized and held accountable, he remained at his post, pouring every ounce of energy into Handong's development and the well-being of its people, rediscovering the true calling of an official. Governor Lu Qianzhou assumed command of the provincial government's manifold responsibilities, coordinating economic operations, safeguarding livelihood security, and maintaining social stability. His meticulous contingency plans cushioned the shockwaves of the anti-corruption shakeup, keeping key projects afloat, enterprises stable, and the people's welfare intact. Lin Fan, holding fast to the integrity of his duties, spearheaded the implementation of rectification and stabilization measures. He ensured the anti-corruption storm advanced unimpeded, while preserving the bedrock of Handong's development, the most steadfast pragmatic pillar of the Provincial Party Committee. Under Zhao Lichun's personal oversight, and with the full coordination of the Supreme People's Procuratorate, Interpol marshaled the combined forces of multiple nations. Ding Yizhen, who had evaded justice overseas for years, was finally apprehended and brought home. The embezzled fortune was recovered to the last yuan, and every corrupt cadre entangled in the scheme was meted out the stern punishment of the law. The chronic rot of Handong's officialdom was scoured clean. The venerable Chen Yanshi watched the workers of Dafeng factory reclaim their rightful shares and settle into lives of peace and contentment. He watched the officialdom of Handong turn clean and upright. At last the weight in his heart lifted, and he could savor his twilight years in tranquility. Procurators Ho Liangping Chen Hai and their comrades held the line of judicial integrity, standing guard on the anti-corruption frontline, until Handong once more had clear skies above its people. Months later, Handong had fully restored its stride. The tenor of officialdom was reborn. Cadres discharged their duties with diligence. The people dwelled in peace and abundance. Economic growth and the safeguarding of livelihood advanced with steady, sure steps. Zhao Lichun convened a plenary session of the Provincial Party Committee. Gazing over the revitalized ranks of cadres below, he spoke with unshakable composure. This storm over Handong has taught us a clear truth. Only those who hold fast to their original aspirations, strictly abide by party discipline, and keep the people in their hearts can stride far upon a steady path. The murky currents of corruption will one day pass. The original aspiration to serve the people will never dim. From this moment onward, Handong shall walk upon the righteous path, worthy of its people, worthy of its time. Applause thundered through the hall. In the hearts of all cadres present, the shadows of corruption had been swept away for good. Power had returned to its rightful course, and justice had at last been served. The setting sun poured over the edifice of the Handong Provincial Party Committee, gilding the ground in a wash of gold. The province-wide anti-corruption tempest had finally run its course. Ailments were cured, wrongs were righted, corruption was erased. Justice and probity returned to this land, and Handong embraced a true clarity and rebirth. The dust of contention settled, the undercurrents vanished. Only the peace of a stable nation and the prosperity of its people remained. As the final stroke was set to the resolution in the conference room of the Provincial Party Committee Standing Committee, the power struggle and anti-corruption reckoning ignited by the Dafeng factory incident, laying bare years of festering rot in Handong's officialdom, officially entered its endgame. The storm that had swept the province, advancing layer by layer, measure by measure, finally settled into calm. The moment the meeting dispersed, Tian Guofu's secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection allowed himself no rest. He led the task force straight into Qianzhou, using the Dafeng factory equity dispute as the wedge. Coordinating with judicial auditing and state asset authorities, they launched an exhaustive investigation into every irregularity and illicit transfer woven through the Guangming Peak project. Under immense pressure from all directions, the task force traced every thread, scrutinized every fund, and interrogated every individual connected to the case. The hidden edifice of the Handa clique's interests, so carefully concealed by Gao Yuliang and his allies, was rent asunder piece by piece. From irregular promotions of cadres and meddling in construction projects to harboring corrupt officials and manipulating judicial proceedings, Gao Yuliang's long years of exploiting the bonds of mentorship to forge a private faction, defy party discipline and national law, and trample upon the interests of the masses, were catalogued in irrefutable dossiers. The mountain of evidence left no room for denial. Before the evidence arrayed by the task force, Gao Yuliang's cultivated poise evaporated. He tried to explain, tried to maneuver, but the arm of the law was beyond his reach. The Provincial Party Committee ordered a formal investigation and promptly transferred him to judicial authorities. The Handa clique, decades in the making, collapsed in a heap. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The internal purge of the Provincial Public Security Department unfolded in tandem. Qi Tonghui's misdeeds, tipping off Ding Yizhen, releasing him without sanction, engaging in numerous corrupt transactions, and abusing power for private gain, surfaced in their entirety. From a scholarship boy at Handong University to director of the Provincial Public Security Department, he had lost himself utterly in the quicksands of power and desire. Crossing every line step by step, he strayed onto a path of no return. Knowing his crimes admitted no defense, he ended his life at Gying Ridge, the most devastating price exacted by his greed, obsession, and sins. Those in the Public Security Department who had conspired with Qi Tongwei were likewise investigated and punished strictly according to regulations. The cancer within the political legal apparatus was excised root and branch. Li Dakong, secretary of the Qianzhou Municipal Party Committee, underwent a searching and unsparing self-examination under the Provincial Party Committee's admonishment and accountability review. He cast away the misguided credo that prized political achievements above the people's livelihood. No longer did he chase project milestones and GDP growth at any cost. Taking the initiative, he established a special working group for the Dafeng factory, met face-to-face with workers' representatives, and toiled day and night over equity restitution, employee resettlement, and compensation, laboring without cease to atone for his errors. He voluntarily cooperated with the disciplinary committee's investigators, disclosing the full facts regarding the Guangming Peak project. He ordered self-inspection of the municipal party committee's deficiencies, tightened approval procedures, and strengthened cadre oversight systems. Though he received a warning within the party, he remained at his post, devoting his entire being to urban development and the improvement of people's lives. By sheer earnest toil, he reclaimed his original calling as a servant of the people, and earned back the trust of both the organization and the masses. Governor Liu Qianzhou rose to the full weight of government leadership, harmonizing economic vitality, livelihood security, and social stability across the province. His carefully drafted contingency plans absorbed the tremors of anti-corruption reorganization, anchoring key projects, steadying enterprises, and holding the line on people's welfare, ensuring no social upheaval would arise from the shattering of old power structures. He kept Handong's developmental foundation unshaken throughout the turbulent transition. As Executive Vice Governor, Lin Fan remained steadfast at the center of the storm. On one side, he threw unequivocal support behind Tian Guofu's investigation, supplying every government document and personnel file, executing without flinching the directives to freeze the assets of implicated cadres and control tainted funds, showing no favoritism, granting no reprieve. On the other, he took charge of the recovery efforts, rebuilding Dafeng factory, steering the Guangming Peak project back into compliance, and soothing restless investors. He ensured the anti-corruption campaign advanced without resistance, while anchoring Handong's economy and public welfare. He was the most solid and pragmatic pillar of the provincial leadership, impartial, dutiful, and true to the original purpose of governance. Meanwhile, under Shah Ruijin's direct supervision and the all-out coordination of the Supreme People's Procuratorate, Interpol united the enforcement strength of multiple nations. Ding Yizhen, who had been a fugitive abroad for years, was finally captured and brought to justice. The hundreds of millions in stolen funds were recovered in full, and every corrupt official entangled in the Zhao Debang and Ding Yizhen cases, regardless of rank, regardless of connections, was hunted down, none escaping the stern penalty of party discipline and national law. The long-standing ills of Handong's officialdom were swept clean, its political ecosystem forever transformed. The old Procurator General Chen Yanshi saw the workers of Dafeng factory recover their rightful shares and receive full compensation. He saw the factory site replanned and production resumed in orderly fashion, the workers content and free of strife. He saw the corrupt winds of Handong's officialdom dissipate, leaving cadres clean and devoted to the people. This old man, who had held justice and the people close to his heart all his life, finally set down the burdens on his shoulders and turned to bask in the quiet of his remaining years. Having concluded his oversight mission in Handong, Ho Liangping returned to the Supreme People's Procuratorate, while Chen Hai remained at his post in the Provincial Anti-Corruption Bureau. Two prosecutors, one unyielding commitment to judicial integrity. Through responsibility and courage, they held the anti-corruption ramparts and safeguarded fairness and justice. Months later, Handong had at last emerged from the pall of corruption. All affairs of the province were returned to their proper rhythm. The ethos of officialdom was reborn. Cadres cast off self-interest and honored their duties. No more factional scheming, no more covetousness of personal gain, only wholehearted service to the people. Dafeng factory throbbed with new vitality. The Guangming Peak project was steered onto the path of lawful development. The provincial economy climbed steadily. The safeguarding of people's livelihood was continuously improved. The people dwelled in comfort, and the land rested in harmony. The Handong that had once simmered with hidden currents and thrived on corruption now awakened to an era of tranquility and light. Zhao Lichun convened a plenary assembly of all provincial cadres. Looking back on that heart-stopping anti-corruption campaign, he declared with firmness and ease, "The storm that swept through Handong was a profound warning, and more than that a thoroughgoing transformation. We must never forget power is granted by the people, and it may be wielded only for the people. It must never become a tool of private gain. Whatever one's station, whatever power one holds, only by preserving the original aspiration, observing party discipline, keeping the people in one's heart, and standing in awe of the law can one tread far and walk sure-footed. Murky currents of corruption will always fade away. The original resolve to serve the people will never lose its luster. Justice may tarry, but it never fails to arrive. From this day onward Handong shall advance resolutely upon the straight road, sweeping away every stubborn malady, shielding every one of its people, proving itself worthy of the people's trust and the mandate of the era." Applause thundered through the assembly, unrelenting and long. Every cadre present had been shaken awake and refined in the crucible of the storm, their hearts fortified with an unyielding bulwark against corruption. The sun dipped low in the west, and golden radiance spilled across the land of Handong. The office tower of the provincial party committee stood solemn and imposing. The shadows of corruption had dissolved into nothingness, power had returned to its proper course, justice had received its due, ailments had been cured, wrongs redressed. Fairness and integrity took root in every corner of this soil. The anti-corruption storm that had swept Handong was irrevocably over. All disputes, all machinations were laid to rest. A new framework, upright cadres, clean government, transparent politics, had formally taken shape. Handong had entered an era of true clarity and renewal, forging ahead undeterred and ceaseless on the road of pragmatic service to the people. The end.